was not, what deal do we hope to get? My question was not what deal do we hope to get, but what happens if we get no deal at all? This isn't some sinister nightmare dreamt up by Remainers. It was the Prime Minister who first floated the idea of no deal, the Foreign Secretary who said it would be perfectly okay, the Brexit Secretary who said that we'd be prepared to walk away. But since the election, the Chancellor has said that that would be a very, very bad outcome, and a former minister has told Sky News that no deal is dead. So will the First Secretary clear this up? Are ministers just making it up as they're going along? Or is it still the government's clear policy that no deal is an option?
I recommend the Right Honourable Lady read the Prime Minister's Lancaster House speech. That is the basis on which we're negotiating. But we're also saying that it is conceivable that we would be offered a kind of punishment deal that would be worse than no deal. It is not our intention. We want to have a deal. We want to have a good deal. Can I also point out to her that it is her leader and her party's position that whatever is on offer, they will accept it. That is a terrible way. That is a terrible way to go into a negotiation, and all I can congratulate them on is their consistency. They have been consistently in favour of unilateral disarmament. They don't only apply that in military matters, they clearly apply it in matters of negotiation on Britain's future prosperity as well.
Well, the First Secretary apparently didn't get the Prime Minister's memo. You're supposed to be building consensus, man. And if we ignore the political bluster, I think what we heard was that no deal is indeed still an option. And if that is the case, can we turn to what I might call the East India Club question? Because before the member for Newton Abbot suddenly turned herself into Nick Griffin, this was the question that she was trying to ask. What does no deal actually mean for our businesses, for our people, and for issues such as the Irish land border? So, can the First Secretary address this question now? What does no deal look like in practice?
I'm very happy to address her first point about consensus. I'm always, as you know, a moderate person keen on consensus, and so I very much look forward to sharing the Labour Party's views this morning on the unemployment figures. Unemployment is now down to its lowest level since the early 70s. There are many members of this House who weren't born when unemployment was as low as this government has made it. I would hope that she can bring herself in the course of her questions actually to welcome lower unemployment. On the substance of her question, as she knows, we are seeking a good deal for Britain that will enable us to trade as freely as possible with the European Union to protect our prosperity, at the same time as getting trade deals with other important markets around the world. In the last week alone, both the United States and Australia have said they would like to sign trade deals with Britain as fast as possible. So I'm happy to report to her that negotiations are going well and that her fear of no deal is probably overstated.
Thornbury! If he wants to talk about unemployment, let me ask him specifically, will he publish the Treasury's assessment of the impact of the no deal outcome would have on jobs and growth in Britain? Will he publish that today? I didn't think so. So let's continue. So if the First Secretary won't tell the House what no...
Order. The Honourable Lady must be heard, and she will be, as will First Secretary Green. Members must calm themselves. Emily Thornbury.
Much, Mr. Speaker. If the First Secretary won't tell the House what no deal means, can he at least clear up the confusion over whether a plan for no deal actually exists? Because yesterday the Foreign Secretary told me that indeed there was no plan for no deal. 2 hours later, Number 10 fought back and they said there was a plan. the Brexit Secretary might be laughing, but I'm turning to him next, because the Brexit... The Brexit Secretary was so busy fighting with himself that on March the 12th, he said that there was a plan. On March the 17th, he said that there wasn't. On May the 19th, he said he spent half his time thinking about it. And yesterday, he said that he wasn't prepared to comment. So, can the First Secretary clear up the confusion today? Is there a contingency plan for no deal, or isn't there? And if there is, will he undertake to publish it?
The Honourable Lady says she's happy to talk about unemployment. I notice she can't bring herself to welcome falling unemployment figures. We will clearly have to try harder to establish consensus on what I would hope would be something that genuinely unites all sides of this House. On the issue of the report, the OBR is publishing its fiscal risks report tomorrow. So if she can be patient, she will see the report she wants.
Emily Thornberry!
So let's be clear. The First Secretary seems to be saying that no deal is still on the table, but he won't say what it means. And there is a no-deal contingency plan, but he's not going to publish it. This really is 2 steps forward and 2 steps back. After all, if the government seriously wants open cross-party debate about the best way forward for Brexit, surely they have to spell out what all the options look like. So can the First Secretary at least provide some clarity on one issue, and let's try and make some progress today? He has said repeatedly that we want to avoid a cliff-edge Brexit. But under a no-deal scenario, he knows that that must be impossible, because the Prime Minister can hardly storm out of the negotiating room saying that she won't accept the deal and then pop her head round the door again and say, can she have 2 more years to prepare? Because that's not how it works. So does he accept no deal also means no transitional arrangements?
Let me try even harder to establish consensus with the Right Honourable Lady. I think we both want a deal. I hope she will agree to that she wants a deal at the end of this. And the reason why I am optimistic that because of our negotiating stance and the position set out by the Prime Minister, we will get a deal, is that we have, for example, made a fair and realistic offer about citizenship to try and remove that problem from the equations. That is a first indication of how we will approach these negotiations. We approach them in a positive state, and we believe that it is not just in the interests of Great Britain, but also in the interests of the other member states of the European Union to reach a deal with what is one of their biggest trading partners. So it is in everyone's interest to reach this deal, and frankly, she said nothing constructive that might contribute to a deal so far, but I will give her another chance.
Emily Thornberry!
I know the Right Honourable Gentleman is new to this, but the way the rules work...
Order. I don't know whether it's spontaneous or orchestrated, and I don't really care which. But whichever it is, the idea that it's going to stop the Honourable Lady asking her questions is for the birds. So members are wasting their vocal cords. We will carry on as long as necessary to accommodate the backbench members whom I wish to accommodate. Emily Thornberry.
Yeah, I know that the honourable member is new to this, but the way that it works is I ask the questions and he answers them. And we're quite happy to swap places with them. And frankly, if he doesn't want to continue under these rules, I'm sure there's plenty of other people on the front bench there who'd love the opportunity to audition as Prime Minister. But I do appreciate all the First Secretary's answers, but they do just serve to illustrate what a mess the government has got itself into by threatening to walk away even before talks began. Isn't the truth now that we've got a no-deal option on the table, but they won't tell us what that means? They've got contingency plans, but they won't let the public see them. We've got a Chancellor demanding transitional arrangements, which a no-deal option makes impossible. We've got a Foreign Secretary making it up as he's going along. We've got a Brexit Secretary so used to overruling his colleagues that he started overruling himself. And we've got a Prime Minister who's so bereft of ideas that she started putting suggestion boxes around Parliament. But as a country, we have got 20 months to go until Brexit. We absolutely have got to get a grip. And if the party opposite hasn't got the strength for the task, then we've absolutely got to get rid of them.
I think there may have been a question somewhere in that. Can I assure the Right Honourable Lady of two things? First of all, that this government is already in the negotiations. She will have seen that. We have started negotiations. They are going well. We said that the first thing we wanted to do was negotiate citizens' rights. That was the first item on the agenda of the first meeting. We want to make sure that European citizens in this country, and equally importantly, British citizens living in other European countries, have as much certainty about their rights as soon as possible. That is what we are negotiating. That is the sign of a practical, pragmatic government getting on with work in the interests of the British people. What we would have, as we've seen from the Labour Party, they've so far, I've counted, had 9 different plans on Europe. They want to be both in and out of the single market, in and out of the customs union. They said they wanted to remain. They voted for Article 50. They split their party on that. And she made one point about whether she would prefer to be at this dispatch box rather than at that dispatch box. I would also remind her of the other event that's happened recently, where the Conservative Party got more votes and more seats than the Labour Party and won the election.
David Morris! Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do welcome the jobs that have been announced. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, after 65 years in my constituency of talking about a link road, one actually occurred on my watch. And furthermore, there's an enterprise zone stroke business park that I'm trying to attain, and we've had a very productive meeting with the Powerhouse Minister yesterday, and also the First Minister of the Isle of Man, who I do believe is here today. And would my right honourable friend help in any way possible to ensure that this business park does become a reality to create more jobs in Morecambe and Lonsdale?
I agree with my honourable friend. He'll be interested to know that in the northwest of England, employment has increased by 2.5% over the past year, and the Labour benches may wish to welcome that rather than just heckle it. He's absolutely right to highlight the importance of having business parks and enterprise zones as drivers for economic growth. I wish him well in his campaign, and I'm sure my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, would be happy to look into the matter.
Blackford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the whole House would want to join with me and my colleagues in marking the 22nd anniversary of the sad events in Srebrenica, and thank those that held the memorial last night in London to make sure that we never forget. Mr. Speaker, will the First Secretary of State confirm that the devolved administrations will not face a diminution of powers as a result of the repeal bill?
I joined the honourable gentleman in commemorating the dreadful events at Srebrenica, and I'm happy to reconfirm what my right honourable friend the Prime Minister and others have said, that yes, under the terms of the Brexit deal that we will negotiate, that there will be no diminution of the devolved administration's powers, and indeed that we look to devolve more powers as a result of this process.
Ian Blackford!
Use them. We're going to use them.
I thank the First Secretary of State for that answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the First Secretary of State for that answer. Will he confirm that there will be a cast-iron guarantee that all powers that come back into the United Kingdom on devolved matters will be returned? And furthermore, does the United Kingdom Government intend to amend Schedule 5 of the Scotland Act to change any aspect of the devolved competencies that were approved with the Scottish referendum in 1997?
As I've said, I can only keep repeating the assurances we've already given. I'm slightly surprised at the Scottish nationalists' approach, in that my understanding of their position is that they want the powers taken from London to Edinburgh so they can give them back to Brussels. As I understand it, that's their position. But perhaps their inability to explain the logic of that position might explain the recent general election result they have.
Neil O'Brien! Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this year, a brilliant new hospital, St Luke's, opened in my constituency. But the old cottage hospital, which it replaces, contains an important and unique war memorial. Will the First Secretary agree with me that however the NHS redevelops that site, it's vital that that war memorial is preserved in a fitting way so that future generations can remember the sacrifices of those who came before us?
I think perhaps particularly at the moment when we are about to commemorate the centenary of the terrible Battle of Passchendaele, it's very important that we consider the issues of war memorials. Memorials like the one he mentions call on us to remember the horrors of war and honour the memories of those who died. In this case, I understand that the War Memorial is protected by a Historic England Grade 2 listing, and so specific planning consent would be required to relocate the memorial as part of any future plans. I hope that will provide the protection he and his constituents need.
My constituent has serious mental ill health and has had over 50 separate admissions to psychiatric care. She requires regular monitoring to prevent her condition worsening and becoming a danger to herself and others. Now, she could access support under DLA, but stands to lose £110 per week under PIP. As former DWP Secretary of State, will he look urgently at this case and change the loophole in PIP that leaves very vulnerable people without the continual support that keeps them safe?
Well, I mean, obviously, the House will be concerned to hear about the case of her constituent, as I am, and she will know that one of the effects of the transition from DLA to PIP is that more people are now eligible for support that were under support, particularly those, as it happens, with mental health problems. So, but the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions will have heard her point, and I've no doubt if she contacts him, he will look into the case personally.
Kit Malthouse.
Mr. Speaker, some of the most distressing cases that I and other members see in my constituency surgery, those involving domestic violence. The Queen's speech has promised a bill to help strengthen our confrontation of this problem. So I wonder if the Deputy Prime Minister, First Secretary, could tell us when we can expect this legislation, urgently needed as it is, and what the government is doing about this problem while we await it.
Well, I agree. This is a hugely important issue, and he's right. We've committed in the Queen's speech to introduce a domestic abuse bill in this session, which I hope will be a landmark in this very important area. What we want to do in the bill is set in motion a transformation not just to protect and support victims, but to recognise the lifelong impact domestic abuse can have on children, and to make sure that the agencies respond effectively to domestic abuse. We'll, of course, be consulting with all the relevant professions and voluntary groups on this, but we are absolutely determined to press ahead with this very, very important legislation.
Jarvis.
Little Max Johnson is 9. He's in hospital and he's urgently waiting for a heart transplant. His mum, Emma, and his brother Harry join us today to support Max, but also the 10,000 people around the country who need an organ transplant. We can do more to help them. In Wales, they've already moved to the opt-out system, and Scotland plan to do the same. So can the First Secretary of State say whether he agrees with me that in England we should change the law to one of presumed consent for organ donation to give Max and all those other people the best chance of life?
I'm sure that the thoughts of members across the House are with Max and his family at this incredibly difficult time, and I agree with him that organ donation is clearly a hugely important part of our system, and I'm pleased that there are now more than 23 million people on the organ donor register, and over the past year we saw the highest ever donor and transplant rates in the UK. But of course there is more that can be done, and as he says, the law is different in other territories inside the UK. And absolutely, I can commit the Department of Health is looking at the impact of those changes to see if CAT days can give rise to further improvements in the number of available organs we have.
Mr. Graham Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is my friend aware that the Greater Manchester Chambers quarterly economic survey predicts economic growth at 3.25% annually, as it has been broadly since 2013. Is he further aware that Manchester Airport is planning a £1 billion investment in the coming years? Doesn't this indicate a welcome rebalancing of the economy underpinned by sound economic management? And will he undertake to continue that sound economic management that's so necessary to our country?
My honourable friend makes a number of important points, particularly about Manchester Airport, which I know has been a significant driver of the excellent growth figures of the increasingly excellent economy of Manchester and the surrounding areas. Everything he says is true, and I think it is a tribute to the work that's been done on the Northern Powerhouse that we are now spreading that prosperity across the north of England.
Dr. Rupa Huck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The First Secretary said the other day that we need to have a national debate on tuition fees, and he admitted that student debt is a huge issue. With the PM touting for ideas, can I recommend page 43 of our manifesto and ask that they adopt Labour's pledge to abolish tuition fees?
I don't remember the contents of page 43, so I'd quite like to hear this.
Mr. Speaker, can I recommend that they consult page 43 of our manifesto and commit to Labour's policy of the abolition of tuition fees?
People often stand at this dispatch box and say, I'm pleased she raised that question. I'm genuinely pleased she raised that question, because it allows me to point out the very slight problem with her argument, which is that her own education spokesman has admitted that the tuition fees policy has a 100 billion... She has admitted that there is a £100 billion hole, black hole, in Labour's student fees policy. That's as much money, nearly, as we spend on the NHS in a year. That's 2 years' worth of disability benefits. Labour in this area were particularly incredible at the general election. I'm astonished they want to bring it up at Prime Minister's questions. And I would remind them in particular that misleading students and young people is a very dangerous thing to do. If they don't believe me, they could ask the Liberal Democrats.
Mr. Speaker, just 1 in 5 of our public art sculptures and statues is of a woman. Next week, to mark 200 years since the death of the world-renowned novelist Jane Austen, the first ever sculpture of her will be unveiled in my constituency, Basingstoke, the borough of her birth, the county that inspired her. Will my right honourable friend join me in calling for more places to do what Basingstoke has and celebrate their famous daughters?
I'm delighted to echo my right honourable friend's call to welcome this new statue of Jane Austen in Basingstoke. I'm genuinely astonished that there isn't a statue of Jane Austen anywhere else around the country. One of our greatest authors and still popular 200 years since her birth. And I would be very, very happy also to echo her desire to have more statues of Britain's greatest women spread around the country.
Davy Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Politicians are said to be here today and gone tomorrow, but whatever tomorrow may bring, the Prime Minister isn't even here today to mark the end of her first year in power. And I note for the first time since she's become Prime Minister that listen, you might like to hear this. For the first time since she's become Prime Minister, her image has now been removed from the front page of the Conservative Party website. So, can the First Secretary tell us why she has gone from being the next Iron Lady to the Lady Vanishes?
The honourable gentleman is ingenious in asking very personal questions. I commend him for it. Unfortunately, he has got his own record on this subject. As recently as June last year, the honourable gentleman said that the leader of the Labour Party is not destined to become Prime Minister, and he called on him to resign. I suggest he might want to make peace with his own front bench before he starts being rude about ours.
Today's jobs figures show that we have the highest employment rate since comparable records began. We have more people in full-time employment, and we are touching on the lowest youth unemployment since records began. In light of the Matthew Taylor Review and the modern working practices, what more can be done to ensure that this record continues and that low youth unemployment continues and we rid this country of that scourge?
My honourable friend is exactly right, specifically on the subject of youth unemployment. One of the particularly welcome figures of the consistently low and falling unemployment figures over which this government has presided is the fact that youth unemployment is now at historically low levels and lower than many other comparable economies. We will continue this not just with our moves on more apprenticeships in this Parliament, but also with the introduction of new and better technical and vocational education, which is key to providing long-term prosperity, not just for the economy as a whole, but for everyone in this country.
Rosie Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How can the government continue to justify not providing fair and equitable funding arrangements for West Lancashire to support water level management organisation, otherwise known as drainage boards, to help protect homes and the agriculture and horticulture industries critical to the local economy, instead of causing EA to threaten to turn off the Alt Crossons pumping station?
The honourable lady raises a reasonable point about the Environment Agency. It is the Environment Agency's duty to ensure that water supplies are good and safe. And I'm sure if she wishes to bring this issue up with my right honourable friend, the DEFRA Secretary, he would be happy to talk to her about it.
Andrew Salu.
Zero energy bill homes at below market prices are being built by British architect Bill Dunster with the support of the Building Research Establishment. Given their potential to help people find affordable housing, what more can the government do to help expand this type of housing as part of our commitment to both enterprise and social justice?
Well, I know my honourable friend is an energetic campaigner for social justice, and this is a very good example of how having a dynamic and flexible economy is not just good for the economy, it's actually good for the whole of society. And I'm happy to join him in welcoming this type of innovation. The Bill Dunster's firm is a good example of such innovation, and I know that it's been supported by the government's enterprise investment scheme, so the government is doing its best to support this type of measure, and we're stimulating the growth of the off-site construction sector, which enables more houses to be built through our accelerated construction programme and the Home Building Fund. This is another very important issue to make sure that we spread the benefits of prosperity around this country.
Tim Farron.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the First Secretary might imagine what it feels like to be a parent forced to uproot their children from their once settled home to flee war and persecution, as millions of refugees around the world have done. And then would he imagine further how it might feel for those who become separated from their family members, with one family member making it, for instance, to the United Kingdom, needlessly kept apart from their families due to cruel and unnecessary barriers to family reunification. So will the government today endorse Baroness Hanwe's bill in the other place to bring those desperate families back together?
The right honourable gentleman raises an important issue, and he will be aware that this government, this country, has done a huge amount, particularly in the region, but also here at home, to help refugees from countries such as Syria. We've expanded the Vulnerable Persons Resettlement Scheme, so we make sure our doors continue to remain open to people who most need our help. And in particular, we work very closely with the UNHCR to identify and refer the most vulnerable refugees. That is the most sensible humanitarian way we can help these very desperate people. And can I also say, since I assume this is his last question, I suspect as leader of his party, can I wish him a fond farewell from that job and say that I'm delighted that the Liberal Democrats have taken so seriously the government's Fuller Working Lives strategy, which is about providing more jobs for older workers, and that they are about to skip a generation in their leadership.
Shailesh Bara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the recent G20 meetings, the Prime Minister had excellent and constructive trade discussions with the leaders of India, China, Japan and America, which collectively represent 43% of the world's population and 6 times the population of the European Union. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that this demonstrates the potential for a prosperous and positive future for Britain post-Brexit, and it really is time for the pessimists to look at the cup being half full rather than half empty?
I'm happy to endorse my honourable friend's approach and just to emphasise to him and the House that it's really important to do both. We need a good trade deal with the European Union. It is still a hugely important trading partner for us, but also we need to take the opportunity to strike trade deals with economies around the world, not just currently advanced economies, but those that are growing very fast as well. That's the route to future global prosperity for this country.
Judith Cummins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've had 2 general elections where the government has promised investment for the Northern Powerhouse, and yet again, within weeks, they've U-turned on the Trans-Pennine electrification. Is the £1 billion deal with the DUP to keep the PM in power being funded at the expense of investment in Bradford and the North?
No, not at all. The money that has gone for infrastructure in Northern Ireland is richly needed there. We have signed, for example, city deals in England, Scotland and Wales, but none yet in Northern Ireland. And I would hope, I mean, she is right about the importance of the Northern Powerhouse, and we will continue with that programme, which is hugely important. And as she's already heard in this session, what we see is unemployment falling consistently in the north of England as a sign of how the economy in that part of England is going as well as anywhere else in the country, and we are determined to continue that.
Mr. Speaker, I know that the First Secretary will be delighted to see that Parliament Square now displays every flag of every British overseas territory to welcome the King of Spain this week, including the flag of Gibraltar. My right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, to remind the King of Spain that Gibraltar is British and their sovereignty will remain paramount.
I'm happy to assure my honourable friend that the government's position on Gibraltar and the primacy of the wishes of its inhabitants, which are overwhelmingly to stay British, will be respected by the government.
McFadden.
Mr. Speaker, what assessment has the government made of the effect on radiotherapy for cancer patients of its decision to withdraw from Euratom, given that the Royal College of Radiologists said this week that 500,000 scans a year are done using imported radioisotopes and that thousands of patients could be affected by this decision?
I am genuinely, again, happy to answer this question because it is a very important issue and there has been some unnecessary worry caused to cancer patients by speculating on this. Let me set out the position. The import or export of medical radioisotopes is not subject to any particular Euratom licensing requirements. Euratom places no restrictions on the export of medical isotopes to countries outside the EU, so after leaving Euratom, our ability to access medical isotopes produced in Europe will not be affected. So I hope that clears up, and I hope that reassures cancer patients around the country that the scaremongering that's going on is unnecessary.
Order! Well, it's a hopeful try by the Honourable Lady, but points of order will come after the statement.
member for the Isle of Wight has resumed his seat. We will proceed with the statement. And also when the Honourable Gentleman for Ealing North has forged a new alliance with members of the Scottish National Party. I'm not sure which of them should be more afraid. Statement, the Secretary of State for International Development, Secretary Priti Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to update the House on my department's continued support for the people of Mosul. On Monday, Prime Minister Abadi declared Mosul to be liberated after 3 years after the city fell to Daesh. Victory comes after 3 years of unimaginable oppression by Daesh. 3 years of fear, executions, of abductions, forced marriages, of destruction of Iraq's ancient heritage. It comes after 9 months of heavy fighting by the Iraqi security forces, who face brutal Daesh tactics, including the use of human shields and suicide bombers. My right honourable friend, the Defence Secretary, will provide the House with a more detailed update tomorrow on the ongoing military campaign against Daesh in Iraq and Syria and the UK's role in this effort. The declaration that Mosul is once again free is a great victory for the people of Iraq and a great stride forward for global security. I'm sure that the House will join me in commending the extraordinary bravery of the Iraqi Syrian forces, who have put the protection of civilians at the heart of their military campaign, acting to reduce civilian casualties wherever they could and risking their lives to help evacuate civilians fleeing the bullets of Daesh fighters. We should recognise their professionalism, their courage and significant sacrifice. They have been backed up by the air, by the international coalition forces, including the RAF, who have taken all reasonable precautions during the planning and execution of airstrikes to reduce the risk of civilian lives. We should also recognise the bravery of the people of Mosul, children who have been out of school for years, who are now back in the classroom and sitting exams. Doctors who have had to stop working under Daesh are giving life-saving treatment once again to their fellow citizens who were injured in the fighting. Volunteers are clearing the rubble from the streets and public buildings. We must, though, be realistic about the challenges ahead. Almost 50,000 homes have been destroyed, although 200,000 people have returned to their homes in eastern Mosul. Over 700,000 people are still displaced and in need of continued humanitarian assistance. Explosive remnants of this war will be a problem for many, many months to come. After winning the battle for Mosul, it is important to win the peace, and now starts that painstaking task of rebuilding and reconciling so that families can return home as quickly as possible, and so communities can live peacefully alongside one another once more, and citizens can start to rebuild their lives. Needs in and around Mosul will not fall immediately, even as the fighting ends. And as a global humanitarian leader, the United Kingdom has been at the forefront of the efforts to support the humanitarian response and will continue to stand alongside the people of Iraq in the months ahead. From the very start of the Mosul military operations, the UK has provided shelter, medical care and food to those who have lost their homes because of the fighting or have been forced to flee because of safety reasons. The UK is the largest donor to the Iraq Humanitarian Pooled Fund, and we are providing practical, life-saving support, including water in camps for over 166,000 displaced people, cash assistance to over 50,000 vulnerable people, and life-saving healthcare, including a trauma hospital to treat the victims of the fight against Daesh. Today, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to confirm that the UK will provide £40 million of humanitarian funding this year, taking our total commitment just in Iraq to £209 million since 2014. This funding will help to ensure that the displaced communities, the displaced people, will receive the much needed shelter, food and medical support, and will provide protection services for the most vulnerable, including the minorities, women and girls, and £18 million of this funding has already been allocated to partners who are working hard to deliver assistance around Mosul. The United Nations has also set funding requirements for Iraq in 2017 at $984 million. The UK is stepping up, and I continue to call upon my colleagues in the international development community, the donors, to follow Britain's lead. The international community must continue to support the people of Mosul and Iraq. As people return home to liberated areas, they will need support to rebuild their lives. Humanitarian and stabilisation partners are helping to re-establish basic services, including carrying out food distribution in areas where markets are not yet functioning, and provide cash assistance so that vulnerable people can buy what they most need. And in East Mosul, DFID's humanitarian funding to the International Organisation for Migration UNICEF has already helped to reopen health facilities and provide clean water in the liberated areas, which of course is essential for people to be able to return home. DFID will also provide £6 million this year for the stabilisation efforts, and this funding will help to restore basic services and infrastructure in the liberated areas, including in Mosul. And through UNDP, UK funding has already helped to rehabilitate the Al-Qasar water plant in eastern Mosul, and over 750 schools have already reopened, allowing 300,000 children to sit exams. Our funding will also support local reconciliation, helping displaced people to reintegrate back into their communities when they return home. And across Iraq, over 1 million people have returned to their homes in areas where UK-funded stabilisation projects are working. But ultimately, Mr. Speaker, to win peace in Iraq, the government of Iraq will need to unite all Iraqis against extremism and address the grievances that led to Daesh's rise, and persuade all Iraqi communities that they have a fair stake in their nation's future. The UK will, of course, continue to be steadfast in our support to the government of Iraq's efforts to drive forward reform, reconciliation and stabilisation. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this week's victory against Daesh in Mosul marks an important moment in the campaign to defeat this terror group and their poisonous ideology, and we will join our Iraqi friends in celebrating the liberation of this historic city. And the UK will continue to provide the much-needed humanitarian and stabilisation assistance to those who have been affected by the conflict, and also to support the government of Iraq's efforts to build a stable, secure and more prosperous Iraq. I commend this statement to the House.
Kate Osamo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Secretary of State's statement today, and I particularly welcome the news of Mosul's liberation after 3 years of oppression. It's important to defeat Daesh's violent ideology wherever it emerges. I would like to pay tribute to the Iraqi security forces and the people of Mosul, who have shown remarkable courage in the face of Daesh's continued oppression. I would like to also pay particular tribute to the role of the UK government in its important work to provide critical aid and emergency support. The UK's continued role here in the coming days and weeks, and the significant funding commitments announced by the Secretary of State, will save lives and help rebuild Mosul, and I welcome them. This commitment also represents the important role UK aid plays, not only in standing alongside the people of Iraq, but also in contributing to long-term peace and stability. Mr. Speaker, I would like now to ask the Secretary of State a series of questions about her announcement today. First, it is clear that although there is a cause for real celebration in the liberation of Mosul, Amnesty International have identified countless human rights violations on all sides, both by Daesh and by possibly the Iraqi forces in their fight to free Mosul. These include the use of civilians as human shields by Daesh fighters and violation against children's rights. Amnesty International have called for a thorough investigation of all human rights violations and possible war crimes carried out during the liberation of Mosul. While the UN Human Rights Chief has called for a strong culture of accountability now that the city has been liberated, does the Secretary of State support these calls, and can the Secretary of State tell us how we can help? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, while I welcome the UK government's aid response to the situation in Mosul, the forced displacement of numerous refugees in and around Mosul as a result of the past 2 years of Daesh occupation requires widespread action, not only on rebuilding, but also on the resettlement of all of those displaced? And can the government update us on how we will be able to help those which have been displaced? I'd like to end by saying I thank the Secretary of State again, and I welcome this statement to the House.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her generous comments and her support with regards to what has now been achieved in Mosul in particular, and I absolutely agree with her that we should all at this moment pay tribute to all the forces that were involved in this, but also the people who have suffered considerably at the hands of Daesh as well. The Honourable Lady is right to point to the report today, to Amnesty International's report, alleging that coalition, well, Iraqi forces and the human rights violations and concerns. And of course, I think it's important to stress, Mr. Speaker, that the security forces and the coalition have made every effort during operations to protect civilians. There is no doubt that now that we are hearing of alleged violations or abuses, that quite rightly these need to be thoroughly and transparently investigated, and those found responsible must be held to account. We also welcome the previous statement by Prime Minister Abadi on this and encourage reporting on the outcomes to follow as well. The Honourable Lady raised the issue of displacement of people. Hundreds of thousands of people have been affected by what has happened in Mosul and Iraq more broadly. And the focus now has to be on the resettlement and the reunification of the country as a whole. Now, the Honourable Lady would have heard me speak just briefly of the efforts on stabilisation, and of course that has to be the focus right now. And UK Aid, my department in particular, are working with both my Honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Defence, and others across government and the international community. Yes, to provide support on UN stabilisation efforts in Iraq. Securing the liberated areas, obviously clearing areas of explosives as well and making areas habitable all over again. But importantly, providing the basics to people, putting in water facilities, power networks, clinics and schools, and ensuring that since we know that since 2015, 1.8 million people have been displaced in Iraq and have returned to their homes where possible, that we focus on the resettlement and the stabilisation and how we can bring back the prosperity and stabilisation back to Mosul and the outlying areas in Iraq as well.
Dame Caroline Spellman.
Mosul was home to one of the oldest Christian communities in the region, but religious minorities suffered dreadfully at the hands of ISIS. What can DFID do to ensure that such minorities are able to return to the place of their origins?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for her question and for, once again, raising the issue of minorities who have been persecuted and displaced through the conflict. We know that what has happened in the past, particularly for Christian communities and others, has been absolutely abhorrent, and we are now focused on, yes, stabilisation, but ensuring that Iraq as a whole can be rebuilt and reunified so that all communities can come back to their homes and feel that they can contribute to a new Iraq post the conflict.
Chris Law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We very much welcome the military defeat of Daesh in Mosul. However, in order for the victory to be truly complete, it is imperative to address the now critical humanitarian needs of the people of the city and the surrounding region. As you have already heard, Amnesty International described the horrors that the people of Mosul have witnessed, and the disregard for human life by all parties to this conflict. It must now go unpunished. Entire families have been wiped out, many of whom are still buried under the rubble today. The people of Mosul deserve to know that there will be justice and reparation so that the harrowing impact of this operation is fully addressed. The UK government must finally learn the lessons from Iraq, Libya and Afghanistan. It cannot be allowed to happen in Mosul, as it has happened in so many places before, that the cost and impact of UK military action dwarfs the relief and reconstruction efforts that follow. Mr. Speaker, how is the government working with civil society on the ground to alleviate the suffering in the refugee camps, which lack sufficient food, water and electricity to survive the scorching desert heat? Not only that, will the government support specifically the creation of an independent commission, as recommended by Amnesty International, to investigate the killings of civilians by all sides in this conflict, including airstrikes carried out by the UK?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to restate the comments that I made to the Honourable Lady earlier on with regards to the Amnesty International report, and reiterate the comments that I made about the violations that may have taken place and the need to have investigations. It's right and proper that all attention is given to the investigations and that people are brought to justice in the right kind of way. But I think we must also recognise, Mr. Speaker, that there have been horrific attacks across the whole of Iraq because of the poisonous ideology of Daesh. And the conduct of Daesh and the displacement of people and the atrocities that have taken place are absolutely unforgivable and will scar generations to come. There is no doubt about that. And I think it's important to stress at this particular time, when many have worked to liberate Mosul, in particular coalition forces and the Iraqi security forces as well, that our priority is absolutely through UK aid to ensure that we continue in the humanitarian support that we provide to those who have been displaced, to support the stabilisation efforts. And of course that is the focus of not just the British government, but all our partners internationally, including the United Nations, and we will absolutely continue to stand up for those that have been displaced, but importantly now work collectively to bring peace and stability to Iraq.
James Gray. I warmly welcome the tone of the Secretary of State's announcement, and particularly the extra funds which the UK are giving to these wonderful people in Mosul. However, she will know that if the experience of Fallujah and elsewhere is to be followed in Mosul, the vicious tactics of Daesh will be that every single house, every single street, every public place will be booby-trapped and mined, and it will take many, many years to clear that. Will she, first of all, commit the government to doing what we can to help with the technical matter of removing explosives? And secondly, it's not the scorching heat of today that we're worried about, it's actually the cold of the Mosul winter that we're worried about, coming along only 3 or 4 months' time, by which time we've got to find decent accommodation for these people.
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I referred in my statement to the fact that we will spend a great deal of time, resources and effort, of course, in rebuilding Mosul, but also Iraq as a whole through the stabilisation approach that we will put forward. But there is no doubt in terms of the fact that we will have to invest to reclaim land, to demine huge swathes of the country in particular. And the British government earlier on this year announced a substantial commitment to our demining efforts in countries that have been unstable through conflict. But he's also right to say, Mr. Speaker, that of course, as we move into the latter part of the year, the weather conditions will change, they will become much harsher, and that means that we will all within the international community have to not just step up our efforts, but focus our resources to those that will be in need during the harsh winter that will follow, but importantly start to rebuild, put houses in and start building infrastructure sooner rather than later.
Stephen Twigg. I welcome the Secretary of State's statement, and in particular the additional humanitarian assistance that she's announced, and also what she's just said about demining. Many of the people of Mosul, when they do return, will be deeply, deeply traumatised. What would the government be doing to ensure that there is the mental health care and support for those families when they do return?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his question. He is right to speak about the trauma, the psychological trauma, the mental trauma, the physical trauma as well, of course, in recovering and rebuilding after what has happened across Iraq and in Mosul in particular. I spoke about the fact that we will obviously need to rehabilitate the country at every single level, on the infrastructure side, on water, schools, but also health centres as well. And working with our colleagues and counterparts internationally within the health community as well, to ensure that the medical assistance and the support and the expertise of those that can provide the help to those people that will need the kind of support that we have just touched on is provided is absolutely vital.
Pauline Latham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people in the area that wish to return to Mosul have been obviously traumatised, as we've heard from many of the people speaking today. But the ones who stayed in the area want to go home, but there are very few homes to go home to. Could my right honourable friend explain what we're exactly doing in this country to help the infrastructure and put a roof over people's heads? But is she also encouraging other countries to support the people of the area at the same time?
I thank my honourable friend for her question, and she's right to point to the immediate need that is required for people, the displaced people, over 1.8 million displaced people in Iraq who have returned to their homes. And we are working, yes, with the Iraqi government on stabilisation, but also in areas where the UN stability programmes are working. We are working in conjunction with them as well to provide the necessary, the important infrastructure, renovation of water facilities, power networks, clinics and schools, but also homes, because of the level of destruction that has taken place, which is incomprehensible to us here. There's no doubt about that. The vast swathes of land and homes that were deliberately destroyed by Daesh, and it is our responsibility through UK aid, but working internationally with our partners as well, to ensure that we rebuild and rehouse the many millions that have been displaced.
Jay Swinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much welcome the Secretary of State's statement and thank her for advance sight of it. Tens of thousands of children have been without education in Mosul for many years, so it is good news that 750 schools have reopened. But what work is being done to help schools be able to tackle the very particular and sensitive challenge of helping older children, teenagers and young adults to plug the gap, the significant gap in their education, and prevent a lost generation?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to speak about the lost generation. And this is an issue, of course, the whole region in terms of conflict, Syria, Iraq, the level of displacement that we have seen of children has been horrific, it really has. And also the number of children that have lost their education, been out of school for several years because of the level of conflict that has taken place. She will know, of course, that the United Kingdom is an enormous supporter, a big funder of the Education Cannot Wait programme, which focuses on exactly this in areas of conflict, but also in host communities as well. Jordan, Lebanon just being one example, obviously in Syria and the region, where we are providing resources to bring a double shift system of education. But she also mentioned older children, and it is important through the funding that we put forward, through the partners that we work with in the government directly, that they are providing education, and they are. But of course it's more than education, but now technical and vocational training opportunities through the funding that we are giving to those governments in particular.
A competition amongst others between cream-suited colleagues. Mr. John Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously a man of taste. The government has previously acknowledged that the cutting of the food coupon in the Syrian refugee camps in the summer of 2013 led to the mass exodus thereafter. Whilst acknowledging the UK's proud track record on humanitarian aid, will my right honourable friend make it clear to the House that the international community must step up to the plate when it comes to the funding of any temporary arrangements with regards to these displaced people, and that we learn those lessons?
My honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this issue, and one of the things in terms of lessons learned and being learned, it's effectively now about the implementation of a lot of the programming of those in crisis in humanitarian situations when it comes to food provision, water and other essentials as well. We now have, of course, through the grand bargain work that has taken place, many lessons have been learned, and organisations, partner organisations in particular, on the ground delivering services and provisions are working collectively together in a way in which he refers to 2013. They were not working together to bring the vital aid and food distribution to those that needed it.
Anne Clwyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I congratulate the Secretary of State for what I thought was a very measured and comprehensive statement on the situation. I have a friend in Baghdad who was an MP in Mosul. She was also the Culture Secretary. And so for her, the devastation, of course, of a historically very important city will have been pretty awesome. But I'm glad to say that the Secretary of State is focusing on the humanitarian needs right away, because as honourable members have said, the traumatisation, particularly of children in the area, needs to be looked at right away. And can I just mention, you talked about the Secretary of State talked about the importance of peace. Of course, we all want to see peace in the region. Congratulate the Prime Minister of Iraq for hopefully getting rid of Daesh, at least from Mosul. But then in Kurdistan, which is a very important part, of course, of the country, would the Secretary of State agree that it is very important that the Parliament of Kurdistan, which has not met for over a year, should meet as soon as possible?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her remarks and her thoughtful observations as well in terms of how we need to work together to bring peace and stability to Iraq, but also to the region. And this is not one thing that one country can do on its own. And of course, this is where the international community can provide guidance, support and assistance, and in particular help with getting the democracies functioning again, which of course would be the ultimate symbol of beating Daesh and the poisonous ideology that they have been propagating across the region. So she's right to highlight the fact that stabilization, peace, but ultimately democracy and the functioning democracy should return all over again. And this, Mr. Speaker, of course, is a long-term objective, one that we know will be difficult because of the level of conflict, the level of instability, but also the level of destruction and displacement that we have seen. So our focus right now is the immediate focus, and that, of course, is putting people first, putting children first, and rebuilding the country in the best way that we can through the international coalition.
I don't want the honourable gentleman to feel left out. Mr. Alex Shelbrooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have very proudly stood on the manifesto in all of my elections of supporting 0.7% for international aid. And many people criticise that. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that it is in situations like this where it's not just morally right, but that we can actually invest in the country of Iraq, because the situation with Daesh in Mosul, a lot of that came about through the residents there being worried about divisions in the Baghdad government, and it's investment from this country and through her department that is allowing to educate people and make sure that that government works for the entire country and prevent this happening again.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his question and again for restating the importance of UK aid and our commitment to the world's poorest, 3.7%. And I think through the work that we have been undertaking, obviously in humanitarian support, urgent humanitarian support, which has been there for a number of years now, but also looking ahead to the stabilisation that we will work to achieve collectively within the international development community. We can see UK aid not just make a difference to the people, but also to bring peace and stability in a way in which we all would expect our aid budget, but also our influence globally through our aid budget to bring to a country such as Iraq.
Ben Bradshaw.
Following the comments of the Scottish Nationalist spokesman, is not the crucial difference between the actions of the British and coalition forces and Daesh is that we go out of our way to minimise civilian casualties, and Daesh does exactly the opposite. And at a time when one of our colleagues is being hideously bullied and threatened for her vote in favour of the action against Daesh, do we not need to send out from this House a clear message that this House was absolutely right to take the decisions we did to take military action against Daesh, both in Iraq and in Syria?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman is absolutely right that we not only did the right thing, but we will continue to do the right thing, standing up to these poisonous ideologies and the conduct of these awful groups around the world. And the liberation of Mosul speaks volumes in terms of the sacrifices that the people within that community have made, but also the fighters, the people who fought Daesh as well. And he's absolutely right in his comments.
Bob Seeley.
I thank my right honourable friend for her statement. Sexual violence is one of the consistent horrors of war, both conventional and unconventional. It's a deliberate act, a recognisable but repugnant tactic designed to shatter the cohesion of oppressed people, as well as being clearly grotesque examples of individual human rights abuses. Will the Secretary of State assure us that she will look at what DFID can do to mitigate this vile form of violence and to support Yazidi and other very fragile and damaged communities? And moreover, will she tell us what DFID can do to deter would-be oppressors from using this form of violence in future conflicts? Thank you.
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and he mentions the abhorrent violence, sexual violence against women, girls, and in particular the Yazidi community as well. And he is right to highlight that Britain has been calling this behaviour out. We have stood up for those and given a voice to many who have been subject to horrific abuses and attacks because of Daesh. But I think in areas of conflict, countries of conflict in particular, it is women and girls that suffer through such atrocious acts of violence and atrocities, and we will continue to stand up for them through working with our partners, the United Nations, but other partners in country as well. And I think importantly, to answer his question on what else we will do, we will follow through the prosecutions of those that are responsible for this, and we will hold them to account.
MP Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I visited the outskirts of Mosul last October during the conflict and met counter-terrorism personnel. I also visited 6 camps of refugees and IDPs and saw the huge humanitarian operation, which I was very impressed by. I also note on Radio 4's Today programme this morning, the Deputy Commander of Coalition Forces, General Jones from the United Kingdom, said that everything had been done to protect citizens, but he went on to describe Amnesty's report as naive and reckless. And this is in the week in which the Saudi Arabia arms sale that the Amnesty report was
Can I just say to the Honourable, we're all very interested in the contents of the Amnesty report, but there's no need to have a sort of verbatim regurgitation of the said contents. And I would just point out that so far progress has been lamentably slow. That's not just the fault of the Honourable Gentleman, but much more widely. We've only got through, I think, 10 backbench questions in 15 minutes. So I'm sure the Honourable Gentleman is reaching his peroration, which we eagerly anticipate.
Mr. Speaker, I was going to say that obviously we need a new democratic settlement in Nineveh province. It's really important. What's her department doing? What's FCO doing, and what's our Ambassador Frank Baker doing to make sure that we include minorities in that settlement?
Mr. Speaker, the Iraqi coalition forces have made every effort, as I've said already, to protect civilians. But specific to his last point and question, of course, we are working with the Iraqi government and working with all partners on the ground on stabilisation and support to rebuild Mosul.
The member for Stafford can be the author of the brevity textbook. Mr. Jeremy Lefroy.
Dear Mr. Speaker, I pay tribute to the Iraqi security forces and indeed the British Armed Forces for their work. Could the Secretary of State say what is the situation with another humanitarian threat to the people of Mosul, which is the Mosul Dam, which is an incredibly dangerous condition and threatens the city of Mosul being upstream from it?
Well, it is a very serious situation, and of course it's one where we are working in terms of, again, stabilisation and putting all efforts in terms of the support that is required in that particular area. We will continue to do that, and it is an ongoing situation, so we are obviously not just monitoring but being very active in the support that we can give.
Brendan O'Hara.
Mr. Speaker, last November I raised the plight of the thousands of Yazidi women and children who were being held in slavery by Daesh in Mosul. I asked the government then if they would seek to provide specialist psychological care once the liberation of Mosul had been complete. So could the Minister tell me, now that Daesh have been driven from the city, what plans has the government in place to tend to the specific psychological and physical needs and the wounds of one of the most wickedly abused communities on this planet?
Well, the Honourable Gentleman is right to point out again in terms of the awful abuse of minorities and the Yazidi women in particular. And I refer to the comment I made earlier on about the support that we are providing, health in terms of medical, but also mental and psychological support that is absolutely essential after the abhorrent nature of this conflict.
Mr. Crispin Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst welcoming the resources the government are making available for the relief of the suffering from the conflict, can she ensure that the international community at no stage is going to lose focus on the politics of the settlement around Mosul, making sure that we're not going to have the continued institutionalised marginalisation of the very complex number of communities, different communities around Mosul, and they will all have a stake in the future?
My friend is right to speak about the political stabilisation and, of course, inclusivity as well in terms of the rebuilding that needs to happen. And absolutely, we will continue to work with Prime Minister al-Abadi and the government as well in Iraq to ensure that this happens.
John Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The tributes the Secretary of State has made up were right, and the ambition is commendable. But of course, the question is how is this going to be achieved? People talk facilely about learning the lessons from Iraq, but is it not an example of the collective failure to reconstruct that country, that many Sunni families found themselves seeking Daesh as a protector from the legitimate government rather than the marauding killers which they were? How will this be different, and what role will the UK government play?
Well, I'd say to the honourable gentleman that the UK government will play its part in every single way that is necessary, because there are no easy solutions to rebuilding a country and also making a country operational and functional again after such an abhorrent and appalling conflict. So we will continue to support the Prime Minister, al-Abadi, and the Iraqi government, obviously in the response that is required, but also in that inclusivity, getting the politics right, getting the security right, and getting the stabilisation right.
Sir Oliver Heald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree that reconstruction depends crucially on removing the mines and booby traps? And is she satisfied that there are there's adequate capacity there and enough money has been allocated to deal with this task speedily? And is there any timetable?
Well, again, this is a vital area in terms of demining and clearing up the IEDs and the support that we will provide. So, first of all, the British government has provided very specific resource and support, and we will be working through the various funds in government, but also supporting the Mine Action Service as well on this. But this is not an easy task at all because of what has happened. The level of destruction in Iraq has been absolutely atrocious. So yes, our work is cut out, but we will give all the necessary support to ensure that mines are cleared and land is returned back to the use that it needs to receive.
Lucy Powell.
Mr. Speaker, the liberation of Mosul is undoubtedly a very significant step in the defeat of this evil terror. But does the Secretary of State agree that it is just as important now that we make sure the rebuilding of communities and the de-radicalisation of those communities is just as important in that defeat?
It is absolutely right. De-radicalisation has to be a feature of the stabilisation approach and the rebuilding, but also bringing back together those communities that have become so divided and so fractious. And once again, Britain will lead the way on this and provide all the necessary support to the Iraqi government in doing our bit to bring that stability and peace to the country.
Nusrat Ghani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The atrocities of Daesh have failed to deliver a caliph and a so-called caliphate. My right honourable friend rightly recognised the role of the Iraqi forces, but can't you join me and also recognise the role of the Yazidi fighters, especially the Yazidi female fighters, and share what work is being done to make sure their voices are heard during reconstruction?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and I think the point about reconstruction is that, well, first of all, in taking back control of Mosul itself has been a hard-fought battle. We know that, and all forces should be commended for all their efforts, but also all communities as well. And the stabilisation will obviously need to take place, but the focus has to be on bringing together the minority groups for all communities that have been divided through this atrocious conflict.
Bridget Phillipson.
Speaker, may I join the Right Honourable Lady in paying tribute to our brave servicemen and women, and can I also welcome the announcement in her statement around UK humanitarian aid, but can I press her on what specific funding will be offered to women and girls who have been subject to the most unimaginable sexual violence at the hands of Daesh? We must do more to support them.
We will, through the announcement that we've made today, naturally be providing the humanitarian support that is required, but also 46,000 vulnerable and displaced people, many of them who are women and girls who've been subject to such atrocities and violence, will also receive support from the money that we are announcing today.
Mr. Kevin Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Secretary of State will agree with me that the liberation of Mosul is a vindication for those of us on both sides of this House, prepared to vote to give our allies on the ground the military support they needed, rather than listen to those who only wish to offer warm words and hand-wringing in response to Daesh's advance. But would you now agree that one of the vital things of getting people back to normal is getting them back to work? And what specific work will her department be doing to bring Mosul's economy back to life?
honourable friend is absolutely right in terms of the liberation of Mosul. There are great opportunities now in rebuilding the country, putting infrastructure in place, but also working collectively with many of our partners, but also the companies that will go in there and help to create jobs and new opportunities, new economic opportunities and prosperity. And that is a major feature of the stabilisation and rebuilding work that DFID is leading on with our colleagues across government, but also working internationally with our counterparts as well.
Thank you. Order. Yes. Point of order, Hannah Bardell.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I seek your guidance to find out whether you have had any notice from the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions on an impending statement on the HMRC building programme, because his department have today made the outrageous decision to move over 1,000 jobs from my constituency to Edinburgh, despite the fact that there was an NAO report damning the Building Our Future programme just before the election. Right. And as things stand, questions are being made about inappropriate use of funds during purdah. Until we have those answers, the public and my constituents cannot have confidence in this Parliament and its processes. What can he do to assist me and my constituents?
Grateful to the Honourable Lady for her point of order. In short, I have received no indication from the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions of an intention to come to the House to make an oral statement. I think something has been announced either in the form of a written statement or some media communication, but something out with what I would call oral discourse. That said, the Honourable Lady, in her relatively short time in the House, has become an adroit deployer of the various mechanisms available to her to pursue the interests of her constituents. There are some days to go before the House rises for the summer recess, and if the Honourable Lady judges that there is an urgency attached to this matter, I'm sure she'll have recourse to the appropriate mechanism, and I will look out for it. What's more, I rather imagine the Honourable Lady will be in her seat and leaping up and down from it at business questions tomorrow. Point of order, Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, many people, including myself, will be disappointed to read in today's paper that the Prime Minister has postponed the publication of a report that she ordered to audit and examine how people of different backgrounds are treated by public services as part of her mission to tackle burning injustices. Mr Speaker, the reason for this delay is reportedly because it's explosive and pretty bad. Mr Speaker, given the genuine and growing concern of this issue, is it in order for the Prime Minister to postpone publication because she doesn't like the findings and it will look bad for her government? And is there a way the Parliament can have sight of this report that the Prime Minister is trying to hide?
Well, the short answer to the Honourable Lady, and I thank her for a point of order, is that nothing disorderly has taken place. The timing of government statements and indeed the release of government reports are matters for government ministers rather than for the chair. If, however, there is a completed report and the Honourable Lady and others are keen to know its contents and are not clear that there is any particularly compelling reason why it can't be published sooner rather than later, it is open to the Honourable Lady in the remaining days before we rise for the summer recess to seek to cajole or entice an appropriate minister to come to the House. I cannot commit that that will happen, but I have this keen sense that the Honourable Lady will be returning to the issue and probably seeking some sort of adjudication from me in the days ahead. Point of order, Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, during Prime Minister's questions, the First Secretary claimed that people with mental health conditions are more likely to be supported by personal and independence payments than through disability living allowance. The mental health charity Mind has made it absolutely clear that 55% of people with mental health conditions transferring from DLA to PIP have no award or a reduced award. I would be very grateful if you could advise me as to how we can have the records corrected.
Well, I think it's fair to say that the Honourable Lady has found her own salvation in that she's put her thought on the record in characteristically robust but also, thankfully, pithy form, and it is now going to form part of the official report. And I am well aware, and I would be failing in my duty if I were not well aware, that the Honourable Lady has very strong views on this matter, and that those views differ markedly from those of the First Secretary of State. I think it's fair to say that this is properly a matter for debate, but we shall leave it there, albeit only for today. If there are no further points of order, we come now to the general debate on the Grenfell Tower Fire Inquiry, and I think I'm looking to the First Secretary of State for his second outing at the box today to open the debate. First Secretary Damien Green.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to begin, of course, by expressing my deep sympathy to all those who lost family members and other loved ones in this terrible tragedy. Their sufferings beyond imagining. Our thoughts too go out to all those who lost their homes and possessions in the fire. Since that terrible event on the 14th of June, a month ago, we've all been deeply affected by this unprecedented tragedy, and words feel inadequate. I'd like to pay tribute to the men and women of our emergency services, many of whom risked life and limb in their efforts to tackle the fire and showed extraordinary courage in their determination to save lives, and also, equally importantly, to the many volunteers and charities who've given their time and much, much more to help the bereaved and those who have lost their homes. Let me turn to the purpose of the debate. Sir Martin Moore-Bick, the chair of the Grenfell Tower Inquiry, is currently consulting over the scope of the inquiry's terms of reference. So this debate provides an opportunity for Parliament to express its views about the inquiry before the terms of reference are set. Of course, it's most important that the chair listens to the views of those most affected by the tragedy and takes account of those views when considering the scope of his inquiry's terms of reference. But I'm sure that Sir Martin will want to reflect on the views expressed in this House today. And of course, we should all be conscious that the survivors of the terrible tragedy will also be listening to what's said in this House today. Oh, yes, of course.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way at such an early point in his remarks. But does he agree with me that it will be important to have an interim report? Because if there are recommendations which affect crucial safety issues with high-rise blocks, then clearly that needs to be attended to as soon as possible.
My right honourable friend is of course correct, and indeed he may be aware that there is an intention to produce an interim report as soon as is practical, because I'm conscious that one of the great wishes of many of the survivors and the groups representing them is of as quick a resolution as possible, an answer to as many of the questions as possible. Yeah, sure.
I thank the First Secretary for giving way. Just on the scope of the report, I'm sure we'll get lots of comments on this through the course of the debate, and I don't want to widen it too far, but can he assure the House that the scope will also look at private blocks and not just be confined to social housing? Because in my experience as a city centre MP, it's often much more difficult for residents to have their voice heard when you have opaque ownership and managing agents who are not responsive to residents in the private blocks rather than the social blocks.
The Honourable Lady makes a good point. I can't guarantee her what the terms of reference will be, because obviously that's a matter for Sir Martin. But as I say, one of the purposes of this debate is for views like that precisely to be expressed. And on the issue of private blocks, I'm happy to assure her and the House that the testing regime for the safety of blocks does extend to private blocks as well. Did the Honourable Gentleman want to intervene?
Will the Secretary of State say what's happened to the Independent Recovery Task Force that was announced about a week ago by his colleague? If it hasn't yet been convened, if we don't know who the members are or what they're doing or whether they've been to Kensington, would he reconsider sending in commissioners, particularly given what we heard this morning, which is the person that task force are reporting to, i.e. the new leader of Kensington Council, who, despite being a councillor for 11 years, has not been inside a tower block, despite being a cabinet member for 5 years, has not seen fit to go into any of the tower blocks in her borough?
Well, I first of all can reassure the honourable gentleman that the task force will be reporting to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, and not to Kensington Council. So I hope I provides him with reassurance. It's an independent body reporting to the Secretary of State.
Pursuant to that point, could the Secretary of State just clarify for us whether the Recovery Task Force has any executive authority whatsoever, or is it purely advisory?
Yeah, it's an advisory, not an executive panel reporting to the Secretary of State, which I think is obviously the proper way to proceed. In her statement announcing the inquiry, the Prime Minister... Can I make some progress? I've given away... Well, OK.
I think it's very, very important that. So we're saying this task force then has no executive authority, and the executive authority remains with the Council. So is that a distinction between the task force powers and the powers that would be available to a commissioner if a commissioner was appointed?
Well, the task force will be overseeing what the Council does, but as I've said to his honourable friends, it will be reporting to the Secretary of State, who of course can then decide the appropriate way to proceed. So it's independent of the Council, it's not reporting to the Council, and it will oversee what the Council is doing. The Prime Minister identified rightly the immediate priority when she announced the inquiry as establishing the facts of what happened at Grenfell Tower in order to take the necessary action to prevent a similar tragedy from happening again. The inquiry will fulfil that purpose. It will report in 2 phases with, as I've already said, an interim report being published as quickly as possible. But beyond that immediate focus, it's also important that all the wider lessons from both this catastrophe and the inspections of other buildings around the country that followed it are identified and learnt. Sir Martin has said, and I quote, can I finish Sir Martin's quote first? I should make it clear that I shall want to consider a broad range of evidence, including on the role of the relevant public authorities and contractors, in order to help me answer the important questions. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm grateful to the Housing Minister for answering my written question on the privatisation of housing functions in Kensington and Chelsea Council. I find it extraordinary that there is no central management, not even any records kept of housing contracts within the Housing Department. We now have a situation where there is no accountability and no transparency of the nature of local authority contracts with the private sector involving housing and the degree to which housing contracts are then subcontracted to other private providers. In view of this tragedy, would the government advise whether there are plans to revisit this policy?
Well, clearly there are a large range of issues on which the inquiry may well wish to make recommendations to the government, and the Honourable Lady has put that thought on the record now, and as I've said previously, Sir Martin, I imagine, will wish to take note of what views are expressed during this debate.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. On the wider point, he will appreciate that many of the survivors suffered from carbon monoxide poisoning. Now, of course, carbon monoxide is known as the silent killer. And will he ensure that amongst the many other lessons that are learned, the planned and proposed review of carbon monoxide...
But the inquiry itself will want to look at. As the inquiries...
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. He's right that no stone should be left unturned in uncovering the truth behind the horror that was the Grenfell Tower fire. But when we talk about wider lessons and action in the meantime, can I ask him this question? Birmingham has 231 tower blocks. The City Council has rightly decided that it will retrofit sprinklers in all of those blocks. That will cost £31 million in a council that suffered £700 million of cuts to their budget. Will the government unequivocally commit to funding all necessary safety measures pending the outcome of the inquiry?
The safety measures that are recommended by the Fire Service, my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Communities, has said will be met by the government. So those are the necessary measures that the Fire Service recommends. The inquiry is designed to ascertain the causes of the tragedy and ensure...
For clarity, I believe that the Minister has just made a very important statement. Is he saying that the necessary safety measures to protect what are 10,000 households in 231 blocks will be funded by the government?
I mean, for clarity, let me go all the way through this, that if the fire service recommends that something needs to be done for safety reasons, and if the local authority, I mean, obviously they will go to the local authority, and the local authority will be the first port of call to pay for that, and I'm sure all local authorities will want to follow the fire service's recommendations on this. If the local authority can show that it can't afford it, then obviously central government will step in. But that's a matter for local authorities and for the fire service in the first instance, which clearly is the sensible way to proceed. The inquiry will clearly need to examine all relevant circumstances. I think I've been very generous in giving way. I really need to make some progress now. The inquiry will need to examine all relevant circumstances leading up to and surrounding the fire at Grenfell Tower, its spread to the whole of the building, and its effect on residents. That necessarily means looking at circumstances well beyond the design, construction and modification of the building itself. It will mean looking at the role of relevant public authorities and contractors and the broader implications of the fire for the adequacy and enforcement of relevant regulations. It will also mean looking at the handling of concerns previously expressed by local residents. Sir Martin is highly respected. Can I make some progress? And then I'll give. I'm conscious that there are many people who want to contribute to this debate. I've been extremely generous in giving way in the opening remarks, and I do think the House will benefit from making progress. Sir Martin is highly respected, and as a recently retired Court of Appeal judge, he brings with him many years of judicial experience. Sir Martin and the government fully agree that for this inquiry, consulting on the terms of reference is an important way of involving those affected by the tragedy. It's clearly right that those affected by this terrible tragedy and others with an interest are given the opportunity to shape the terms of reference, which will in turn give direction and focus to the inquiry. Sir Martin has started that consultation process and is keen to give as many people as possible the chance to contribute to the consultation. He'll consider all suggestions made to him when drawing up the terms of reference. He will then make a recommendation to the Prime Minister, who, under the Inquiries Act, is responsible for setting out the terms of reference. Can I do so in a second? I will give way again, but I wish to finish this section, if I may, first. Because Sir Martin said, and I'm going to quote him at length here, because this, I think, is at the heart of many of the issues that have arisen. He said, "I'm determined to establish the causes of the tragedy and ensure that the appropriate lessons are learned. To do this, the inquiry will need to examine all relevant circumstances leading up to and surrounding the fire at Grenfell Tower in order to understand its causes and prevent such a tragedy ever happening again. To produce a report as quickly as possible with clear recommendations for action, I will listen to people and consider a broad range of evidence, including on the role of the relevant public authorities and contractors, in order to help me answer the important questions. I therefore want to hear from people directly affected by the fire and others involved to listen to their views on the shape of the inquiry's work and the questions we should be seeking to answer. This is clearly the right approach to take. Sir Martin has set a deadline for comments of Friday the 28th of July, extended by 2 weeks from the inquiry's original deadline, following discussions between Sir Martin and survivors of the fire and other residents of the estate, which made clear that those affected need more time to respond to the consultation. This extension will allow the inquiry to begin its work in August. I'm sure we're all agreed the sooner the inquiry can begin its work, the sooner we will have the important conclusions of its interim report. It's important to point out that the public and others with an interest will of course be able to feed into the inquiry throughout the course of the inquiry's work by writing to the inquiry or emailing the contact address provided on the inquiry website. And I'll give way in a second. And the terms of reference can always be revised during the course of the inquiry. And this may be likely as the inquiry reflects on what it has learned at the interim report stage before it begins phase 2 of its work. I will give way to
my right honourable friend for giving way, and I'm heartened to hear about the inclusivity of this inquiry, and public safety must be at the forefront. So would my right honourable friend comment on whether he might look back historically, and can he confirm whether the inquiry will look into the effectiveness of the fire regulations and the enforcement regime that was introduced in 2005 and 6 respectively?
Well, my honourable friend raises a valid and important point, and I'm able to assure that the expert panel, which, as I say, covers a range of different expertise, is already looking at that, and that will feed into the inquiry. The honourable gentleman wishes me to give way.
Mr. Speaker, following on exactly from the question from his honourable friend, the building regulations should be due for review, because in this country it's usually 10 years, it's now 11. The Lacono House inquiry recommended in 2013 the building regulation should be reviewed. The government has been saying since 2011 and after Lacono House they would be done by this year. We do not have to wait for a public inquiry to say the building regulations should be reviewed. When can we expect the working party to be recalled to show that that work is underway now?
Well, I appreciate the honourable gentleman has huge experience and expertise in this particular area, and I can assure him that one of the things the expert panel is doing is seeing if there is any advice that needs to be given very urgently to the Secretary of State, which needs to be acted on. So that's one of the things the expert panel is doing.
Secretary of State giving way. He's right that there should be this consultation on the remit to try to help rebuild trust of the local community in the inquiry. But is he prepared to go further? Should there not be an advisory panel that has genuine community members that are diverse and are from the community to advise the panel?
The right honourable gentleman may know that there is already, if you like, something similar to what he suggested, a group called Grenfell United, which has brought together many of the groups, which indeed my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, and the Minister met last night for a long and extensive meeting. So I can assure him that the views of those most affected are obviously being fed into Sir Martin directly, but they also are having direct communication with the Secretary of State as well. In terms of the potential appointment of panel members, the priority at this stage is for consultation on the terms of reference, which once agreed will allow the inquiry to start work. The Chair will then want to consider what other expert assistance might be required and how that should be provided to the inquiry, including the process of consultation. But I want to assure the House that government work is already in hand to address issues highlighted by this terrible tragedy. DCLG and the Cabinet Office are working together across the piece and the wider building safety programme, which I know honourable members on all sides have been concerned about. DCLG has written to local councils and housing associations calling for checks to social housing. A survey of the public sector estate began on the 28th of June with a request both for government departments and arm's-length bodies to review all public buildings in line with provided guidance and to submit samples for testing from priority buildings with aluminium composite material cladding. The Cabinet Office...
Thank you very much indeed for giving way. I would like to ask the First Secretary if he's aware that a lot of the advice actually from DCLG has been quite contradictory. So we appeared initially to be informed that certain kinds of cladding had to be removed. That then seemed to change to a position where certain kinds of cladding could still be safe as part of fire-safe systems. We then, after that, also had a lack of clarity about whether that testing regime was compulsory, which appeared to be the initial position. Now we've been informed that actually the department was responding to landlords' concerns. Is the First Secretary aware that this kind of flip-flopping is causing a lot of confusion and concern, including to tenants?
The expert panel, which I've mentioned on a number of occasions, who are precisely the people to provide the advice, are continuing to provide advice. Their advice has been consistently followed by the department because clearly they have the expertise to do so. So as they may well discover more and decide that advice needs to change, but it is all done on the basis of experts in fire safety who are independent of government. that one first. You first.
I'm grateful for the First Secretary giving way. As somebody who grew up in a two-bed council block of flats, the traditional advice was always to stay put and await rescue. Right. I wonder how many souls perished following the traditional advice that tenants took, and is that advice changing?
That is clearly an issue that may well be addressed by Sir Martin in the public inquiry. That's clearly the appropriate forum for that sort of investigation to be made. Give way to the Honourable Lady.
I'm grateful to the First Secretary. Even as we speak, even before this inquiry has begun, there continue to be new tower blocks being constructed and developed in my constituency and around the country. Can the First Secretary say what new advice has been issued both to planning authorities and those who monitor construction standards and to the building industry?
The expert panel has published new advice, which was published last week, which with a memorandum of understanding about what should be done about new blocks. So that issue has very directly been addressed since over the past month. Returning to the issues, one more.
I thank you for giving way. Just in relation to the points that have just been raised, I have constituents who, people with disabilities who live on higher floors in tower blocks who have raised great concerns about what they should do in the event of an emergency, where they have been given sometimes conflicting advice about whether people in wheelchairs should be, for example, be getting lifts and using lifts, which I think goes contrary to advice. So would he encourage issues to do with people with disabilities on higher floors also be part of some of the extended inquiry work?
Yeah, and I mean, there are, as she will know, already rules in place to cover precisely that type of thing. And obviously, the best advice is that those rules should be obeyed. The fire safety advisors are obviously looking at what happened and what should happen in future, but it will be the local fire safety authorities that give that advice. And I'm sure that all of them will have been looking very carefully at the advice they've been given, particularly to, as she says, people who are in wheelchairs and so on, who clearly will be very understandably concerned at whether they're getting the right safety advice. So I would advise her to talk to her local fire safety officials. If I can return to the actions that have been taken over the past month, the Cabinet Office has established a cross-government working group, the Public Estates Response Group, with a technical subgroup to ensure that all technical advice is understood and is being properly applied. Government is ensuring full engagement and alignment with activity in the devolved administrations, because I'm conscious that they will be particularly concerned about this as well. DCLG has, as I said, formed an expert advisory panel made up of a ranging of building and fire safety experts to advise government on any immediate action required to ensure buildings are safe. And the Cabinet Office is working with DCLG's expert panel and others to establish a remediation plan and next steps towards the review of building regulations that several honourable members have asked for. All of this work is underway outside the inquiry's timetable, so its completion won't be dependent on publication of the inquiry's report. I know that some of those affected by this terrible event are concerned that an inquest would be more appropriate than an inquiry, and that the inquiry might delay identification of those who died. I can reassure them that there will be an inquest. The coroner, Dr. Fiona Wilcox, is already investigating the deaths. This is a statutory duty. Once the identification of each of the deceased has been completed, I understand that the coroner will open the inquest into each individual death and then adjourn proceedings pending the outcome of other investigations, including the inquiry. The coroner will consider the inquiry's recommendations to determine whether to resume the inquests. Therefore, this process won't delay the formal identification of victims. And I should also reassure those who want a criminal investigation into this terrible tragedy that this is in hand. The Metropolitan Police announced the investigation on the 16th of June. It's one of the largest and most complex investigations ever undertaken by the Metropolitan Police, with around 250 specialist investigators currently engaged. I hope that honourable members will be reassured by the clear statements about the investigation from the Metropolitan Police. Detective Superintendent Fiona McCormack said on the 23rd of June that the investigation would identify and investigate any criminal offence. And of course, given the deaths of so many people, we are considering manslaughter as well as criminal offences and breaches of legislation and regulations. A point reinforced on Monday by Assistant Commissioner Martin Hewitt, who said the investigation we are conducting is a criminal investigation that quite obviously is starting from the potential that there was something that effectively amounts to the manslaughter of those people. It's clear that this will be a rigorous, detailed investigation. The police are determined that if wrongdoing has occurred, the perpetrators will be brought to justice. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Grenfell Tower Inquiry's task is of the utmost importance to establish the facts and make recommendations about the action needed to prevent a similar tragedy happening again. The Government will provide the inquiry with all the resources it needs to complete its work thoroughly and rapidly. This was a terrible tragedy. We must learn the lessons to ensure nothing like it can happen again.
Yeah. The question is that this House has considered the Grenfell Tower Fire Inquiry. John Healey.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today is 4 weeks to the day since the truly dreadful Grenfell Tower fire, the worst fire and greatest loss of life in this country, at least since the London Blitz. 158 families have lost their homes, many others have lost loved ones, and all are struggling with the horror and the trauma of losing family members, of their own escape, and of being left with absolutely nothing. And this is the time when they should feel they can look to their council and their government for help, as well as to the overwhelming solidarity and support of their local community. But so many don't, and so many feel they simply can't trust those in authority to listen to them and to do what they promise. So this is a very strong message to ministers, to Kensington and Chelsea Council, and to the chair of the Prime Minister's Public Inquiry. Madam Deputy Speaker, today is 1 week on from the Prime Minister's deadline for everyone affected to be found a home nearby, yet just 4 of the 158 families from Grenfell Tower have moved into a fresh home, and this is only temporary. Today is 24 days on from the start of the government's testing programme, when the Prime Minister said we can test over 100 buildings a day, yet only 224 tests have been done, almost all on one type of filler in one type of cladding. Today is 4 years and 4 months on since 2 official coroner's reports following other fatal tower block fires, yet the government is still failed to act on their recommendations. And today is almost 3 weeks since the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "We simply haven't given enough attention to social housing," and yet, in her speech yesterday, crying out for ideas, any ideas for a domestic policy programme, there was no mention of housing and no mention of the words social housing. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the measure of the government's response to the Grenfell Tower tragedy. Too slow to act, too slow to grasp the gravity and the complexity of the problems, one step off the pace at every stage. So let me spell out to the First Minister and his colleagues. This is the pledge that this party makes, as the official opposition, above all to the survivors and the relatives of the families from Grenfell Tower. We will not rest until all those who need help and a new home have it. We will not rest until all those culpable have been brought fully to account. And we will not rest until all measures needed to make sure this can never ever happen again are fully in place. Now we welcome the Prime Minister's public inquiry. We welcome what the First Minister said this afternoon about this debate, helping to inform the terms of reference and the way the inquiry will be conducted. We will make a submission to the Prime Minister on the terms of reference, and we will recommend an approach like the Macpherson inquiry with panel members appointed with a deep experience in community relations to help overcome this serious gulf in trust that many in the North Kensington community feel. Let me turn to housing and the help for the survivors. The pledges the government have made to the families and the survivors: no strings financial assistance, open access to trauma counselling, guaranteed school places, no legal action on immigration status or subletting, and rehousing, are all welcome and all important. But there's still a big gap between what ministers are saying to us in this House and what the residents and community in North Kensington are saying is happening to them. On housing, how is it 1 week after the Prime Minister's deadline that only 4 families have moved into a fresh home and 13 others have been offered somewhere they feel they can say yes to? Who is, let me finish this point, of course I'll give way, who is finding, checking and offering this temporary accommodation? Who's providing the reassurance needed for the families? Who is in charge? I give way.
I thank him for giving way. And he's making a good point. And of course, these people and their homes and rehousing them is of the utmost importance. But to politicise about the figures and to argue, I don't know where the honourable member is getting his figures from, but I was led to believe that 139 people had received offers of accommodation, and many families have agreed not yet to engage because they're not quite ready, so we can't force them to either. So I'm not sure where the statistics are coming from, or whether this scaremongering about statistics is actually helping solve the actual problem that this government is getting on with doing.
Well, the First Secretary's speech to this House was actually fact and figure free. And if I'm wrong about the fact that only 4 of these families, after nearly 1 month, have actually moved into a fresh home, a temporary home, the rest are still in hotels, then he can get up and he can correct me. But he isn't. And as far as the Honourable Lady says, scaremongering and political point scoring, it is precisely the decisions and policies of those in power that the Grenfell Tower residents want challenged. And it is precisely the questions of policy, of ideology, of responsibility in government that lie at the heart of the deep changes needed to fix the housing crisis in this country, and her own Prime Minister has recognised that. I give way to the First Secretary.
Just to clear up any confusion there is in the honourable gentleman's mind, 159 families have been offered. As my honourable friend said, rightly, some of those have said, and I heard the Leader of Kensington Council say this morning, some of those have said that they don't wish yet to make the move into the housing they've been offered. Of course, everyone across the House will recognise that we need to meet those wishes. They have to decide how they can try and cope with this. But I can assure him and the House that 159 of the families identified have been offered, some of them have been offered more than one accommodation. That commitment has been met.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the Secretary of State may want to set the record entirely straight when he winds up this debate. I'd take the First Secretary's at his word for now. But last week we were told there were 158 families who lost their homes in the Grenfell Tower, that 139 had been offered accommodation by the Prime Minister's deadline. Last week only 3 had moved out. This week, today, 4 weeks on, 4 have moved out, and only a further 13 have actually been given offers that they feel they can accept. There is a huge gap between what ministers are saying here and what residents are saying there. That is the problem, and the question to the First Secretary and the Secretary of State: who is sorting this out? Who's in charge? Who's responsible for this continuing failure to provide the homes and the start again that people need, because I'm sure he would accept a hotel room is no home and temporary accommodation is no place to try to rebuild a shattered life. So the top and the urgent priority must be for ministers to find the permanent homes that are needed. Now, we welcome the 68 homes in Kensington Row that now will be available as social housing for the residents of Grenfell Tower. The rest, I'll just finish this point and then I'll give way. The rest could be done straightforwardly by doing a deal with local housing associations to make new homes available, by leasing or buying vacant private properties in the area, and by funding the council to build or acquire the new homes needed. They might even force Kensington and Chelsea to use some of its reported £274 million in reserves to take this urgent priority action. I give way to my honourable friend.
Most of the residents who've been decanted are in budget hotels. I know because I visited a number who were unceremoniously dumped in my borough by Kensington and Chelsea without money or change of clothes or anything of that kind, and have been there for 4 weeks. None of those people, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are there because they want to be there. They're there because they haven't been made appropriate offers. So when my honourable friend agree with me, we should stop hearing this sophistry from the other side about this, and they should get on with offering decent, permanent homes to people who've suffered extraordinary trauma.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I entirely agree with my honourable friend, and he speaks from a very special authority as a neighbouring MP who has spent a great deal of the last 4 weeks in the North Kensington community, working alongside our honourable friend, the new member for Kensington, to try and support and give voice to the concerns of residents and survivors. Let me move on to safety testing. It is totally unacceptable, 4 weeks on from the Grenfell Tower fire, that ministers still don't know and can't say how many of the country's other tower blocks are unsafe. And the government's testing programme is too slow, it's too narrow, it's too confused. This is a testing programme in chaos. Only 224 tests done when an estimated 530 tower blocks have the same cladding. A total of 4,000 tower blocks across the country. This means 24 days after the start of this testing programme, which we could told could test 100 buildings a day, we find tests have been done on only half the highest risk blocks and fewer than 1 in 20 of the total number of tower blocks around the country. Of course we did well.
Last week, the Secretary of State said that there was no backlog in testing and that tests would be processed within a matter of hours. Given the continuing shortfall in the number of high-rise buildings that have been subject to testing, does he share my absolute bafflement that the government doesn't appear to know where any of this material actually is?
Yes, I share your bafflement. I share it entirely, and I also hear stories of councils and housing associations that want to test their buildings, may not have the same type of cladding, and they simply can't get the tests. And I notice again, the First Secretary's speech and his update to this House was entirely free of any facts or any figures that can update us on the chaos of this testing programme. I give way.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. My honourable friend will be aware that in my constituency, Camden Council has done the testing and as a result has evacuated over 3,000 people from the Chalcots estate. Camden Council is spending its own money trying to make sure that these buildings are fit for purpose before the residents are placed in it again. Does my honourable friend agree that the government should be giving financial support to Camden Council and other such councils after cutting their budget for years on end?
The short answer is yes. The longer answer is that I paid tribute to the quite tough decision that Camden Council had to make in those circumstances. My fear is that other housing associations, other councils, landlords of high-rise blocks around the country will hold back or potentially cut corners because they know they cannot afford to do the works required, either to remove and replace cladding or to make the inside safe and fully fire safety compliant, and that they will do so only because they cannot get a straight answer from this government, a clear commitment to upfront funding where it's needed to make sure this essential work is done. This leaves hundreds of thousands of residents in tower blocks around the country uncertain still whether or not their blocks are safe. And I say to the ministers opposite, I hope they stay for this debate. They will hear from a number of colleagues around the country concerns about the testing system, that it leaves landlords and it leaves residents confused. It's a testing system that isn't meeting the needs of those residents or of those landlords. And we know from the Lacanau house fire that cladding is not the whole problem, nor, I suspect, was it in Grenfell. Yet only one component of one type of cladding has been tested until very recently. No tests on cladding systems, on insulation materials, on the interaction between cladding and insulation, or on the installation and fire breaks between floors. And I say to the First Secretary and the Secretary of State, housing associations across the country, like Bradford, based in communities, can't get their type of cladding tested. So they can't reassure their residents their tower blocks are safe. While councils, like Salford, have stopped stripping off cladding from their high-rise flats because they've got no guidance from government on what to replace it with. Now, I will indeed.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and I want to just make a comment on that point in relation to Hounslow Council, who I would like to commend for the speed with which they were able to declad a block in my constituency, but who have hit some of these concerns about what they will be replacing that cladding with, but also my concern that with the amount of recladding that may take place across the country, that we don't see those who may be producing that cladding jacking up the prices and making it even more expensive to replace.
Well, my honourable friend is right. Her council, like Oxford Council, for instance, at the moment is in the dark. It simply doesn't know what the guidance and advice from government is going to be, and if they take the cladding off, what do they replace it with that they can be certain is safe. Now, ministers have the panel of independent experts. The First Secretary made great play of this, rightly, in his speech. The panel there to advise them on the urgent lessons and action necessary. This is very welcome, and I hope that this panel can help the government get back on track. I hope it can deal with some of the following concerns which ministers will hear from colleagues from other parts of the country. What advice will the government give to landlords, and what reassurance to residents if cladding systems pass the new second round of tests when they may have failed the narrow first test? If cladding fails the government's tests, must it be taken off tower blocks in all circumstances, and will the government cover the costs of taking it down and replacing it? When will councils and housing associations be able to get other cladding or insulation tested? How will the government make sure all internal fire safety works are now being done inside tower blocks meet the highest safety standards? And will the government launch an immediate review into the approved inspectors responsible for building control checks? Who hires them? Who pays them? Who approves their qualifications, starting with all those responsible for signing off the systems being failed by the government's tests? So 4 weeks on, ministers must widen their testing programme, reassure all high-rise tenants that their buildings are safe, or commit to fund the urgent work necessary to make them safe. Now, the clearest warnings that the system of fire safety checks and building controls was failing came more than 4 years ago, following the inquests into fatal tower block fires at Lacanau House and Shirley Towers. Both coroners wrote formal Rule 43 letters to ministers with recommendations to improve fire safety in high-rise buildings. Now, these Rule 43 letters, Madam Deputy Speaker, are only done by coroners when government can prevent further loss of life. That's their importance. Some of the recommendations were simply rejected, like making internal cable supports fire resistant or on-site information about a tower block available for firefighters arriving to fight a blaze. Ministers said they would act on others, but simply haven't. With retrofitting sprinkler systems, the government passed all responsibility onto landlords. And one minister even said in 2014, and I quote, "We believe that it is the responsibility of the fire industry rather than government." And with overhauling building regulations, the government promised a review, but this didn't happen. And now the housing minister has just told me, and I quote, "This work will now need to be informed by any recommendations that the independent inquiry into Grenfell Tower fire makes." Can I just finish this point here, because it's important. Rather than waiting months or years longer to start this work, ministers must put this right now, act now, start installing sprinkler systems in the highest risk high-rise blocks, and start the overhaul of building regulations which can incorporate any findings from the fire investigations or from the public inquiry. I give way to my friend.
Thank you. Does my right honourable friend, has he picked up the same rumour that I've picked up on the review of the building regulations that went on in CLG? And I've heard that it was paused because there weren't the civil servants able to lead on that work because they were taken off that work because of Brexit and work that needed to be done to look at Brexit. And if that's true, how many other pieces of work that are essential and urgent and safety related are on pause in government right now?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hadn't heard that rumour. I prefer to deal with the facts in front of us. But I have to say, my honourable friend is dead right. There is a serious question of capacity in the Communities and Local Government Department, and there is an even greater question over leadership as well, which I will come on to in a moment. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to turn to the fundamental issues, as the Prime Minister described them, that were raised by the Grenfell Tower fire. Because when a country as decent and well off as ours fails to provide something as basic as a safe home for all its citizens, then things must change. Two areas to start with. First, on regulation. Surely all sides of the House would agree this, that all markets, all consumers, all organisations require regulation. Require regulation to guarantee quality or safety, to ensure fair practices and to stop abuse. Yet this is not the mindset of the current government. Never again can we have a government minister challenged on fire safety measures, as one was after the Camberwell fire, saying it is not the government's responsibility, and justifying this with the government's approach to regulations, 1 in, 2 out rule. And if the Prime Minister and First Secretary are serious about change, then they should start by confirming that this approach has ended with the Cameron-Osborne era of Conservative government.
I will. Making a very important point. He in the House might like to know, when I was a junior business minister, I was asked by people from Number 10, the Cabinet Office, whether we should get rid of the fire safety regulations with respect to girls' and ladies' night dresses, whether we should get rid of the fire regulations related to furniture. I said no, we didn't get rid of them, nor should we. He's absolutely right. We have to change the culture.
Well, I'm grateful for that unexpected support from the Liberal Democrat benches, and he makes a very important specific point that supports the general argument that I'm making this afternoon. Second, Madam Deputy Speaker, on social housing. For decades after the Second World War, there was a national cross-party consensus about the value of social housing to help meet the housing needs and aspirations of many ordinary families. And there was a recognition that in this country, since the Second World War, there's only been 1 year in which we built more than 200,000 homes without the public sector doing at least a third of them. Yet this is also the first government since the Second World War that is providing no funding to help build new social rented housing. And this government has also ended all funding through the Homes and Community Agency programme for decent homes, which is the investment to bring social housing up to scratch. So if the First Secretary and the Prime Minister were serious about social housing, they would lift the cap on councils borrowing to build and maintain their homes, restore central government investment to help build new social housing, guarantee first dibs on new homes for local people, and strengthen the hand of councils to get better deals from big developers for their residents. Now, finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister wants us to contribute rather than just criticise. You have to ask, has she asked her cabinet to contribute? You know, what does the Secretary of State have to contribute to solving the country's housing crisis, to doing more on social housing, to reversing the plunging rate of home ownership in this country, especially for young people, to giving 11 million private renters basic consumer rights, or preventing the rapidly rising level of rough sleeping homelessness on our streets? Where's the plan? Where's the hope? Where's the leadership? And so I say, if the Prime Minister wants a domestic policy programme, if she wants to find common cause and make fundamental changes to government policy, then we stand ready to contribute, and we offer our Labour Housing Manifesto, published last month, as a starter. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the government wants our support for a plan to tackle the country's housing crisis, it must raise its sights. And if ministers want our support for their recovery programme post-Grenfell, then they must raise their game.
Sir Oliver Hill.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I start by saying that I do agree with the honourable gentleman for Wentworth and Dearn on one aspect, which is I think he's right to say that this was an accident which shouldn't have happened in a country like ours. And I do think that he's also right to argue for a national and clear approach that doesn't just concentrate on one issue but looks at all the issues involved. I thought he slightly uncharacteristically was not prepared to accept, or at least it seemed so, that over the years on both sides of the House when in government we've made mistakes in this area. And I think if he thought back to 2005 and 6 when the enforcement regime was weakened and the building regulations changed, I think he might just think, well, was that really tackling the problem on the issue of building houses? The previous Labour government had a deplorable record. So I don't think that he can just be holier than thou in this debate in the way that I thought he was tempted to do. But I would like to start, if I may, just by paying tribute to the local community for all it's done at the Westway Centre. And you know, people were generous, warm-hearted. They put their arms, really, around the victims' families. And I think our thoughts are correctly with the victims and families, but I'd like to just pay tribute to the communities of Latimer Road and the Westway, who I think come out of this very strongly indeed. I mean, it's time that fires which claim lives in high-rise buildings was a thing of the past. And just an experience from my own constituency. In February 2005, there was a fire in Stevenage at Harrow Court, a high-rise flat block, 17 stories. 2 firemen lost their lives, including my constituent, Jeff Warnham, and also a member of the public as well. And Jeff came from a family which is very much committed to public service. He was extremely brave in the fire and actually saved lives. And his loss was felt in my constituency and by his family, friends, and the fire service in Hertfordshire more widely. And this incident led to a fire investigation by Hertfordshire Fire and Rescue Service, which of course is a very good one. It's had a lot of experience of dealing with hazardous materials. It fought the Buncefield fire as well as could have been done. And you know, I think it's generally a highly respected fire and rescue service. And they made recommendations, and one of them was that the UK Fire Service should explore options for high-rise buildings to have provision of sprinklers. And I felt at the time that this was an important matter, and we had a Westminster Hall debate about Hertfordshire firefighters' safety, and the then Fire Minister, Sadiq Khan, met Jeff's father, Robert Warnham, and fire safety experts to discuss the case for sprinklers to be retrofitted to all high-rise blocks, and experts in sprinklers went to the meeting too. Now, this hasn't happened, but Robert Warnham still feels that this is an important way of helping to ensure that there is fire safety in such blocks, and he contacted me recently to say he hoped that this could be back on the agenda. Now, after 2007, the rules were changed for new buildings over 30 metres high, which are required now to be fitted with sprinkler systems. Some local authorities have gone ahead and retrofitted to some of their blocks, as was mentioned by the Honourable Gentleman for Wentworth and Dearne. Coroners on 2 occasions have recommended retrofitting sprinklers, but it hasn't been the general rule, and I think we do need a national approach on this and something that is clear. Now, the British Automatic Fire Sprinkler Association estimates that the cost of fitting a system in Grenfell Tower would have been around £200,000. Now, we need to establish the truth of what happened in Grenfell Tower and make sure that it doesn't happen again. And I do hope that this issue of the retrofitting of sprinkler systems can be firmly and urgently considered, because I do think that it's something which may be long overdue. In terms of the investigations which have been ordered, I mean, there is a police investigation which will look at criminal wrongdoing, but I think it's good that a judicial public inquiry has been announced by the Prime Minister, and the 2 types of investigation have different purposes. Now, public inquiries investigate issues of serious public concern, scrutinising decisions and events, and the Inquiries Act of 2005 ensures that witnesses can be compelled and documents brought forward without any difficulties, and something which didn't happen in other forms of inquiry. But they are different to criminal investigations, but the parallel criminal investigation into the fire by the Metropolitan Police will be informed by the public inquiry, and if, for example, facts and recommendations are made in the public inquiry, if during the course of the investigation the inquiry comes across criminal activity, it will obviously pass that's its duty, to the police. There's been some discussion nationally about the choice of the chair, and I'd just say this, that people come to our country to have their legal issues resolved from all over the world, and they come here because we have independent-minded judges who don't mind telling the government where it gets off and when it's wrong. We have judges who are of the highest quality, and it's a transparent system which people trust, and that's why the English legal system's been copied all over the world, and why people respect it so highly. And you know, our common law system is excellent. And the choice of the chair for this public inquiry was a senior judge. Now, I think if you look at something like Hillsborough, where a senior judge presided, nobody would argue that these judges are not capable of dealing with a complex case and getting right to the heart of the issues. And so the Lord Chancellor asked the Lord Chief Justice for a recommendation of a judge who'd be best suited to the task of leading a public inquiry of this sort. And he recommended Sir Martin Moore-Bick. Now, Sir Martin is one of the most respected judges, extensive experience of trying complex cases, including the investigation of disasters. He was Vice President of the Civil Division of the Court of Appeal, so one of our very most senior judges, until he retired in December. Thorough, he'll get to the heart of the issues. And I think members in all parts of the House are determined that there will be justice for the victims of this tragedy and for their families. And I believe that the combination of a judge-led inquiry and a police investigation will achieve this. And I think you can judge how well a judge is going to run an inquiry by how speedily gets on with the matter in hand. And in this case, I think Sir Martin has shown by immediately consulting, as he opened the consultation on the 5th of July, to establish the terms of reference, but seeking a wide range of views. I think that bodes very well for the inquiry. He wants to hear from those directly affected by the fire, but also those who have a contribution to make. And he's having a series of meetings to listen to the victims' families, survivors and others and take their views. I think it's welcome that the Chair has been so open to ideas and that he said he wants to establish the terms of reference as soon as possible so that the inquiry can begin the process of making sure we know what happened and how to stop it ever happening again. So I'm personally a strong supporter of a judge-led inquiry, and I hope it will be possible to have a relatively early interim report which will deal with some of these key issues like sprinkler systems and cladding, so that we do have that sort of national clear approach which the honourable gentleman opposite mentioned. And so I'm a strong supporter of the inquiry, but I would like to see sprinklers strongly on the agenda.
Joanna Cherry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Scottish National Party welcomed the Government's announcement of a full public inquiry into this terrible tragedy, but we're very clear that, as others have already said, no stone needs to be left unturned in order to ascertain not just the immediate cause of this fire, but the wider causes of what happened and what went wrong, and to ensure appropriate lessons are learned and to get justice for those affected. Our thoughts and sympathies are very much with those who were affected by this terrible tragedy, and it goes without saying that we pay tribute to the bravery and professionalism of the first responders and the emergency services who dealt with the matter. I want to address, though, the scope and the nature of the inquiry. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm glad to say that the days when inquiries in the United Kingdom were establishment whitewashes are, I think, long over. I don't think our modern society could tolerate the sort of cover-up we saw in the now notorious Widgery Tribunal after the Bloody Sunday massacre, or the delay that occurred before the Hillsborough families found justice. However, we should always be mindful that the history of inquiries in this country has seen many examples of justice being delayed and justice being denied altogether. And it seems to me that this most often happens where those affected by death and disaster come from amongst the ranks of those who do not have wealth, power or influence in our society. And I'm thinking about the fleeing, unarmed Catholic civilians who were shot dead by the army on Bloody Sunday whilst protesting for their basic civil rights, and the innocent Liverpool football fans who were unlawfully killed at Hillsborough whilst going about their lawful business and then wrongfully blamed as being the cause of their own deaths for so many years. Now, these two incidents are very different from the Grenfell Tower Inquiry, but I was very struck by the words of one Grenfell survivor, which were recently brought to my attention by the Scottish journalist and commentator Leslie Riddick. The man's name was Mahad Egal, and he told the BBC, and I quote, "We are not poor people, we are working class people, we are leaseholders, we are homeowners, we pay tax, we pay council tax, we make the economy turn while the rich put us into hazardous positions." And he went on to say, "I'm not going to hold back. We have been neglected from the get-go, and we are neglected still." Now, these words may be uncomfortable for some to hear, but they can't and should not be ignored, as they come from a survivor and someone who lived in the tower block. And I believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that underlying this tragedy is the stark contrast in our society between those who have wealth, power and influence and those who don't. And what I mean by that is, it seems to me at least unthinkable that those with power, wealth and influence would have been condemned to live in accommodation which seems to have been such a death trap. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I say that this tragedy raises very real questions about the inequalities in our society and the inadequate provision of social housing in cities such as London. And there is a very real issue as to whether the inquiry is going to be of adequate scope, not just to address the immediate causes of the fire and its rapid spread, but also systemic issues underlying the tragedy. And so the terms of reference are vital, and it's vital that the participants have confidence in the chair, and it's vital that all participants have adequate funding to ensure representation and equality of arms. And I want to look at each of those issues in turn. Looking at the terms of reference, the Stephen Lawrence inquiry is often considered as an exemplar of what an inquiry should do. And it's worth remembering there that the terms of reference in that inquiry were simply matters arising from the death of Stephen Lawrence. Now, in this case, the survivors are concerned about some comments from the judge chosen to chair the inquiry, which suggested at an earlier stage that the inquiry will be restricted to issues relating how the fire started, rather than examining wider issues about the Grenfell Tower, the Council, central government and the management and funding of social housing. Now, I note that the Community Secretary told this House, I think last week, that the government expect the inquiry to be as broad and wide-ranging as possible, and the Minister has addressed today the way that there can be input into the framing of the terms of reference. But what's not clear to me is whether this House will be able to scrutinise or have any input into the final framing of those terms of reference. And in my view, a way should be found to enable this to happen. Because the Grenfell fire raises issues which concern all of the public across the UK and our constituents. And I've got constituents who've written to me who are concerned about the extent of the death toll, its composition, which seems to include the poor, immigrants, elderly people, disabled, undocumented, people who are sometimes forgotten in our society. And members of the public, such as my constituents who have written to me, are also concerned that the fact seems to be that a refurbishment budget for this block was spent with an emphasis on cladding that was pleasing to the eye rather than fire safe, and a suggestion that not enough was spent on fire safety measures. And the public are also concerned about the adequacy of the response to the fire. People have said, where was the publicly funded infrastructure dealing with relief? Where was the plan for the aftermath of this? So we need to make sure that the terms of reference of the inquiry encompass these matters, whilst also making sure that the interim report deals with the immediate fire safety issues. We should never forget, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the decades of failure to investigate properly what happened at Hillsborough began with the controversial decision by the coroner in the inquest to close off certain questions from proper investigation. So I believe we must be very careful here not to close off certain questions arising from how this fire came about from proper investigation. Now, turning to the chair, the problems with the child abuse inquiry show us it's vital to have a chair who commands the confidence of the victims. Now, as a lawyer, I'm not going to cast any aspersions on Sir Martin Moore-Bick's ability to chair the inquiry, but the concerns of the residents about his ability must be respected and listened to, because if there's doubt surrounding public confidence in his suitability, then that cannot be ignored, because it will undermine the efficacy of the inquiry. Now, as the Honourable Member for Kingston... Yes, I'll give way.
This is a judge who's dealt with the most complex matters, disasters. The Honourable Lady knows about this just as well as I do. Now, for somebody of that sort of ability who's been handpicked to do the job by the Lord Chief Justice, I mean, how can she say that that isn't the right sort of person to run a judicial inquiry?
Exactly. That is not a decision for me. What I am bringing to the House's attention, which is perfectly valid, is the concern of local people about the judge's ability to chair the inquiry. I was very careful to preface that. If the honourable gentleman just let me develop my point. The honourable member for Kingston and Surbiton, who's no longer in his place, made the point that what's required here is a properly diverse expert panel to sit along the inquiry judge, alongside him, to advise on a variety of issues. And a local organisation, BME Lawyers for Grenfell, have made a number of demands which include that there should be such a properly diverse panel, and that it will advise on issues including housing need, fire and safety construction. Now, I respectfully suggest, if that suggestion is followed, doubts about the ability of the judge may be allayed. Well, whether the bench is opposite like it or not, it's absolutely vital that the people affected by this disaster have confidence in the ability of the constitution of the inquiry to bring about a just result. We do not need to look very far back in British history to see many examples where that has not happened and which shame us. Now, I'm going to continue to develop my point, and I'll give way in a moment. I and others I'm asking, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that the Minister give serious consideration to the demand that in addition to the judge there should be an expert panel which is properly diverse and is of the proper expertise to advise on issues concerning housing need and fire and safety construction. Now, issues concerning housing need are not necessarily something that we lawyers are experts on. We maybe need a bit of assistance about that from somebody who is. That's the point I wish to make. I'll give way again, yes.
In our country, people, take cases against the government to our courts the whole time, and the judges are very keen to do the cases properly. They kick back the government on numerous occasions, as everybody in this House knows. Is she really saying that this is a judge, one of the most senior in our country, who isn't going to be able to do an independent, objective job of the highest quality?
Well, as has been said by my colleague from a secretary position, that's not what I've said. What I have said, and of course this is not a litigation, this is a public inquiry. All I am saying is the government have already accepted that there requires to be a panel of advisers. The point I am making is actually quite a simple point, which is that the panel of advisers should be of suitable expertise and diversity to inspire confidence. Now, another thing that's required to ensure justice is done is to make sure that not only victims but also tenants groups are given public funding for independent and separate legal representation, sufficient to enable them to have a voice equal to that of local and national government and the private management company. Now, this is a simple matter of human rights and equality of arms, and I was very pleased that when I asked the Prime Minister about this on the 22nd of June, she said that although the way in which the inquiry is conducted is ultimately a matter for the Chair, she said that for those who require legal representation, that will be funded by the government, and she wasn't going to set any limits in relation to the types of body or the individuals for whom funding would be available. And therefore, Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome what she said, because although the question of funding and proper representation is a matter for the inquiry, it can only work well within the constraints imposed on it by the Treasury. And if the tenants' groups aren't represented in this inquiry, then I fear justice will not seem to be done. Finally, I want to turn, before I say something briefly about the position of the devolved administrations, which the Minister alluded to, I want to turn briefly to the question of the recommendations of the inquiry being properly implemented. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would suggest that it's vital that this House is empowered to make sure that the recommendations are implemented promptly, because important recommendations are not always implemented promptly. We've already heard about the recommendations of after the Lacanau House fire. But after a tower block fire in Irvine in Scotland in 1999, just before devolution, a select committee of this House recommended that all cladding on high-rise dwellings should be non-combustible. Now, subsequent to devolution, that report was taken seriously by Scottish housing authorities, and building regulations in Scotland were duly amended in 2005. So all new high-rise domestic buildings in Scotland are fitted with non-combustible cladding or a cladding system that meets stringent fire tests. And since 2005, new high-rise domestic buildings are fitted with sprinklers. Now, the same recommendation was seen as optional south of the border, and it appears now that that has had tragic consequences. So it's vital, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this House finds a way to make sure that the inquiry's recommendations are properly implemented. Now, just briefly, yes.
I thank honourable friend for giving me a pay tribute, join the tributes that have been already paid to the victims and the first responders. There are many people in Scotland and indeed in my constituency who still live in tower blocks, and despite and as well as the reassurances that she's provided, they nevertheless will be looking to the recommendations that come from this report. Does she agree that there will be lessons to be learned across the UK, and it's important that assurances are provided not just to the kind of constituents that she mentioned earlier, but to people particularly who continue to live in tower blocks?
Yes, I entirely agree with my honourable friend. I've got many tower blocks in my constituency, and I was very pleased that the City of Edinburgh Council in very early course had all elected representatives in to tell us what investigative steps that they were taking to make sure that these high-rise blocks were safe. Now, of course, as I've indicated, Scottish building standards are devolved, and the Scottish Government has already set up a ministerial working group to make sure that our buildings are up to scratch and to make sure that the Fire and Rescue Service are satisfied with the standards in all local buildings. And I'm pleased to say that all 32 local authorities in Scotland have been able to confirm that none of the high-rise domestic properties that they own have used the type of cladding that we understand was used on Grenfell Tower. But the Scottish Government's not been complacent about this, and the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service will continue to carry out additional operational assurance visits to high-rise buildings. And the Scottish Government is going to continue to monitor the situation in Scotland, gathering information from Scottish local authorities and taking a proactive and safety-first approach to this issue whilst we await for information from the investigation into this fire in London. But really the point I seek to make in my contribution today is that it is vital that the way in which this inquiry is set up, the framing of the terms of reference, the way in which the expert panel that's going to advise the chair is chosen, is made up, and the funding that's made available to all relevant participants, those things are vital for justice to be seen to be done, and we can't cut corners on any of them. There's widespread concern across the United Kingdom about the whole circumstances surrounding this fire, and the public and all of our constituents, but most particularly the people local to this fire, need to be satisfied that justice is both done and also seen to be done.
Sir David Amos.
The House struggles on occasions like this really to get the tone of a debate right. When members of this place awoke on the 14th of June, we would have all been horrified by what we witnessed, and how on earth those residents are coping with the tragedy, I just don't know. And I pay an immediate tribute to the local Member of Parliament, who hasn't been here for very long, but in no time at all has done her very best to support local residents. So congratulations to her, and I think the House will come together, at least on that point. There are no words, really, that are adequate to describe our feelings on this horror. It started on the 4th floor, at 1 a.m. in the morning, when most of the residents were asleep. And then within half an hour, a towering inferno took place. And to turn on the TV screens in the morning and see what happened, it was just truly shocking. And this was just a month ago. Now, this House has a huge responsibility, Madam Deputy Speaker, in this debate, how we deal with this matter. And I think the tone must be moderate. Recently, there was an article written by Nick Ross. Now, he's not someone I know personally, but he is someone who appears on TV as a commentator. And he said, "No one has a right to monopoly on anger or grief. For 15 years, I have been campaigning to update building regulations in England to improve fire safety and to have sprinklers fitted routinely to council and other social housing. And I can't recall a single government minister or opposition frontbencher, Labour, Conservative or Liberal Democrat, who ever campaigned with us. 3 times I've addressed the local government association, pointing out how the risks are disproportionate in subsidised housing. It's the poor what gets the flame, as 3 times they applauded and did absolutely nothing." Now I come to my honourable friend, the Minister. Ministers are mostly here today and gone tomorrow, but I hope my honourable friend will be around for a little time. And few would claim to be expert in their briefs, except for those who know it all, because they are gripped by rigid ideology. Most ministers, Madam Deputy Speaker, do listen to their advisers. So if there is any group whose actions allowed the catastrophe to happen, it was these advisers. And ministers took the advice. And finally, Mr. Ross says in his article, sprinklers are not invincible. They can't function if the water supply fails. But, and this is the truth that makes me so angry, no one ever dies from fire when a home is protected by automatic sprinklers. That's why in the United States they're spending or installing 40 million a year. But let's not be persuaded that the risk is only in high-rise towers. There are 300 to 400 fire deaths a year, and most victims live in low-rise properties. We need sprinklers in all social housing, care homes and multi-occupation premises, including schools. And let's not forget our hospitals. There is a terrible anger after Grenfell. Instead of trading political insults, we must put it to good use. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we politicians are often criticised. We take the blame for most things that happen. And we've been criticised for not acting as far as this particular issue is concerned. But that cannot be said of the all-party parliamentary fire safety and rescue group. And I'm delighted that there are a number of members present in the House who are very active members of the group. Unfortunately, we lost 1 or 2 members in the last election, but it's been going for a very long time. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't know whether colleagues are experts. We found out this morning that one newly elected a Scottish Conservative member was a former firefighter, and no doubt he will bring his own expertise. But most of us aren't experts, but we have depended since 1986 on 2 marvellous secretaries, first of all Douglas Smith, and then in 2013 Ronnie King took over. And time after time, as the honourable member who's the vice chairman of the group for Poplar and Canning Town said in an earlier intervention, we asked ministers to look at the Lacanau recommendation about the retrofitting of sprinklers, and we asked for the building regulations to be reviewed after 11 years. Now, my honourable friend, the Minister, who I think will be replying to the debate, has already met members of the group. And this morning it was agreed that I put a number of points to my honourable friend, the Minister, which I hope he will consider. Without prejudice to the public inquiry or the police criminal investigation, the all-party group wants to respond to the Secretary of State's invitation to submit measures which can be put in place immediately to keep people safe. So I entirely accept the frustration of opposition members that something needs to be done now, and we don't need to wait to the outcome of the public inquiry for that to happen. So I hope my honourable friend the Minister will reflect on that, because one such measure is to commence the long-promised review of approved document B to the building regulations forthwith, and in particular to seek an immediate reinstatement of the provisions of Section 20 of the London Building Acts insofar as they are required a 1-hour fire resistance to outside walls of blocks of flats. It's crazy that we no longer have those regulations. And the Minister will face the test. He will be given advice. Well, unless it's in the affirmative, I hope the Minister will make his own decision and will agree with the all-party parliamentary group's recommendation.
Would my honourable friend give way? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend obviously understands these things better than me, but one thing that has really worried me about this tragedy, and I question it, is if there were sprinklers inside the building and the building went on fire outside it, would people have survived despite the fact that the building outside was aflamed? And that worries me. I don't know whether there's an answer, but it seems to me they might have done.
Well, my honourable friend makes an interesting point. All I would say is people do not lose their lives when sprinklers are fitted, and that's the point. The second thing that the committee...
On that point, I don't know. Does my honourable friend think that it just speaks volumes that in 2007 we said every new building should have a sprinkler system? Yeah.
Well, I'll come to my right honourable friend's point, but I also want the Minister to hear, because it's not his department, it's crazy that it isn't mandatory for all new school buildings to have sprinklers fitted. and this is something we've got to address as a matter of urgency. And again, I hope the Minister, if he doesn't get the advice which I certainly want him to be given, I hope that he will make a contrary decision and recommend that all new school buildings have sprinklers fitted. Now, the second thing we... Sir.
And I'm grateful for his comments in regard to sprinkler systems in schools, but would he agree with me that it is also imperative that the regulations are changed to cover student accommodation? Because, as I understand it, tower blocks above 30 metres will now be fitted with sprinklers, but student accommodation over that height does not qualify for sprinklers, and that can't be right. Now, I hope my friend would agree with me on that point.
Well, I certainly do agree, and the Minister's heard what is said. As I understood, every building over 30 metres must have sprinklers fitted. So if the honourable member is right, and he was at our meeting this morning, I hope at some stage when the Minister winds up, a note will be passed to determine whether or not the honourable member is right. But as far as I understand, that can't be the situations. The second point the committee agreed, without prejudice to the public inquiry or the police criminal investigation, we want to support the recommendation of the coroners at Southwark and Southampton arising from the Lacanal House and Shirley Towers tower block, which the opposition spokesman mentioned, whereby both coroners recommended in a letter to the Secretary of State that the Department for Communities and Local Government encourages providers of housing in high-risk residential buildings containing multiple domestic premises to consider the retrofitting of sprinkler systems. So I hope my honourable friend will deal with that. And then in a letter to the then CLG Minister, which the committee wrote on the 1st of May 2014, we drew the Minister's attention to Ronnie King's personal involvement with the Lacanal House Coroner's Inquest, whereby clarification was given from the department that the current building regulations allowed the composite panels under the external wall windows sets of such tower blocks not to have any fire resistance. I mean, this is absolutely crazy. And that this weakness in the regulations remains uncorrected today, despite the upward spread of fire which occurred, resulting in the deaths of 6 people. Under the current building regulations guidance approved document B, the external walls of tower blocks need only have a classification O, surface spread of flame with no fire resistance. Now look, the House wouldn't expect the Minister to be an expert on all these matters, and he's got to take advice from somewhere, but I hope he understands the frustration of the All-Party Parliamentary Fire Safety Committee's recommendations being ignored, because this fire should never have happened. It should never have happened if notice had been taken of the recommendations that were made. Now, as I come to draw my remarks to a conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Home Office Minister, who is not in his place at the moment, said we may be looking at a system failure built up over many years, which we now have to address urgently. Over many years, and perhaps against a backdrop of, as data shows, a reduced risk in terms of fire, in terms of number of incidents and deaths, maybe as a system some complacency has crept in. Well, it certainly hasn't crept in as far as the All-Party Parliamentary Group is concerned. And I don't know anything about the judge who's been appointed to lead the inquiry, but he was certain.
New member, I've heard that the Fire Brigade Union have talked a lot about the cuts to services and deregulation of the fire regulations, and I hear you talking a lot about sprinklers here. Would you agree with me that those cannot have failed to have an impact, and they've actually happened on your watch? And I have to say further to that, I'm a bit disappointed actually about how many people are not on your benches for this debate. It's absolutely crucial and they should be here.
Yeah. Well, as far as the Fire Brigade Union is concerned, I know the General Secretary, and I'm meeting him shortly to find out in further detail precisely what his criticisms are. and I can assure the honourable member that the All-Party Parliamentary Fire and Safety Group will raise any issues which the Fire Brigades Union mentions to us. As far as attendance on these benches are concerned, in time the Honourable Lady will have a view on attendance in this House. Going back a long time, all the benches were packed, and I can only say that I regret that on this occasion, given that the general public can see this on the parliamentary channel, it's always disappointing when the chamber isn't packed. But I'm afraid over recent years that has been the trend.
The honourable member. Refer the House to my entry in the Register of Interests, but on the issue of the Fire Brigades Union, would he agree with me that they should have call participant status in the inquiry?
Well, the Minister will have heard what the Honourable Lady has said. I can't believe there will not be very close involvement. I don't want to trip myself up if there's already been a discussion on the matter, but I certainly can't see why there can't be real participation in the inquiry. And perhaps the Minister, when he responds, will take that particular point up. So finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I say to my honourable friend, the Minister, the 3 points I really wish to highlight is that building regulations no longer include a requirement for 1 hour fire resistance for outside walls, as was required under the London Building Acts. Now, that has got to be corrected. I think firefighters were horrified in the way this particular disaster took place. The second point is the testing of cladding. It costs £10,000 to fire test a 30-metre cladded wall. Most testing is done on the desktop, which doesn't take into account materials used underneath or between cladding, such as wood. I hope my honourable friend the Minister will look at that point. And finally, the retrofitting of sprinklers over the past year. In 100% of cases where sprinklers have activated, they have controlled or extinguished the fire. So I welcome the fact that there is to be a public inquiry, and I say again to my honourable friend the Minister, do please now not only listen to the recommendations of the all-party parliamentary group, but act on them.
Order. We have plenty of time for this debate, and there are a lot of people who wish to take part. I should also tell the House that I have notification of several new members who would like to make their maiden speeches. I would like to be able to manage without a formal time limit, especially for the benefit of people making their maiden speeches. That means, like, calculate 10 minutes and then stop a bit earlier. I know it's amazing how difficult people find arithmetic once they're on their feet. I will try to help them, but if we could just keep to around about 9 minutes, then everyone will have an opportunity to speak without a formal time limit. And I know that I can rely on Mr. Clive Betts to do this perfectly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is the most appalling tragedy, and I'm sure our hearts go out to everyone who lost their lives, their friends and their families, and everyone who has been traumatised by this appalling event and have now been displaced and are homeless. The only good that can come out of this is if we learn lessons about what happened, we learn them quickly and make sure it never happens again. In terms of the practicalities of that, I want first of all address the issue of funding for putting right tower blocks up and down this country where there are deemed now to be failures and non-safe situations. I was worried by the First Secretary's conditions he put on the funding that might be available. He was challenged. Initially he said that of course the government would fund any necessary safety work that was deemed necessary by the local fire authority. He then withdrew from that statement and said the government would fund it where the local authority can't afford it. That's a very, very important condition. Will the Minister explain precisely what that means, what the criteria are which will lead to government funding, and where local authorities will be asked to find it themselves? And we have to see this, don't we, in the context of local authority finances as a whole. Not merely the cuts to local authority budgets, but this work to social housing will come not out of the general fund, but out of the housing revenue account. Funding for social housing was cut by more than any other expenditure in 2010. It was cut by 60%. There is not a penny of government money for either new social housing or for decent homes work or any remedial work in social housing in the current spending round. Local authorities have been asked to find it all themselves. Of course, yes.
Very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. But on that point, is it his understanding, therefore, that any works that are paid for at a local level will effectively be paid for by tenants out of their rents and by leaseholder contributions? And does he also agree that the basic repairs and maintenance budgets for local authority social housing have already been cut by 20% since 2010?
Absolutely, and that's precisely the point I was going to go on to, that coming out of the housing revenue account, the housing revenue account, of course, is funded from rents, and in 2015 budget, the government decided that rents would not rise by CPI plus 1%, would actually fall by 1% a year. It's estimated that that will have a massive effect of around many billions of pounds, around £40 billion over a 30-year period, in terms of less income coming into housing revenue accounts. Of course, housing revenue accounts can borrow money, councils can borrow money, but that borrowing is capped by the government as well. So the government caps the rents and the government caps borrowing. So where can local authorities go to find the money, in the Minister's terms, to show that they can afford to do this work? All they can do is to cut other planned expenditure on the maintenance of other social housing. Solving one problem will simply lead to other problems unless government is prepared to find the money. It's as simple as that. And I would hope the Minister would reflect very seriously on this, that local authorities shouldn't be having to come to show that they can either not build a few social houses that they were going to build and not going to cut back on maintenance programmes to prove they can afford to provide extra money to do necessary work on tower blocks. But the government will come forward and say that all necessary work approved by local fire authorities on tower blocks to make them safe will now be eligible for extra government money. It's a very simple request. The Minister can say yes to that and actually resolve an awful lot of concerns and difficulties in this debate. And it is a slightly wider context, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we simply got to start viewing social housing differently. There is a tendency in the last few years to see social housing as poor housing for poor people, and therefore anything will do for the people who live there. And I have to say to ministers, that is a bit reflected by the pay to stay scheme, which fortunately recently the government has now made voluntary for social housing landlords and isn't compulsory. In other words, those who can afford it, slightly better off tenants, shouldn't be in social housing. I disagree with that. Social housing is there for those who need it. And secondly, the proposal to have the sale of high-value council assets. In other words, if council housing is good and decent, it shouldn't be council housing any longer. That is wrong as well. Now, it seems to have been put on the back burner, this proposal, to fund the right to buy for housing association tenants. Again, the Minister can deal with that and say, in future, we are going to have good quality social housing and it's going to remain as social housing for those who need it. That's something else that government can do. I come on then to regulation, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Well, thank you.
I will.
He's making an extraordinarily good case. I hope the Minister does answer the points. It could add perhaps one more point to that, which is to say that where social housing is going to be used for tenants decanted in the case of Grenfell, or indeed in other examples, other types of social affordable housing are going to be used, then that needs to be replaced as well, because otherwise we are again looking for a net loss in social housing.
I think my honourable friend makes an extremely powerful point. Not merely should government be funding the remedial work on tower blocks, but in the case of Grenfell, they should be funding the replacement of social housing as well, to make sure people don't lose out because of it. In terms of regulation, we need an immediate review of fire regulations. That's been called for. The Minister can announce that today and say government will get on with it. I hope who's ever elected chair of CLG Select Committee today, they will take a lead with the new members elected from that committee for the Select Committee to get involved, just as we have in the past on regulations around gas and electrical safety in the home. At times it was a bit like drawing teeth getting ministers to agree to new regulations. And I draw attention to the 2013 Select Committee hearing when Peter Holland, the new fire advisor, came to us. And he was questioned very strongly with the minister about making mandatory the retrofitting of sprinklers. And the minister then said no. And one of the reasons, and it was down in the Westminster Hall debate as well, was that you couldn't have a new regulation unless 2 old regulations were taken off the statute book. What a nonsensical position. Regulations are either necessary or they're not. If regulations are necessary to keep people safe, then they should be implemented without having to wait for 2 others to be cancelled. I hope ministers will rapidly act on this, and I'm pleased that my own authority in Sheffield has decided, in advance of any government statements, to retrofit sprinklers to all its tower blocks. Just coming on to the issue of the test for cladding, and other colleagues have made this point, it shouldn't just be the cladding that's tested in isolation. It has to be the insulation, the fire stops, the fire doors and everything else about the fire safety systems in a tower block. Sheffield has only found 1 of its blocks so far where the cladding has failed. They've done that with the fire service. The fire service, however, has said that because of everything else in that block, they still believe the systems are safe for people to live there. It's a Hanover town block in the constituency of my honourable friend, the member for Sheffield Central. I think Sheffield Council's done very well. They've written with the fire authority to all the tenants, they've had meetings with them, they said anyone wants to move temporarily, they can do if they feel unsafe, they put a 24-hour fire watch in the block, but in the end, they believe it's safe, the fire authority believes it's safe because of the cladding working with the insulation, the fire stops and everything else. So ministers will now look, hopefully, at extending the tests and encouraging local authorities to extend the tests beyond cladding to the whole systems of fire prevention in blocks. And finally, Madam Speaker, with regard to Kensington and Chelsea, will the Minister explain to us why it's a task force and not commissioners? I said the other day, as a localist, commissioners should only be used in extremis. But this is an extreme example of a failure of governance. I will.
I'm grateful for the honourable member because this point hasn't been raised in the debate so far. After the Ariana Grande incident in Manchester, and I'm a Greater Manchester MP, there was a first-class civil contingency response. What does the honourable member think of the civil contingency response in this council after this incident?
I think the council itself and the government have admitted that the response was not adequate. They've spoken on that basis. But I just say to the Minister, why not commissioners? And the explanation that the task force will report to the Secretary of State, but they won't have executive powers. I'd just say to the Minister, this is a recipe for another disaster. When you have mixed lines of accountability and no one is sure who has executive power, that's exactly when things go wrong, because no one's sure who is responsible, everyone leaves it to everyone else, and when something happens, everyone blames everybody else. So please learn the lessons, and can we have an explanation about why commissioners have not been put in this case? It does seem to me the Minister could have acted quickly, and now we've got confusion rather than clarity.
Royston Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to assure the honourable gentleman that I'm following from Sheffield that if he does in fact win the Select Committee chairmanship by 1 vote, that will have been mine, and you're very welcome to it. On a more serious note, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I begin, I would like to, if I may, declare an interest. As set out in the Register of Members' Interests, I'm an unremunerated director of 3S Fire Limited. 3S Fire is a wholly owned subsidiary of Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority. It is a local authority trading company created to help fill the gap left by the shrinking government grant for Hampshire Fire and Rescue Service. 3S Fire returns all of the profits to the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority, and all of the directors are unremunerated. Madam Deputy Speaker, on the 6th of April 2010, a fire broke out on the 9th floor of Shirley Towers in Southampton. I attended as chairman of the Hampshire Fire and Rescue Authority as crews battled to bring the fire under control. The fire was brought under control and 100 people were rescued on that night, but it came at a great cost. 2 firefighters who entered the tower block to rescue residents died after becoming tangled in falling electricity cables. They lost their lives while trying to save others. Those 2 firefighters, Alan Bannon and Jim Shears, demonstrated the very best of our emergency services, and they are still very much missed by everyone who knew them. Madam Speaker, the fire in Shirley Towers happened in 2010. The inquest concluded in 2012, and the coroner issued his letter in April 2013. In that letter, the coroner recommended, and I think we've said some of this, but I'll repeat it because I think it's important, that social housing providers should be encouraged to consider the retrofitting of sprinklers in all existing high-rise buildings in excess of 30 metres in height, particularly those identified by fire and rescue services as having complex designs that make firefighting more hazardous and/or more difficult. After the coroner made his recommendations, Southampton City Council committed to retrofit sprinklers in 3 high-rise tower blocks. However, as the weeks and months passed, there was no move to actually carry out the work. I asked the Council over and over again and was always given assurances that a report was about to be written or funds were being made available, but nothing actually happened. Months and years passed, and then, finally in February 2015, Southampton City Council approved a Cabinet report which said it would commit £1 million of housing revenue account money to retrofit 3 blocks: Shirley Towers, where the fire was, Sturminster House, and Albion Towers, which is in my Southampton Itching constituency. Madam Deputy Speaker, 2.5 years after agreeing the report and allocating the funds, those sprinklers are still not installed. Coincidentally, and the Labour Cabinet member with responsibility for housing in Southampton has assured me it's a coincidence, the sprinklers, which the city promised would be installed in some of the city's most vulnerable blocks over 2 years ago, will soon be fitted. Or at least, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's what I've been told. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition will be visiting Southampton on Saturday. I hope that while he is there, he will ask the Leader of the Labour-controlled Council, who was also the Labour candidate in the last general election, why he has not acted on the coroner's recommendations and carried out the retrofit of sprinklers in the city's high-rise flats. And I hope that on his visit he will explain to the residents of those towers why he and his Shadow Chancellor have sought to politicise the tragedy of Grenfell Tower, but has remained silent when it comes to Labour-controlled Southampton's failure to act on the coroner's recommendations, despite promising those residents they would do so. Mr. Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am confident, or more likely I am hopeful, that Southampton will, 7 years after the Shirley Towers fire, retrofit sprinklers to our tower blocks. Madam Deputy Speaker, the reason for recounting these events is not for political point scoring in the way they may laugh, Madam Deputy Speaker, because that is what they have done from the day this tragic event took place. And I'm not doing this for political point scoring in the way that Labour have sought to do so. But I am doing it for a really important reason, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the inquiry into Grenfell tragedy has concluded, and we know what happened, how it happened, why it happened, the recommendations flowing from that inquiry must be accepted. The government, Madam Deputy Speaker, must act on those recommendations. They must not allow it to drift for year after year in the way it has been allowed to do in Southampton. In the years since Shirley Towers, there have been dozens of fires in Southampton's tower blocks. Dozens. If one of those had turned out like Grenfell or Shirley Towers, there would be no excuse and there would be nowhere for the local authority to hide. If we... I will.
Andre might make a more convincing case if he didn't see it all from one particular vantage point. He says action after this public inquiry. Would you not agree that action should have been taken in the light of what happened at Lakenhall, and explain perhaps why government ministers did not make recommendations in relation to retrofitting and sprinklers after that, despite what the coroner said in his letter? No, you did not. No.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as I understand it, and as I said, there was a recommendation that people should encourage the use of sprinklers. The difference with Southampton and with the local authority in Lakenhall is Southampton committed to do it, and Southampton did not do it. Therein lies the difference. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, if one of those fires, in those dozens of fires that have happened in tower blocks since Shirley Towers in Southampton, had turned out like Grenfell or Shirley Towers, there would be nowhere to hide. If the government fails to act on the findings of the Grenfell Tower Inquiry, then we will have nowhere to hide either, and the public, Madam Deputy Speaker, will never forgive us.
To make her maiden speech, Ellie Reeves.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to address the House and make my maiden speech today. And as a London MP, I am grateful for the chance to speak in the debate about the tragedy of Grenfell Tower. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is an honour and a privilege to be elected to represent Lewisham West and Penge, the area that I love. I was raised and went to primary school in Sydenham, and I went to secondary school in Penge. I am now raising my own family there, and I'm proud to call it home. Growing up, if anyone had told me I would go on to become the Member of Parliament for my area, I would have laughed. Society never seemed to have much aspiration for girls from Cater Park School, and we were all too often written off. But I am here, and my sister, the Honourable Member for Leeds West, is here. So as my former English teacher said during the general election campaign, Cater Park now has almost as many alumni in this place as Eton. Our constituency is a collection of strong South East London communities around Forest Hill, Bellingham, Perivale and Sydenham within Lewisham. And since 2010, it has taken in the bustle of Penge High Street, the suburban calm of Clockhouse and the splendour of Crystal Palace Park, including its legendary dinosaurs. I am the 12th member to serve either Lewisham West and Penge or Lewisham West as it was before 2010. I feel privileged to be the first woman to represent it 99 years after it was created, the same year as the Representation of the People Act and the first election in which women could vote. My predecessor, Jim Dowd, represented the constituency for 25 years and has devoted more than 40 years of his life to public service, both in this House and on Lewisham Council. A lifelong resident of SE23, Jim stood up for our local services and good jobs, and he represented his constituents with conviction on national issues, government and opposition, and effectively used his position to further causes that were important to him, especially his love of animals and their welfare. Even his general election literature from 2015 included a picture of him shaking hands with a giant cat. Previously a bellwether seat, Jim and those who helped run the local party have helped turn Lewisham West and Penge into a strong Labour seat, whilst never taking anything for granted. Yeah. It is in part thanks to them and their hard work that I am able to stand here now as their representative in Parliament. Jim has been a good friend to me and my family. His support has been immeasurable, and I know he will be greatly missed in this place. Madam Deputy Speaker, the enormous loss of life at Grenfell Tower and the preventable tragedy of what happened there has cast a shadow over the first few weeks of this Parliament. Hearing stories of the events that night, it was hard to hold back tears. The unimaginable horror of a mother throwing a baby from a 10th floor window still haunts me. The inquiry must now happen quickly, transparently, and with the full inclusion of the victims. But what seems clear to me is that what happened there and in the aftermath is symptomatic of a system that is broken, a system that neglects the poor and vulnerable, a system where cost effectiveness seems to have been put before health and safety, and a system that I have come into this place to change. Madam Deputy Speaker, around the time Jim would have been making his maiden speech, I was at secondary school in the constituency. Growing up in the 80s and 90s, we had lessons in huts, class sizes of 35 and not enough books to go around. And as the daughter of 2 teachers, I knew that teachers were undervalued and underpaid. My parents are here today, and I am thankful for the values and for the support that they have given me. It was my experiences growing up that made me want to stand up and fight to end inequality and to make sure every child gets the best chance in life, no matter what their wealth or background. I am saddened to say that all schools in my constituency are facing funding cuts, and our wonderful boys' comprehensive Forest Hill School is £1.3 million in deficit. I made a promise to my constituents that I would fight hard for our schools and our young people, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Madam Deputy Speaker, another issue that I want to fight for in this place is defending workplace rights. Before entering Parliament, I was an employment rights lawyer for more than a decade, representing working people day in, day out. I know firsthand how many of our employment rights come from Europe, such as paid holiday, limits on working time, and many of our discrimination laws. I will fight tooth and nail to prevent any compromise of those rights as we negotiate Britain's exit from the European Union. But we need to go further than that and create a secure workplace and decent wages by banning 0 hours contracts and raising the national minimum wage. I was at a food bank in my constituency on Friday, and it is an absolute travesty that people are having to make a choice whether to feed their children or feed themselves. An issue close to my heart is maternity discrimination. After the birth of my son, I set up a business to provide pregnancy discrimination and flexible working advice to mums and families. I want to work to ensure that all jobs are flexible by default and that all parents can take parental leave without fear of discrimination or of the loss of their job. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe that a first-rate education, excellent healthcare, decent housing and proper employment rights are essential to the prosperity of us all. Rather than condemn our constituents to a race to the bottom, we must offer them hope and collectively ensure that our country is able to thrive, advance and progress whilst no one is left behind. Thank you very much.
Alex Chalk.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I begin by congratulating the Honourable Lady for Lewisham, West and Penge for such a powerful and articulate maiden speech. It's clear that she will be a forceful and effective advocate for her constituents. Her sister sitting behind her can be proud, her parents sitting in the public gallery can be proud, and her constituents watching on TV can be proud. So I congratulate her. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to just say a few words today about the public inquiry into this dreadful tragedy. And at the risk of stating the obvious, it is vitally important, of course, that it is carried out with absolute impartiality, without fear or favour, and motivated by a dogged determination to get to the truth wherever it may lie and how convenient or inconvenient that may be. And it's precisely because of those fundamental principles, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I think Sir Martin Moore-Bick is the right man for the job, notwithstanding some of the comments that may have been made. And let me be clear, I don't know Sir Martin from Adam. I've never met him, but I do know the Court of Appeal, where he served with great distinction. And I've appeared there as an advocate on more occasions than I care to remember. And I can say, Madam Deputy Speaker, with my hand on my heart, that it is a jewel of the British Constitution. In that body resides some of the most brilliant brains anywhere in our country, and that academic distinction, perhaps more importantly, is allied with absolute and ferocious independence. I'm sorry to say that I've lost in the Court of Appeal far more times than I've won, but it is the most powerful tribute that I can pay to the Court of Appeal that I've always left understanding their reasons and acknowledging the consummate fairness and integrity they have brought to the process. And that's why I want to address what appears to be a troubling insinuation that may be being made, that as an educated man with a title, that he's somehow ineligible. Well, let me be clear, in our system of law, you don't get to that position by being nice to the government. You get to that position more often than not by being a nuisance, by holding the government back when it overreaches itself and holding them fiercely to account. Because the legal culture in this country is that the greatest accolade that you can pay to a judge is that he or she is fair. The Court of Appeal has that in spades. Sir Martin has that in spades, and we owe it to the victims to let him get on with the job.
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by paying tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Lewisham West and Penge. She made an eloquent speech, and she's clearly going to fill the shoes of her predecessor very adequately indeed. He was one of the more outstanding members on the backbenches over here. Remember for many reasons, not all of them for his parliamentary approach to debate, which we'll all remember with affection. But he was a forthright advocate on behalf of his constituents, and I can remember when he was my whip. But we finished on good terms. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an absolute tragedy, and I want to associate myself with all the comments that have been made by people about the first responders, the emergency services, to some of the officers of Kensington and Chelsea Council who went above and beyond the call of duty to try and respond to the needs of local people. That sometimes is overlooked, that there were individuals in there who did an enormous amount of work, and I think we need to recognise that, and of course to the people who were affected by the tragedy. But what this exposed in the response is a complete failure from government, but right the way through to local government. And what it did also exposed is, when local authorities reduce their resources in terms of their manpower and the services that they can provide to a point where they are so thin that they cannot respond in these circumstances, then it's quite clear that we're going too far with reductions in our in investment in what is needed to support local communities. There is more to a council than just a posh town hall. It's what's in it that really counts. And when a council prides itself on being able to give a £100 council tax rebate in the run-up to local elections, then that council leaves itself with few resources to be able to respond in these circumstances, and takes what it has to be described as a sort of a minimalist approach to providing and backing up those services, and also prides itself first and foremost on how little it spends, then it's no wonder that you have no resilience when a tragedy like this happens. And one of the things that we have to ask the inquiry to look into is why it was, because this is a tragedy that would have overwhelmed most or all local authorities. It was a huge demand on local resources that were made. They would have needed the assistance of other local authorities to step in and support them. So the question has to be, why, when those offers of request were coming in within the first 24 hours, did Kensington and Chelsea Council not get back to respond to those offers of help? Because I know my local authority has not only been dealing with the concerns that are coming from our local residents who are living in tower blocks and wanting to know that they are safe and having to use, their communications to use housing officers councillors to go out and to talk to residents, to reassure them, to carry out the fire safety checks and everything else. But at the same time, they've also been providing support to Kensington and Chelsea. And it's quite clear that, that there was something fundamentally wrong at the heart of Kensington and Chelsea in the way that they responded to those offers of help. And again, pay tribute to those people from the local community who spontaneously got themselves together and responded to the needs of those local people. There are also some lessons that we could have learned along the way. The chair of the Fire Safety All-Party Group has mentioned that their lessons could have been learned. And it's not just Lacanau where we could have learnt lessons. There have been incidents in other countries where exactly the same type of aluminium cladding has caused a rapid spread of fires. One that took place in 2014 in Melbourne, Australia. The photographs of this that are on the internet and that were reported in the media at the time look almost identical to the fire that took place at Grenfell Tower. And what is surprising about this is because when you talk to experts in this field, fire safety officers and others, they were aware of this fire and they knew the significance of this fire and the lessons that should have been learned about this type of cladding at that time. And what's remarkable is there doesn't seem to be any knowledge of this coming from the government or any review of the materials used for tower blocks at that time, because other countries did take action. They took steps to ban this type of cladding being used on tower blocks. Now, there are some questions that come from this. One, that this issue about sprinkler systems, which I will come to, because in the case of the La Crosse Tower in Melbourne, there was a sprinkler system in place. 500 people were evacuated from that block. No one died, and the reason they got out safely is because there was a sprinkler system in place. And in some places within that building, the sprinkler system was overcome by the fire, but it was still sufficient to keep the fire from spreading within the building to allow people to leave. So the question has to be asked, well, why the government along the way, not just with Lacanau, but also with fires which are clearly sending a message about the types of materials we use on these tower blocks, why the government has not been learning those lessons. And I would ask the inquiry to look into that. And in addition, we also, some countries take steps to limit the number of people who can live at height above certain floors within tower blocks of certain designs. And I would also ask the inquiry to look into that. Are there regulations that we need to take to try to limit the number of people who live in tower blocks at height? Because this was an issue in the Melbourne fire, where there were so many people because of shortages of housing and housing costs. There were so many people crammed into those units in that tower block. And is that something that we need to have a fire regulation on? And I would ask the inquiry to look into that. Yes, certainly. Of course.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. When I met with Sheffield Local Authority, they expressed not only concerns obviously about safety of tower block residents, but of individuals living in flats above takeaways and other commercial premises that often share the same staircase, the same bathroom, the same kitchen as the commercial premises, and often are very overcrowded. For example, illegal immigrants sharing beds in such properties. Does he agree with me that we need to look into regulations in this area as well?
I agree entirely, and I think it's something we have got to look at, because in another situation, the numbers of people in a block could become an issue, and we don't know that wasn't an issue here as well. But another thing that the inquiry must look at is the issue that was raised by my honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee, about building control. There are a number of issues here about enforcement and making regular checks on these on the work that is taking place when these refurbishments take place. Are the fire blocks being put in place between the floors? And the advice that I'm getting from a constituent of mine who is an expert, who has been in the media and speaking on this issue, and has done so for many years, he is saying that we're very lax about the enforcement of the fire blocks between the floors and around windows, and that we need to ensure that there is proper enforcement of this. And again, I think this is an area that the inquiry should look into. And also, you know, this issue about being able to appoint your own building control. This is a responsibility that must be with the local authority. There must be clear lines of responsibility for maintaining these standards, and we must do away with this situation where local authorities are really put to the sidelines over ensuring that safety standards are of are at the utmost importance when these schemes are going ahead. Now,
Will he give way?
Yes, certainly.
Does he agree with me that it's also a scandal that building control does not require any minimum qualifications to enter into being a building control practitioner? And is this not something that he would agree that we need urgent action on?
Well, absolutely. An incident like this just shows that you must have, you know, a basic knowledge of fire safety regulations, and there are many other issues that building control have to cover, and of course you must have a minimum requirement of qualifications. It goes without saying. Now, I just wanted to come back quickly to this issue of sprinklers, because it makes absolutely no sense that we have a situation where new blocks built to new building standards over 30 metres high are required to have a sprinkler system installed, but older buildings built to an older standard of building control are not required to retrofit. That is completely and utterly illogical, and it must be now, outside of the inquiry, outside of everything else, that the government now accept that we have to fund, and the government has to fund it, the retrofitting of sprinklers into those blocks of flats where they are recommended by fire safety officers. And there can be no equivocating on that. This fire shows that that is essential, and that should be done. And the government should just move ahead on that and accept that that is something that we cannot hold back on anymore. And on this issue of the cladding, now we're told that there was a plan to put the fireproof cladding on, but that this was £2 per square metre more expensive than the cheaper version that was actually put on Grenfell Tower. If that is correct, obviously the inquiry is going to have something to say about that. But there are some questions here. As I've said already, this type of cladding was already on other blocks where similar fires had taken place. Why was it allowed to be used on that block? And is it true that the contractors that were actually erecting the cladding at the time raised concerns about whether they should actually be putting that cladding on that block at that height? Because if that is true, then obviously action must be taken against the people who made that decision. Because the advice, I won't actually, because I'm taking up some time, and I want to sit down immediately now, because I've had the nod from the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, and if I don't sit down quite soon, I won't get called again. So clearly action must be taken on that if that decision was taken in that way. But one final question I have for the Minister really is about the Building Regulation Advisory Committee. We were told in the light of the Lycanal report that committee would meet to oversee fire regulations, but that did not take place. The Minister actually said it would be completed by the end of this year, but it has not yet met. And we need to hear from the Minister why that is. Why it is in the face of the report from Lycanal that committee did not meet to review those fire regulations, because, in my opinion, I think that is the government asleep on the job. Just to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that the inquiry, when it reports, we learn the lessons from this once and for all. Lakanal should have told us the steps that we should have taken to prevent this. Fires that have taken place since Lakanal in other countries were pointing the way to the action that we should have taken. Once and for all, we've got to learn the lessons to make sure this type of tragedy never happens again.
Burkhart.
Deputy Speaker, and before I start, I'd also like to extend congratulations to the new member from Lewisham Western Peng. It feels a bit strange to be welcoming you to the House because I've only just arrived in the House myself, but it was a wonderful speech, and I look forward to working with you into the future. Her into the future. Still learning the conventions myself. I greatly enjoyed giving my own maiden speech, but it gives me no pleasure to stand before the House to talk about this terrible tragedy that's befallen our country. I'm afraid to say that it will be one of those disasters that marks this period in our history that we will remember for a very long time to come. And I think that the Prime Minister has responded to it entirely appropriately by calling for a judge-led inquiry. I was very pleased that the Shadow Secretary of State didn't question the fundamental basis on which we intend to proceed. For her to go to the Lord Chief Justice and ask for a very senior judge to be appointed and proceed with an inquiry which will look into the immediate causes of the fire, but also the wider issues. And I think, as my honourable friend, the member for North East Hertfordshire, said earlier, that actually gives the inquiry the opportunity to report perhaps in 2 stages, or perhaps in several stages, so that local residents can hear some of the issues that affected them immediately, whilst the inquiry goes on to consider broader questions which affect communities and councils in many areas across the country. It's with reference to those wider issues, though, that I'd like to say a few remarks. And I do so sort of declaring an interest in that I was, for a while, on the board of a housing association in the west of England, of Yarlington Housing Group. The first thing that has struck me comes out of a Newsnight, BBC Newsnight investigation, which suggests that developers may have used desk-based research, and only desk-based research, to persuade inspectors that the cladding concerned was safe to use. If that's the case, then there are obviously serious questions to answer following the tragedy, and we want to know, I'm sure, where that's happened elsewhere in the country as well. Secondly, I think about tenants' feedback. If the reports that have come to light are true, that tenants were complaining to their management organisation about safety in the building, and those calls were not being listened to, again, we need to know why. We need to know why the TMO was not picking up on that very important feedback that only someone who lives in the building can give. Now, I'm not saying that, had that feedback been listened to, it could definitely have prevented the fire, but that without feedback, you are going to put people in other buildings at risk. Of that, I'm sure we can be certain. This rather brings me on to my next point, which is the issue of illegal subtenants, illegal sublettings. It's a very delicate and sensitive subject, I know, and I think that the government has been absolutely right to create an amnesty to encourage everyone to seek help, everyone to come forward. But where you have, in our tower blocks and our social housing, where you have illegal subletting, it really discourages people living in that building to come forward and report their concerns. It breaks that feedback. And so I think we all have to think about ways in which we can ensure that people living in social housing in this country can come forward and have their concerns heard. My fourth point relates to something I said in the House the other day, and I think it's been picked up on by a couple of other members. What happened in Kensington and Chelsea begs some very serious questions about emergency and contingency planning in our local authorities. And I'm sure that just as some other local authorities have used the cladding which seems to have been a major contributor towards this fire. So other local authorities may have contingency planning or emergency planning that leaves a lot to be desired. And I was very reassured by the Secretary of State's comments the other day that the Cabinet Office are already looking into this. Be very keen that this work is taken forward. Before I sit down, I'd just like to reflect on something that the Honourable Member for Cheltenham said. I'm very glad that we appear to be in agreement that we should have a judge-led inquiry. I was also very pleased that the Shadow Secretary of State did not criticise Sir Martin and I assume backs him in his role. That's much to be welcomed because he is a highly respected judge. He has achieved great things in his profession, dealing with extremely complex areas of law which will be relevant to this inquiry. That is an asset to the investigation that is going to take place, and we should all welcome it. His ability to do that work is not hampered by the colour of his skin. It is not hampered by his social class. His skills have got him to where he is, and it's his skills that we should back. This inquiry is going to require some very cool-headed thinking. It will not be helped by hot remarks that suggest to victims and their families that they were intentionally killed by people in government. It will not be helped by remarks that suggest that someone's impartiality is undermined because of their social class. We all have a duty now to get behind this inquiry whilst seeking to debate its particulars, but to get behind this inquiry and encourage people who live in the area, people who live in other tower blocks, to come forward and be part of it. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
To make her maiden speech, Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate you on your election. It is a privilege to make my maiden speech, but it is sobering to do so in today's debate on Grenfell, which reminds us all of the seriousness of our duties as members of this House. I am very pleased to follow my honourable friend, the member for Lewisham West and Penge, who has also made her maiden speech today. And I would like to begin by paying tribute to my predecessor, Michael Duggar. The son of a railway man, he has been true to his working class roots, a strong campaigner for Barnsley East on issues like community pharmacies, Orgreave and brass bands. Now, for all of his achievements, he has been awarded with that rare accolade of featuring on the wall of the Strangers Bar. Better the wall, Madam Deputy Speaker, than the floor. Music is his passion, and now it is his job as Chief Executive of UK Music. I know family is important to him, and I wish him and Joe very well with their new adventure. I would also like to mention his predecessor, Jeff Ennis, who has served as leader of Barnsley Council, MP for Barnsley East, and now as the Mayor of Barnsley, a unique achievement. Like Jeff, before entering this place, I was a teacher. Working in education, I saw the profound power of learning, and I have learnt myself that it is incumbent on all of us to support the next generation. And I'm particularly proud to be the first female MP for Barnsley East. But I wouldn't be here without the help and encouragement of a former female member. Madam Deputy Speaker, you will remember Sylvia Heel, who sat in your chair for many years. I am delighted that she is here today, along with my parents. I am the daughter of a midwife and a care worker, and I owe them huge thanks for all of their support. For the last 4 years, I have been proud to fight for working people as an officer of the GMB trade union. As a member of this House, I will continue that fight for working people, not least for the many trapped in jobs that are more precarious than ever before. And today's debate reminds us of what we have fought for over so many years, and how the lessons of the past are still as relevant today. That even now, not all communities are equal, and the protection of human life requires our action in this House. Many people will know about Barnsley's history, and there is so much to be proud of. But still, I have constituents waiting for justice for what happened to them at Orgreave in '84. We must ensure that the Grenfell victims do not wait as long. In Barnsley East, our industrial and cultural heritage runs alongside our history of working class struggle. It is appropriate that the town is home of both the National Union of Mine Workers and the famous Grenfell Colliery Band. Our communities were built on heavy industry, glass, steel and coal. Mining was a way of life for entire communities. 30,000 people worked down the pits, and the impact of their loss is still felt today. Many of my honourable friends will know my constituency from the film Brassed Off, which showed so powerfully the character, grit, humour, solidarity and struggle faced by honest, decent, hard-working people. And no one who has seen the film can forget Danny's powerful speech, where he says, "Nothing matters like people matter." Now, it is traditional to talk about the great history of your constituency in a maiden speech, and I am very proud to do so. But nothing matters like people matter. It is above all the people of Barnsley East who make the constituency what it is. People like the teaching assistant, her pay falling but her bills rising. She looks after our children, we should look after her. People like the insecure worker at a warehouse, labouring on the minimum wage. She works hard for her family, we should work just as hard for her. People like the veteran who served his country, yet is now homeless and jobless. He fought for us, we should fight for him. In Barnsley East, we can be proud of our industry and our history. All of it matters, but none of it matter like people matter. The NUM in Barnsley has a banner embroidered with the words, "The past we inherit, the future we build." I have spoken about our proud past, but the people of Barnsley East did not send me here to honour our history. They sent me here to build our future, and that is what I intend to do.
Eddie Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is only the second opportunity I've had to make a speech in this chamber, so I'm looking at those that are making their maiden speeches and thinking, well, that was only me last week. But I'm also looking at the benches opposite and thinking they haven't had the opportunity or the presence of mind so far to elect a female leader of their party. And yet, from the speeches we have just heard from Lewisham and from Barnsley, it cannot be long until they do that, because there is an amazing proliferation of female talent in that party, and I just cannot understand why they just haven't taken over the party and taken all of the positions on the front bench, with the greatest of respect to those men who are sat in them at the moment. So it is an honour to follow you both, and it is unfortunate because it will only demean my own performance. But anyway, moving on. I feel not only do I need to declare some interest by referring members to my entry in the Register of Members' Interest, but I also feel like I'm presenting my CV. So I am still currently the chair of the board of a housing association that has 20,000 homes in Walsall. I am also notionally, at least until the end of this month, they're not paying me at the moment, but I'm still trying to help out, the Assistant Chief Exec of YMCA in Birmingham, and they have 300 units of accommodation for formerly homeless young people. Also, I'm a member of the Chartered Institute of Building, and I'm a civil engineer by degree, and that's relevant because of the points that I feel I need to make. So first of all, I've obviously sat in a number of meetings as chair of the board of Walsall Housing Group. That association is currently on site or in contract to build approximately 800 properties. Some of those properties will be shared ownership, and I think it is understood that there is a need for that type of property across the UK. Some of those properties are the slightly more innovative rent-to-buy, so there will be opportunities for different tenures of housing that are funded by this government. And perhaps the thing that I'm most proud of in terms of that government funding is that YMCA will be in receipt of homelessness change funding, and that will allow us to modernise a 72-bed hostel that we've got in Northfield that is in great need of modernisation. So this government is investing in housing of various tenures. Now, my friend, right honourable friend from Ongar said that, did I get that right? Yeah, Brentwood and Ongar.
Honourable friend, not right.
Said that the Grenfell tragedy will be one that we talk about for many years to come. It is a significant and tragic event. Now, next year will mark the 50th anniversary of the disaster at Ronan Point. Ivy Hodge lit a match to make a cup of tea and the ensuing explosion that was caused by gas leaking from a pipe to her cooker blew her across the room, but more importantly, knocked out some supporting walls in that flat. She was on the flat 5th from top, and not only did it take out the supporting walls and damage all the flats above, but for all flats below, resulting in 4 people dying, but devastation to that building. Subsequently, tests were done, new structural supports were put in, and the building was subsequently reoccupied. But the consideration with regard to the design criteria went on for years, many people challenging complex things like wind loading and so on, affected by whether the windows are open or not, and eventually the building was taken down about 18 years later. The point that I'm trying to make is sometimes it is not easy to understand what has gone wrong. Speaking as somebody who has supervised the construction of these buildings, somebody who's been involved in the design of them, designers invariably err on the side of caution.
He's making a very powerful speech, and I very much value his experience in the building sector. Does he agree with me that quite often the devil is in actually the legislation, where terms like limited combustibility are used? Sometimes it might be more helpful if there was a very precise standard defined for fire retardancy, that maybe this is an opportunity during the inquiry for some recommendations along those lines, where everybody knows exactly what the standard is that needs to be met.
I think my honourable friend is right. Where there's the opportunity for any interpretation, then you have the chance to err either on the side of caution or, as some might suggest, on the side of cutting costs. And that explicit detail would prevent that opportunity for interpretation. From my point of view, though, you will never be able to get risk or to mitigate all risk. And so it is incredibly important that we work with our fire service to minimise that risk. And I'm delighted to say that I'm grateful to Lee Sketchley from West Midland Fire Service. He's come in to see us at YMCA. He inspected our hostel. He's made some recommendations with regard to improvements that we can make, and we're acting upon them. And this is relevant because we have already discussed the idea of the stay put policy. Now, the concept of that is built on the idea of compartmentalisation. If all of the fabric of the flat allows 2 hours exposure to fire before it penetrates, then you can reasonably stay in that flat for a period of time, safe in the knowledge that somebody should be able to come and rescue you during that period. However, we will have all seen, and I think in this building during the warm weather we will have seen this, fire doors propped open, sometimes ironically with fire extinguishers, rendering that door useless in the event of a fire. Similarly, we will have seen fire doors that have been painted, and the intumescent smoke seal strip on the edge of the door will be affected by paint, and that will stop it serving its purpose in the event of fire. So I think what I'm saying to honourable members across this chamber is we all have a responsibility. It is up to us to go back to the big housing providers in our constituencies and seek reassurance from them individually that they are sticking with the legislation that is already in place. And before we go looking to too much new legislation, let us at least make absolutely sure that...
Okay, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would the member for Walsall North agree that we also have a responsibility to provide adequate resources to our fire services? And also, let's deal with the staff morale. The pay cap imposed upon our emergency services like the fire service is not helping matters at all.
I'm not sure I can totally agree with the latter half of his point. I think, personally, the response for the fire service for the Grenfell tragedy was absolutely fantastic. I think the response for the fire service with regard to the Ariana Grande concert was absolutely fantastic. And I think the service that I personally have had from the fire service with regard to Lee Sketchley and West Midlands Fire Service is absolutely fantastic. So clearly they are managing to deliver a first-class fire service based on the resources they currently have. So I would just simply end by saying, let us make absolutely sure that we understand
Fire safety is everybody's responsibility, and we all have a duty to ensure that whatever building we are operating in, that fire...
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know you were just about to close that debate. Accepting all those points about personal responsibility, not painting doors, not propping doors open with fire extinguishers, people must be forgiven for leaving their windows open on a hot summer's night and the flames engulfing the flat outside in.
I couldn't agree more. And again, we need to be certain that the design criteria that we're applying to these buildings mitigates for that sort of circumstance. Thank you.
Emergent Code.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At times of national disaster, poet laureates are often called upon to commemorate and reflect upon events. In North Kensington, we have our own Ben Jonsons and Alfred Lord Tennysons. Our poet laureates are Akala, A.J. Tracy, Loki, Peaky. We have Stormzy and Potent Whisper calling out what he calls Grenfell Britain in gut-wrenching prose. We have poets and artists aplenty. But the Council doesn't recognise their talent. The Philistine Council would rather spend £30 million on opera for a minority in Holland Park over 20 years. Why is this relevant to our debate today? Because Kensington Chelsea Council has for many years misspent government and council taxpayers' funds on countless vanity projects and handouts, as we've heard, while underfunding essential services such as nurseries, play centres, lunch clubs, homework clubs, youth centres, advice centres, skills training, and of course, as so tragically demonstrated, council housing. Not to mention the recent controversial projects to hand our beautiful North Kensington Library and neighbouring youth centre over to 2 private schools at a cost to the council of £11 million, without even consulting the public whose money is being used to fund private education. An £11 million gift to the private sector while they can't find the money for sprinklers, decent cladding or fire alarms. Where is the accountability? To whom does Britain's favourite council report? Not to the task force, clearly. As we've seen and has now been acknowledged, the council's response in the early hours and days after the fire was shockingly inadequate, possibly even criminally neglectful, we shall see. So in the past 4 weeks, has it improved? Have they learnt from their mistakes? They have not. So they've removed a chief executive and senior councillors resigned. Who's replacing them? Where fundamental change is so desperately and clearly needed, no change at all, a consolidation of the leadership that failed. Another issue, survivors and volunteers are asking, where's the money so generously donated by the public? Where are the millions? Who's deciding where it should go? And why isn't the council using some of its near £3 billion in reserves to purchase properties and support those it has so disgracefully failed? Has no one demanded that the years of underspending and revenue that has been shovelled into capital reserves for vanity projects should now be quite properly returned to those who need it? No one. What is needed in our BKC is fundamental change, and I can see we're not going to get it without further outside intervention and the support of people who can be trusted. The longer the current situation prevails, the worse it will get. I'm asking for intervention. I get daily updates from people on the ground. Where's the wraparound support for bereaved and desperate people still staying in hotels as the much trumpeted high-quality temporary accommodation has been unsuitable or not materialised at all? Why offer a survivor a high-rise flat? It happened this week. Why offer a disabled woman a home only reachable by stairs and no lift? That happened this week. Why offer a flat in Pimlico too far to reach survivors' networks? Where is the offer of temporary accommodation?
For giving way. I'm listening very carefully to her words, but does she not accept that it should be the choice of the people who are offered accommodation as to whether or not they take it?
Thank you. I thank you for that. They've been offered one choice. So they have had no choice. It's that choice or the hotel. Normally in a temporary accommodation, if you're offered temporary accommodation, they have a choice of 3 or 4. And after that, they may be threatened with you know, voluntary homelessness, but they've been offered one each. Nothing at all. All this happened this week, and I have direct communication with the people that happened to, and still no one is accountable. And so more specifically on housing, can we please acknowledge this process continues to be chaotic daily and for many? Why is the TMO under criminal investigation still in control of housing? The updates I get from survivors, members of voluntary groups and others directly involved in this project talk about a lack of cultural awareness of some social workers and lack of continuity of care. The issue of amnesty or no amnesty with those who are concerned about their immigration continues. I know what it is, they certainly don't. The communication is very poor. Issues relating to the walks or finger blocks continue. Is it safe? What about fire exits? The communication from the TMO, the confusion about payment of rent, threatened evictions for people who hadn't paid. This may have been dealt with, but the legacy is still there. Does everyone know where they stand? It seems not. Some near neighbours in blocks are too scared to return. They say they hear ghosts and they hear screaming. As far as we can ascertain, survivors are given one choice of accommodation. Why only one? There should be a choice. One turned down a flat with mould, another turned down a flat scheduled for demolition. Is there in reality no centralised list of decent available housing? There seems to be no coordination. Somebody this week had offered 3 impeccably refurbished flats to the council and only to be told that everyone had been housed in high quality homes, which we know isn't true. Frankly, this continuing disaster and lack of care and respect for survivors is unacceptable. This comes from a culture at Kensington Chelsea Council that needs to be addressed and soon. The worse it is for the survivors every day. Will the government continue to let the council fail their survivors in so many ways? This is Potent Whispers, Grenfell, Britain. I'd like to turn briefly onto the mental health. Many survivors are still in shock and cannot begin to recover until they're able to bury their loved ones. Many will have to wait a very long time for that. Many are fragile indeed, and I have huge concerns for their mental health. I've seen people I know who are still in shock and not on any path to recovery. One I know was on the phone to her terrified best friend in the tower for over an hour, debating whether to stay in the flat or try to leave. Then the phone went dead. The surviving friend calls and texts her every day, even though she knows her friend is dead. Who is looking after her? I'm particularly concerned about those who may have mental health crises. We've already had 1 threatened suicide and 1 attempted suicide. There may be more. We can be sure many affected people will need urgent and intensive treatment at some point. The minority party councillors in Kensington Chelsea have been asking for many years for an increase in places of safety for people suffering crises. This was after a series of incidents where people with mental health issues have been put in sheltered housing, had crises, and then had ended up in a police cell overnight because there was nowhere else for them to go. This while we hear there's an entire ward at a London hospital which is locked as there's not enough cash to keep it open, and patients are offloaded into private mental health care facilities at a cost of nearly £600 a day. Where is the logic, and who is accountable for this? We are still, after 4 weeks, witnessing a process that is reactive, not proactive, where the council and the government are 1 step behind. We need a sensible plan in place. We need to review this closed ward and allocate funds to staff it. And please, can we have a proper strategic plan as we go forward for housing and all the other issues, because we're just reacting daily. Looking to the future, a lot of people and groups are beginning to plan forward. Many come to me, many are well-meaning. They want me to tell them where they went wrong, how they can improve their approach or service to better serve their people. With my background in architecture and planning, I have lots of ideas, some of which I've been working on for years. But I can't possibly support, at a time when people feel so utterly betrayed and distrustful, any kind of top-down outside intervention, however expert or well-meaning that may be. At any time, but particularly at a time like this, good planning starts with people whose lives will be changed by it. Good planning starts with a blank sheet of paper Good planning should end by improving the lives of those who already live there. It often doesn't. The estate development programme currently proposed in the Council, and for many councils of all political hues, is not for the benefit of existing tenants. We need a completely fresh approach. Overarching this is a genuine and often misplaced and sometimes insulting attitude that those in positions of power and influence know better than the little people, as some see them. I've never believed that. Maybe that's why I was elected. You've heard about our volunteer groups and organisations. They didn't spring up from nowhere. They've always been there, always unappreciated, undervalued. They're amazing and self-organising. We need to learn lessons from them. We need to bring them into the future. What was so cruelly taken from our Grenfell people must be returned. They don't wish to be penalised financially forever for an act they weren't responsible for. They want their dignity back and somewhere decent to mend and recover. You cannot return their deceased to life, but they do want to bury something. And they want the choice of where to bury their dead, and this hasn't always been offered. This horrific event must be a game changer. We need a thorough review of approaches to estate development, of funding of social housing, and we need to listen to the people affected and their warnings, act upon their concerns and their priorities with the transparency and honesty that has so clearly been missing. Grenfell people do not want your pity. Grenfell people do not want charity. They want their dues, they want justice, and they want change. Our poets and our artists will continue to shame us all with their insight and intelligence until we recognise that and accept their collaboration into the fundamental change that is so desperately needed.
Clive Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and welcome to your place. And can I say how humbling it is to follow on from my honourable friend from Kensington and her powerful words there. And can I also say what a difference it makes to have a Labour MP speaking up for the voiceless and those without power in that constituency after this tragic incident. It's clear to many of us still who find ourselves unable to comprehend the shocking fire at Grenfell House, the tragedy that so perfectly captures our deep national, political and social crisis. The Grenfell fire is also a symbol of the systematic running down of institutions we all need. Inevitably, as those systems begin to break down, it is the poor and the vulnerable who are the first in line to experience that failure. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need high-quality journalism and a properly funded legal aid system that allows ordinary people to have their rightful protection by the law. We need properly paid public sector workers and local government that has the resources and power to do what is needed, not just act as a rubber stamp for Westminster. Of course, it's critical we focus on the detail of what went wrong at Grenfell today, but I'd also like to make two short points that argue for wider action, the kind of action that never ends. The institutions that have a critical role in preventing disasters and clearing up the mess when things go wrong don't exist by accident. If they're run down, then we get to the point where we, the lawmakers in this place, are daily exposing families and communities to unacceptable risks. When this happens, as it has for too long, we are culpable because we have pushed systems and people to the limit. So I stand here today with friends on this side of the House to say we will fight hard to end the relentless running down of multiple civic functions. No longer will they do this in our name, and it looks to me as though the country is with us in this endeavour. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's clear that both local authorities and the fire service have been very heavily relied upon, both before the tragedy of Grenfell and in dealing with the aftermath as it unfolded. So far in Norwich, we only have a few buildings of concern, but that is a small and diminishing army of public sector and housing association workers doing their jobs day in, day out, with both diminishing resources and morale that have had to deal with the fallout from Grenfell. But too often these workers have too little power and resources to regulate the private sector in the public interest. Of the 6 blocks currently being tested for flammable cladding in Norwich, 5 are in the private sector. And what, for example, is being done to check privately owned student halls of residence? Can the Minister address the point that many of them are now privately owned and managed? How can the government and the universities ensure that they are checked for flammable cladding and that the highest safety standards apply? And can they confirm that student halls are classed as other residential buildings and are therefore subject to weaker requirements for sprinklers? Right. If so, will the government consider closing that loophole? On a similar note, parents rely on their children being safe in our schools. We know that the government had been planning to change the regulations on fire safety in schools, removing the expectation that most new school buildings would be fitted with sprinklers. On that basis, that school buildings do not need to be sprinkler protected to achieve a reasonable standard of life safety. Those were the government's own words. Since the Grenfell fire, ministers have hinted that they will now rightly be abandoned. Can they make their position absolutely clear to the House that that will happen? Schools in Norwich are suffering particularly badly from government cuts and are threatened with the worst settlement in Norfolk under the proposed funding formula, though we are now waiting to find out if and how that will ever be implemented. Can the Minister tell us whether there are any central funding will be made available for essential safety work so that they do not yet face more unfunded costs from government? But back to local authorities. They have been subject to 1,000 unnatural shocks in funding and changes to their ways of working. To name but one, the government's mandatory 1% rent reduction. At a stroke, this act reduces Norwich City Council's ability to repair and improve its ageing housing stock by an average of £7.4 million a year. The reality of that mandatory rent reduction? Less investment in our council housing stock, putting at risk council activities such as the daily safety checks carried out on our high-rise blocks. In Norwich, we're fortunate to have a Labour-run City Council that makes sure those safety checks happen. But my council, like many other local authorities, is coming up against the physical limits of what it can do with its resources, cut year after year by this government. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not just our local authorities struggling to maintain safe standards. Our fire services, the men and women we in this place are so quick to applaud for their bravery, and rightly so, also have concerns. Whole-time firefighters currently earn less than £30,000 a year. So it's welcome on this side of the House to see the 1% cap was not imposed on their new pay offer. But there's a catch. Firefighters are now concerned that given there's been no confirmation about how this will be funded, that the money will come from the service itself. Yeah. Borrowing from Peter to pay Paul is not improving anyone's safety. Absolutely. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government must understand the ongoing funding cuts to our institutions and those that work so far hard for them are critical parts of the Grenfell story. Reversing them is essential to preventing another tragedy.
To make her maiden speech, Sarah Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to be making my maiden speech in such a very important debate, and I congratulate my honourable friends for Barnsley, East Lewis and Western Pennant and Kensington for their contributions already today. I am deeply proud to have been elected as the first ever woman MP in Croydon. I want to pay tribute to my predecessor, Gavin Barwell, who served our town for 7 years. Among the many good things that he did, his work to introduce Lillian's Law, following the tragic death of 14-year-old Lillian Groves in 2010, means that drivers can now be prosecuted if they're caught exceeding new drug limits. Since the law was passed, there have been over 13,000 convictions. This was a good thing that Gavin did, Madam Deputy Speaker. He is also an acclaimed author. His book was, I understand, much read amongst members opposite. How to Win a Marginal Seat. I can't wait for the sequel. I should also record my gratitude to the Prime Minister for giving me an early replay after my narrow defeat in 2015. I'm so glad I was able to repay the favour by helping her with her own staffing problems. I want to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Swansea West, who was MP for Croydon Central for 8 years, and the honourable member opposite from Mole Valley, who was the MP for Croydon Central for 6 years. And I'm delighted to be here with the honourable member, my honourable friend for Croydon North, who is already a great champion for our town. I hope that 2 will be better than 1 on these benches, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that we can truly stand up for Croydon. I am privileged to have worked for 2 former members of this House, the late Mo Molam when she was a trailblazing shadow Northern Ireland secretary, and as a civil servant for Tessa Jow when she was in charge of delivering the 2012 Olympics. They were both, in completely different ways, truly inspirational, and I'm grateful to Tessa for the help she gave me during my recent campaign. I'm so proud to be part of a record number of women in this House, and particularly to be part of the Women's Parliamentary Labour Party, which makes up a 45% of Labour MPs. Just one more heave and we'll be there. With the growing number of women and men from ethnic minorities, we are also getting closer to looking like the country we represent. I think that is really significant for our democracy. Madam Deputy Speaker, Croydon is deeply special to me. I have lived here all my life, and generations of my family were born and have died here. Most recently, my father died on the 11th of June this year, 3 days after the general election. He lived just long enough to see his daughter fulfil her goal, and to be proved right about my honourable friend, the member for Islington North. He is a big fan of the Leader of the Opposition. It's a good lesson for us all. Listen to your dad. Croydon is exceptional. The greenest and the largest of all the London boroughs, its diversity is its strength. From the woodlands of Shirley to the tower blocks of the town centre, from the strong community of New Addington surrounded by fields to the Victorian terraces of South Norwood. The name of our town, most agree, derives from Crocus Valley, where during the Roman period, crocuses were grown to make saffron to be sold on the streets of London as medicine. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the very heart of Croydon, we are growing crocuses again to make saffron. Our great theatre, the Fairfield Halls, is being reborn through a multi-million-pound makeover. Our art and culture is at the cutting edge, with artists from across the world literally painting our town with new artwork. And our tech scene is the fastest growing in London, and we have the highest number of young people, nearly 100,000 in the borough as a whole. We are ambitious for Croydon, and I know that we will thrive. But there are two sides to every tale, Madam Deputy Speaker. 7 years of austerity has ripped through our community. Low pay, the horror that is the implementation of universal credit, cuts to disability benefits, high housing costs, rocketing homelessness, crippling cuts to local government, an increase in knife crime, cuts to school funding, and young people starting out their lives with debt. We are letting people down, Madam Deputy Speaker, if we do not, as a House, acknowledge the reality of the lives of those we are here to serve. I think many in this House are in complete denial about the scale of the problems we face. And we are letting people down still more if we do not, with the greatest energy and hunger for change, act in every way we can to make the lives of those we represent better, richer and more secure. The Grenfell Tower fire showed just how extraordinarily our emergency services can respond at a time of great crisis. But it also shows how badly we get things wrong. On the Saturday after the disaster, I met a Croydon fireman who'd been called to fight the Grenfell blaze just days earlier. There were tears in both our eyes as he told me about the terrible things he had seen. He made me promise not to rest until we saw justice done. Madam Deputy Speaker, today as a House, I hope we can make a reality of that promise. It is clear that we failed too many people for too long. The victims were speaking, but we weren't listening. We cannot make the same mistake again. My honourable friend, the member for Wentworth and Dearne, has suggested that we set up an advisory panel to help build confidence and relations with local residents and survivors. That sounds very sensible. And Shelter have said it's not acceptable to expect residents to rely on written submissions only, and residents have clearly stated that the current timeline for submissions on the terms of reference is too short. This also seems sensible, but I wonder also if we need to be brave enough to say we don't have all the answers here. The whole point of listening is to listen and then to act. I would like us to be strong enough to commit to do that with the survivors and the local residents. I am proud that Labour's Croydon Council was the first council to commit to retrofitting all our high tower blocks with sprinklers. I call on the government to clarify whether they will fund this and all the other changes we need to make, and to reverse the shocking cuts to local government that we have seen. We cannot afford not to do this. We must also view Grenfell in the wider context of a national housing crisis. Three figures tell the story. Right now, 76,000 families live in temporary accommodation. That's the best part of 120,000 children. 20% of our homes do not meet the government's decent home standard. That includes fire safety. And we need to build 75,000 social rented homes a year. And last year, we built less than 7,000. I spoke to thousands of people, Madam Deputy Speaker, on the doorstep in the election. Of course, there was anything like on the scale of the horrors of Grenfell, but there were many experiences which led people to believe they had no voice. Having a voice isn't about being able to speak out, it's about knowing you'll be listened to. And it's about being sure that action will be taken that makes a difference. Nowhere is that more important than in our response to the Grenfell Tower fire. I said it was my goal to be the MP for Croydon Central. My ambition is not to be something, but to do something, to make a difference to the lives of the people I now represent. I don't underestimate the scale of that responsibility. Many young people voted for me, as they did in many other constituencies. There were many others who were voting for the very first time. They had perhaps never voted before because they felt politicians had nothing to offer. Now they have put their faith in democracy, in us, for the first time. We must not fail them. If the election has taught us anything, it's that we cannot take anyone for granted. As Croydon's Stormzy put so well in one of his songs, "You're never too big for the boot." When I am campaigning again in 5 years' time, or even sooner, the true test for me will be that people tell me I listened, I heard what they said, and I did my best to make a difference to their lives. I think that has to be the test for all of us on both sides of the House. Thank you.
We're a Hop House.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a particular honour to follow on from 3 new maiden speeches, all made by 3 new female members. I've only made my maiden speech 2 weeks ago, so I'm now speaking as a very experienced old-timer. What particularly resonated with me was what the member of Barnsley East said. People matter, and that is very relevant to our debate today as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, one month from now, this tragedy, there is no less pain for the victims and their families, no less fear and no less anger for failings of the political system. The disaster at Grenfell Tower has left a huge scar, not just in the local community of Kensington, but across Britain. It has moved people deeply, whether they have local connections or not, and that has been reflected in the generosity shown by public donations. It has also exposed deep divisions and inequalities in our society, which we have ignored for far too long. This disaster should have been avoided. How is it possible that in a very wealthy borough like Kensington and Chelsea, dozens of people can burn to death in their own homes? We now need to find out from the public inquiry exactly what happened and what mistakes were made. But reports that unsafe building materials were used, that the need to cut cost was put above tenant safety, and that concerns raised by the residents were repeatedly ignored, paint a picture that goes much deeper than this disaster. It goes to the heart of our political system and its failures. Trust between our local communities and the political system has been seriously eroded and has to be restored. Trust is a very precious thing which takes a long time to build. It is an essential part of a healthy democracy and a functioning society. It is essential that in the work to restore lives affected by Grenfell Tower, everything possible is done to rebuild this trust. That means genuinely listening to victims, families and the local community, involving residents in the decisions that affect their lives and their future, and it means taking all possible action to put things right. And it must include an urgent increase in social housing provision across our country. This disaster was the result of a long-term failure of successive governments to invest in social housing, in both the quality and number of homes. And leaving house building to the private sector has utterly failed. It has led to a housing crisis which has driven vast inequality and pushed many families into poverty and homelessness. Until we take radical action, this crisis will continue to spiral out of control. Furthermore, we need widespread reform on the systems and structures. We need an immediate review of the building regulations to ensure they are up to date and appropriate, and that we cannot wait for the results of the public inquiry. We cannot have a repeat of what happened after the Lakanal house fire, when a review of regulation was promised but never delivered. This time, lessons must be learned and implemented fast. Given that the fire started in a fridge, there must also be reform on electrical safety. My colleagues in both houses have for a long time been fighting for the introduction of compulsory electrical safety checks in rented homes. The government has so far seen this as an unnecessary regulation. Now it is surely inexcusable not to make this simple change that has the potential to save lives. All residents in Britain, whatever type of housing they live in, have the right to live in homes that are safe, warm and set in well-run, safe, green and clean neighbourhoods. Madam Deputy Speaker, this disaster has exposed huge weaknesses in the housing provision of our country and has undermined people's trust. We all have a responsibility in rebuilding trust between the public and their elected representative. But this government has the power to take the radical steps to fix the system, and they must do that now. Thank you.
Yeah. To make his maiden speech, Alex Sobel.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations on your election. I'm grateful for the opportunity to make my contribution to this honourable House by participating in this debate. Following the witty and on-point maiden speech of my honourable friend for Croydon Central and the contributions from my honourable friends for Lewisham West and Penge and Barnsley East. Before I do, however, I'd firstly like to briefly speak to my own constituency, Leeds North West. As anyone who has visited could tell you, it is a place that defies easy description. Other honourable members of this House have previously claimed to the most varied constituency, but I would like to stake a claim myself. The constituency starts in inner city Hyde Park, where we have a vibrant cultural and music scene, including the legendary Broodnell Social Club. Where only a few weeks ago, my honourable friend, the member for Islington North, gave a speech to 5,000 people. People who climbed trees and stood on rooftops to feel part of our movement. We then move on to Headingley, with its world-renowned sporting pedigree, the legendary stadium and cricket ground, home of Yorkshire County Cricket Club, to this day the most successful county championship team, and also a place where I've spent many happy afternoons since my days as a student. Wheatwood Ward, where I make my home, has a fine literary tradition. Once the home of Tolkien, in a towered residence in West Park reminiscent of Minas Tirith, now home to many other creative figures, including award-winning television writer Kay Mellor. Across the Ring Road, Adel is a setting for the Grade 1 listed Church of St John the Baptist, one of the best and most complete Norman churches in the country. My constituency also boasts Yorkshire's International Airport in Maiden, and Otley, with its amazing breadth of events hosting hundreds every year, from the fabulous Otley Show to the authentic Victorian Fair. Between the market towns of Yeadon and Otley lies the beautiful upland Chevin, from which the foundation stones of this very house were hewn. So Leeds North West provides the very foundation of our parliamentary democracy. Yeah. My first experience of this place was 20 years ago, when I came as executive officer of Leeds University Union to lobby Leeds MPs about the retention of student grants and opposing the introduction of tuition fees, an issue I intend to pursue in this Parliament. I met with Harold Best, the only other Labour MP to represent Leeds North West, who not only agreed with me on the issue of fees, but spent the afternoon showing me the Palace of Westminster, reflecting his great generosity spirit, a generosity spirit which he and his family continue to show me to this day, and one I wish to replicate now, in this place, having a family of my own. My immediate predecessor served in this place for 12 years. During that time, he became champion of a number of causes, not least of which was support for rugby league and his role as chair of the all-party parliamentary rugby league group, championing a sport which is of great importance to our local area. Greg was also a strong advocate for pubs, not just locally, but across the country, and for local breweries, having served as chair of the all-party Save the Parliamentary Pub Group and executive member of the all-parliamentary beer group. Greg Mulholland was a hard-working local MP, filling the intentions made in his own maiden speech to this House. My honourable friend, the member for my namesake seat, Bristol North West, rightfully claimed to be the first Darren in this place. I can with great certainty say I'm the first Sobel to be elected to Parliament. My own parents arrived in this country in 1972 and couldn't imagine that their son, born at the Leeds Maternity Hospital, would one day enter the Mother of Parliaments. My own history in Leeds North West starts like so many of my fellow constituents, as a student at one of the city's fine universities, and it was at university that my interest in fighting for justice and equality began, as staff student representative for the School of Computing at the University of Leeds, first advocating for my fellow students before going to campaign on issues such as student funding and against racism on campus. I'm still an elected member of Leeds City Council, and prior to my election here, I was the lead for climate change and chair of the Affordable Warmth Partnership, two topics that are close to my heart and to which I'll return shortly. I turn now to the substantive issue of the debate. In doing so, I'd first like to echo the words of honourable friends and honourable members who have already spoken on this devastating event, and expressing my heartfelt condolences and sincere sympathies to the victims of the Grenfell fire, their families and the people of Kensington. I pay tribute to the emergency services who responded so rapidly and bravely, and to my honourable friend, member for Kensington, and all the volunteers who supported families in the aftermath of the fire. That so many lives have been lost was a tragedy that defies description. On the Sunday following the fire, I visited the only tower block in my constituency and ensured that tenants felt safe in their homes. Leeds City Council have confirmed to me that no aluminium composite material cladding has been used as council-owned blocks of flats in Leeds. But I've been approached by constituents that live or work in other types of clad buildings and hope the Minister will be taking action to ensure testing is done on all cladding in this country, working with and compelling the sector representative bodies and building owners to undertake testing, that the testing of cladding is fully addressed in the inquiry. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that all members of the House agree with me on the need for urgent action on safety, but I would also like to address the use of cladding as part of our wider aims to reduce carbon emissions and to reduce fuel bills, tackling fuel poverty. In my constituency, a wholesale programme of external wall cladding insulation started, but then stalled due to cuts in eco-funding, leaving one side of the road with cladding and the other side of the road without. External wall insulation, whether using mineral wool, phenolic resin or other materials which meet building regulations and have a U value of 0.3, contribute to eradicating fuel poverty and to meeting our obligations under the Paris Climate Change Agreement. We must ensure this work is completed alongside other measures, not just in housing, but transport, energy and manufacturing, to ensure runaway climate change doesn't occur. But the safety of our citizens is paramount, so we must also ensure that our standards and inspection regime are amongst the best in the world. In the words of President Obama, no challenge poses a greater threat to future generations than climate change. This chamber is a stage where the world can hear our voice. It is incumbent on me to use that voice to ensure that whilst I sit on these benches, I'll speak truth to power and be an advocate for this one issue which will define the shape of our future more than any other. Action to combat climate change will give us the best possible chance to save this planet, as it's the only home we've got. Without ensuring that we take every step towards a carbon-free future, we will be judged as having failed future generations, and I'm sure nobody came into this House to be a failure. There will be many other local and national issues I'll raise in the House concerning our market towns, universities, sporting and cultural institutions, transport links and technology. But for today, I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to make my maiden speech. And I pledge to my constituents and to honourable members to be a strong voice in this House, as well as a powerful advocate for my constituency.
Karen Buck.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to see you in the chair. And it is delightful to follow the excellent maiden speech by the Honourable Member for Leeds North West. And indeed, we've heard three other superb maiden speeches today from the Honourable Members from Croydon Central, Lewisham and Barnsley. This House is renewing itself with huge talent, with youth, with energy and with diversity and across all sides. And I think that's something of which all members of this House can be very proud to see. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Grenfell Tower Fire was the worst residential fire in modern history and the worst disaster of any kind for 30 years in this country. And the truth of the matter is that fire is not, residential fire is not an equal opportunities killer. In North West London, I know from my own history in my own constituency, but also in Kensington, that we have had a spate of the worst fires of modern history. Before Grenfell, we had the Clanricarde Gardens fire in which 8 people died and 100 were made homeless. The year before that, in 1980, 9 people died in a fire for homeless women in Kilburn. Shortly before that, 7 people died in a fire in an interconnected, multiple occupied property in Maida Vale. All of these larger scale fires, residential fires, had something in common. They affected the lowest income people and they affected people in the worst kind of housing. Now, we cannot and should not be prejudging the results of the Grenfell inquiry into exactly how the fire started and how it spread so quickly. But the conclusions that we can draw are that it is substandard housing that is at risk, and it is the poorest people who live in substandard housing, and they need to be protected. And there is an issue of power here, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that needs to be addressed now. It does not need to wait until the findings of the inquiry. There is much that can be legislated for immediately. Many of the suggestions we've already heard in the debate this afternoon in terms of the issuing of building regulations and of guidance and the lessons that were learnt from the Lakanal House fire. But we can also legislate immediately to redress the imbalance of power between landlord and tenant. And that can be done by giving statutory powers to tenants for consultation around major works and hearing their voice in a way we know that, tragically, the voices of Grenfell Tower residents were not heard. And we can strengthen the power and the redress of tenants in both social and private housing in respect of substandard accommodation. And reference has been made to legal aid in this context, and it is absolutely right that we should be looking again at the capacity of tenants to be able to draw upon legal aid to represent their cases in disrepair as well as in substandard accommodation. So will the Minister be committing today to reviewing all of the scope for legislation, both in terms of fire safety and building regulations, but also in terms of the rights of redress and consultation for tenants, none of which is prejudged by the Grenfell Tower inquiry, and all of which progress can be made on immediately? Now, also, Madam Deputy Speaker, homelessness and housing need are not equal opportunities impactors. They affect disproportionately the poorest people in this country. In the course of the last week, we've had some increasingly harsh judgments in parts of the media about what has happened to Grenfell residents and how their housing needs are being met. And the fact is that their housing needs do not exist in a vacuum. They exist in the context of a London which is seeing a rising homelessness crisis yet again, where the number of families accepted as homeless has increased by more than half, where children on a scale not seen for since the early part of the last decade are now living their lives in temporary accommodation. And I asked the Housing Minister before, and I would like to know if the Housing Minister can answer this question today, how many of the occupants of Grenfell Tower have already been through the homelessness system? We know that there were residents who were actually living in temporary accommodation in that building already. We know that many of those families will have been through the horrific experience of homelessness already. We know that their families, their friends and their neighbours will have done so. And they will know what this House needs to be reminded of, that Kensington already has one of the worst experiences of homelessness in the country, the pressure on housing stock. We know that it has the worst record in the country of moving homeless households away from the borough. And that families in temporary accommodation will find that the word temporary is not the word that we understand it. It means that people will live for many years and sometimes a decade or more in temporary accommodation, moving often from one home to another, and they will do anything to avoid that experience yet again. Families should not be expected to move more than once. And have an absolute right to know that their housing needs will be met swiftly, but also fairly and decently. But also, Madam Deputy Speaker, because this does not exist in a vacuum, their housing needs should not be met at the expense of other vulnerable homeless households. And it is already the case that in neighbouring boroughs, the allocations process has slowed, in some cases stopped, hopefully only temporarily, whilst precedence is rightly given at the moment to Grenfell survivors. But that is not something that can be allowed to stand over the medium term. We have to know, we have to have a categorical assurance from the Minister that families will not, in other boroughs who, and indeed in Kensington, who are also homeless, also in housing need, will be pushed to the back of the queue and have their needs unmet, because the Council and the Government are not working together to meet the needs of all of their families. Now, we also know, while we're on the issue of equal opportunities, that the story of investment in local services is not a fair and equal opportunities one. We know that urban authorities have been hardest hit by the government's cuts in local authority expenditure since 2010. We know that on present trends, by the end of this decade, funding for local government will have fallen by 70%, and that has to be understood in the context of the measures that local authorities want to take and to assure their residents that they are taking in respect of fire safety in other high-rise blocks. It is simply not satisfactory for the Minister in his opening remarks to tell us that only local authorities demonstrating they cannot afford to meet high fire safety works will have that reimbursed. What message does that send out to anxious residents who want to know that their safety is going to be absolutely paramount? What clarity can the Minister give about exactly what forms of recommendations from the Fire Brigade regarding fire safety will meet the criterion for the Government to fund that? Will the Minister confirm that he understands that any expenditure that will be met by local authorities will come from tenants and will come from leaseholders, and that is certainly going to be in competition with the resources that are needed to fund repairs and maintenance elsewhere in the system? And I've already quoted the figure that basic repairs and maintenance of social housing was 9.7% lower this year than it was last, and is 22% lower than it was in 2010. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, in respect of other services as well, we are hearing great work being done by mental health and health services in the borough, much needed to work with survivors and other local residents. Will those services also be fully funded and reimbursed by central government, so that the mental health and other healthcare services for Kensington and for surrounding boroughs will not be put at risk and compromised in any way because of the stepping up to the plate of those crucial public services? And absolutely my final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, is this. We also heard from the Minister in his opening remarks that there was a fundamental lack of clarity about what the task force being sent into Kensington was going to do and what its duties were going to be. That it will not be an authority that will have any executive function whatsoever. Can the Minister just be absolutely clear in saying to us what this means? What it means is that when the gold operation finishes, the functions of service will be handed back to the already deeply discredited Kensington and Chelsea Council, where the trust has already totally collapsed. Does the Minister think that is acceptable? I doubt that the people of Kensington will, so powerfully already set out by my honourable friend, the member for Kensington. I do not believe they have trust in this task force. I think they want to see the government demonstrating that there is going to be a radically different approach to meeting their needs. We have not heard that yet. The Minister has a chance to put that right later.
To make her maiden speech, Jo Platt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for allowing me to make my maiden speech following my honourable friend for Westminster North and within this important debate. The tragedy of Grenfell was felt all over the nation, and I am sure that I speak for all of my constituency who send their thoughts and prayers to all those affected, and similarly want a swift and timely response from the investigation into the events that happened on that terrible night. The community surrounding Grenfell want answers, and if we have learnt anything from past tragedies, the voice of the community must be given paramount attention. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would firstly like to pay tribute to the people of Lee for placing their trust in me to stand here as their first female Member of Parliament. Yeah. This is made all more important as we fast approach 100 years of unbroken Labour representation for the people of Lee. Yeah. I would also like to place my thanks to my family for all their support, my mother, my father, my sisters, but especially my two children, who were the drivers for my political ambition. As a single mother from a working class background, wanting what is best for them is wanting what is best for the future of everyone within our country. Yeah. Without them, I would not be stood here today. Lee has always benefited from its strong Labour voices that it elects to this House. And with that in mind, I would like to pay tribute to my predecessors, Harold Boardman, Lawrence Cunliffe, and of course, my most recent predecessor, Andy Burnham. Andy served this House with commitment for 16 years. His work on the Hillsborough disaster and more recently the contaminated blood scandal. His strength and passion for truth and justice will forever be his legacy. This is something that I can only aspire to emulate. But it wasn't just this House that benefited from Andy's work. Andy was a formidable constituency MP, forging great relationships within our communities, fighting tirelessly for those that didn't have a voice, and for constantly pushing for regeneration of the constituency, driving projects such as the creation of Lee Sports Village, the home to the best rugby league team in the country, Lee Centurions. I am sure this House will all want to wish Andy Burnham every success in his role as Greater Manchester Mayor. And I am in no doubt that Andy will be using his position to ensure that devolution is used to enhance the lives for everyone within Greater Manchester. Madam Deputy Speaker, Lee and its people have always had a sense of social justice. From towns that lie within, such as Tilsley, Goulburn, Atherton and smaller villages of Astley, Moseley Common, Loughton and Atherley, each one with a historic story to tell. From our early focus on agriculture and the uncontroversial creation of the spinning jenny by Thomas Hay, I'm giving him that one. It then, as most places in the north, gave way to the might of the Industrial Revolution, in particular the coal and cotton industry, all linked by its canal network. The legacy of Lee's industrial past can still be seen in the remaining red brick mills and the iconic mining headgear in Astley, which sadly is the last remaining one in the whole of Lancashire. But fortunately, the good people of Lee want to keep this alive, and I look forward to the heritage project linking coal at Astley via the canal onto the great cotton mill of Lee Spinners. But with most post-industrial areas, we have seen years of decline. Our manufacturing industry gone and not replaced, infrastructure such as our rail link taken away, and town centres declining. It's a common story shared by many constituencies. Social mobility is a huge problem for young people in the Lee, for those unable to get support to go to college or university. With a lack of post-16 education, leaving our young people only able to access low-paid, low-skilled jobs. We should ensure that new industries and skills should be at the forefront of regeneration in Lee. Madam Deputy Speaker, I have spent the last 6 years elected as a councillor in local government. I have watched this government's austerity measures chip away at our essential public services. Cuts to adult social care and children's services is nothing but an attack on the most vulnerable in our society. But I have also seen our local authorities and communities fight back, supporting and empowering the very people it serves. I am proud to have been part of the innovative way that our services have dealt with such measures, supporting communities by doing what they have always done in times of crisis, supporting each other, just like they did in the 1980s miners' strike and just as they are now. From homeless shelters, food banks, countless volunteers that want to keep our heritage alive. This is what you call a social movement. Communities that work tirelessly to ensure each other are supported. Today, I would like to pay tribute to those that give their time to do such work. My own experience of education in the 1980s was not a good one. Of course, in my school there were many success stories, but many did struggle without adequate support and without being equipped to face the challenges of a changing economic landscape. Many left school without qualifications, ambitions and hope. Today, our children and young people face the same challenges, from cuts to early years, the cuts to early intervention grants, and of course the cuts to our schools, the very resource that gives our children and young people the support that they need to do well. We cannot afford to see our children suffer because of ignorance to the challenges faced by our more deprived communities, and will do all that I can to ensure that all aspects of our children's lives are adequately supported. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am proud to stand amongst Labour colleagues alongside our men and women, and in particular the new intake, all sporting their individual regional accents. How refreshing! I am proud of my working class roots and of those that built the very area I now represent. When we talk about standing on the shoulders of giants, these are the giants that I wish to attribute myself to. And let's not forget that there are now giants now who are also making history. I stand side by side with them. Our WASPy women, our miners still fighting for their lost pensions, our veterans who are still not receiving the support they are owed once they leave service, our disabled and sick who are being unfairly treated by our systems, and our public services, the police, the fire service, NHS and schools. These are the backbone of our communities and what we as representatives must continue to stand up for. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is no good reason for people in Leigh or anywhere to endure the insecurities they now face. It is a choice to defend our communities and public services that I have been sent here to fight for on behalf of the people of Leigh. Thank you.
Chris Elmore.
Hello. Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I'm not sure if this has been planned or not, but it's nice as the regional whip for the Honourable Member for Leigh to congratulate her on a wonderful speech, and she obviously has shoes to fill, big shoes, but it's quite clear that she will be more than able to fill them, and I know she'll be a real credit to this House and to the people of Leigh. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for letting me speak in this debate. Can I first of all start by adding my thanks to the emergency services and their bravery in the Grenfell Tower fire, and also my sincere and heartfelt condolences to the people who lost their lives, their families, and the people who have lost their homes. In the brief time that I will take to speak, I want to focus on an issue which I firmly believe has not received enough attention in the aftermath of the fire. Since last month's fire, the media, we in this House and the wider public have sought answers for what caused such a disaster. In doing so, cladding, individuals and the local authority have taken much of the blame. However, in today's debate, I rise to highlight the role that insulation could have played, in the hope that both this House and the inquiry will consider the consequences of flammable insulation rather than inflammable alternatives. For those not aware, Grenfell Tower was insulated with a foam product named Celotex RS 5000, also known as PIR. The first issue is that PIR is flammable. Although in small-scale tests the material appears to be limited in its combustibility, under genuine fire conditions it is nothing short of combustible. The second issue is that when it is ignited, PIR releases toxic, deadly fumes, the most notorious of which is hydrogen cyanide, the toxic substance which has been confirmed as being treated from a number of Grenfell survivors. In the vast market of insulation, there are many, many alternatives to PIR. The key point is that insulation has been developed which is simply not combustible. Insulation engineered from stone wool, if used, could have saved lives in Grenfell, as it has done in so many fires previously. The two key problems with foam insulation, such as PIR, are completely avoided with stone wool. It is not combustible, so it does not encourage and it does not spread fire. And as a result, it does not create the problem of toxic product inhalation. Constructors are well aware of the dangers of using foam or fiberglass products, but cannot or will not find the funds to use non-combustible stone wool. Now, I'm not suggesting for one moment that private developers should be legally bound to develop private housing estates or private developments with a particular type of insulation. They are commercial decisions, and clearly they are decisions for those businesses and those developers. However, what I would hope is that those businesses would put public safety at the heart of whatever they are choosing to construct in the private sector. However, in social housing, there is, in my opinion, and many members of this House, social housing is there to protect our most vulnerable, and it should be the responsibility of government to legislate to ensure that insulation that is used on our social housing is of a non-combustible nature. Even this week, I have placed written questions to the House and to the Department for Communities and Local Government asking what they will be doing to test similar insulation for combustibility. The reply, in short, from ministers is they are doing nothing. They are offering no testing and they have no plans to. Today, I have written to Sir Martin Morbick to ask him to confirm to what extent his inquiry will consider the role of insulation in the fire. As thus far, Mr Deputy Speaker, the government have treated it as an afterthought. Thank you.
Rachel Whitley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It is almost a month since the horrific tragedy that took place at Grenfell Tower, Kensington, and I would like to take this opportunity to offer my sympathies, along with my colleagues who have already added theirs, to all the individuals and their families that endured this horrendous ordeal and the loss and uncertainty that they've encountered since. And this has had an impact, as colleagues have said, far beyond Kensington and far beyond London itself. In my constituency of Redditch, there have been outpourings of sympathy, and more, there have been practical help offered. Residents have rallied round and they've organised donations of goods and much needed items to the victims. So I do welcome the actions that the government and local authority have taken so far, including the emergency funding that's been made available and the rehousing of the surviving residents. And I would call on the Minister today to confirm that everything is indeed being done to help those poor families who have suffered and lost so much, that he is taking into account the needs of each individual family to make sure that they have a home that's right for them to rebuild their lives. I welcome the deployment of experienced civil servants. We recognise this is a complex situation they're dealing with. They are supporting the Council in their response. I welcome the additional £1.5 million to assist in delivering mental health support to victims. We can only imagine how devastating it must be for people enduring that mental trauma, that post-traumatic stress syndrome, as they seek to rebuild their lives. And I welcome the funding to ensure that residents are represented during the inquiry. Does my honourable friend agree with me that it is in the interests of the residents of Grenfell and their friends and families, and of those who died, that we allow Sir Martin to start this inquiry and get on with the job of establishing the facts of the case before speculating further? And it is right that an inquiry is launched so that we may learn from this terrible incident, and surely better to understand the events that led to the disaster and so prevent a similar tragedy from occurring again. We are doing that in Redditch Borough Council, and I congratulate the Redditch Borough Council for looking at an emergency disaster response that they have reviewed and launched in response to these events. Even though we do not have tower blocks, we recognise the impact on other public buildings, including schools and hospitals, and I welcome that. And as the Secretary of State himself recognised, the national and local response was not good enough in the aftermath, and these processes must be rectified to better support victims in future. And I would like to ask the Minister to confirm again for us what steps his department are taking to review our emergency planning procedures to ensure that responses in the future are rapid and effective and giving proper support to victims. And I'm very pleased to see the precautions and checks being made by the Department of Communities and Local Government alongside the Government Property Unit to oversee building regulations and checks on wider public sector buildings. And I was deeply shocked and concerned by the incident at Grenfell Tower, and this did lead me to seek my own assurances from Redditch Borough Council regarding the condition and safety of council-owned housing, and I know that my colleagues on both sides of the House are doing the same. And I was very pleased to learn in that case that all properties within our borough contain cladding and insulation that is certified and installed to stringent nationally recognised standards. However, I finished by calling on the Secretary of State to consider reviewing building regulations and fire safety procedures in light of the results of the Grenfell Tower Inquiry. And this will help us to ensure that current regulations are up to date and take into account all the learnings from this tragedy, and that all efforts are continuing to be made around the country to give people living in tower blocks, or indeed spending their leisure time or their educational time in public buildings such as leisure, community centres, hospitals, schools, to ensure that they are safe.
Green.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very glad to be able to contribute to this debate. I want to start by congratulating my honourable friends who've made maiden speeches in the debate this afternoon. It's been a real pleasure to hear them, and especially most recently my neighbour in Greater Manchester, my honourable friend, the member for Lee. I also want to repeat, as other honourable members have, my deep condolences to every victim of the Grenfell Tower tragedy. It is an unimaginable horror for those affected, and when we first learned of it just after the general election, it seemed to me that everyone around the House, and especially ministers, were absolutely horrified by the scale of what had occurred, and there was a real sense of determination right across the House and across government to act to ensure that nothing like this could happen ever again in our country. And I don't question, Mr Deputy Speaker, Minister's continuing deep sense of responsibility and a wish to make things different. But the reality already so quickly is that we seem to have lost that sense of impetus, that we seem already to be down in the mire of uncertainty about who's responsible, what's to be done, when we're going to have clarity about what will keep people safe in their homes. And that is playing out every day among tenants and leaseholders and homeowners in my constituency. In Stretford and Urmston, we have 14 high-rise blocks. 8 are owned by social landlords, 7 by Trafford Housing Trust, 1 by Irwell Valley. The remainder are owned by a range of private companies whose names are frankly to me meaningless. I have no idea who these companies are, who owns them, who governs them. We also have major housing development going on now in my constituency, and more in train, in which new privately owned high-rise blocks are now being constructed. Now, I don't believe that we have no place in our housing mix for good quality high-rise housing. But if these new buildings are not being constructed to the very highest of standards that we should expect in the light of Grenfell, and if we are not yet sure what those highest standards should look like, may I venture to suggest that development needs to be paused until we can be confident about it. One of my social landlords said to me the other day that when I asked how things now felt, he said, well, it's continuing to get worse. And what he meant by that was continuing and increasing uncertainty as more and more things become unclear about the actions that need to be taken. Now, I recognise that there are an inordinately complex mix of factors to be considered, but that's no use to landlords and tenants now trying to make decisions about how to act in response to concerns about safety. And I really urge ministers to do everything they can to give clarity and certainty at the highest common denominator as soon as possible. First of all, in relation to cladding. We have a small number of blocks in Trafford partially clad. All the cladding has, as across the country, failed the flammability tests, and the intention is to remove that cladding. But that work has not yet begun because the property owners cannot be sure that in removing the cladding they might not make the buildings even less safe. My honourable friend, the member for Ogmore, rightly alluded to concerns about insulation, and it is the intention of our landlords to have that insulation tested. But can ministers say now why it is the case that the testing of insulation is not being mandated and put on the same footing and with the same resources as is the testing of cladding. I must say I find that quite inexplicable. And can I ask if ministers are aware so far of what amount of testing of insulation has taken place, in how many buildings, and what the results have been where that testing has been carried out? Secondly, in relation to sprinklers, it's absolutely clear that across the House the view is that sprinklers now should be retrofitted. It would be helpful to understand if ministers have a view on whether it may in some cases be appropriate to install those sprinkler systems on the outside of buildings as well as on the inside, whether that's within individual homes or only in common areas. I appreciate again that will vary from building to building, but an indication of ministers' attitude to those questions would be helpful. Similarly with fire escapes, do ministers have a view on whether planning legislation could accommodate the possibility that additional external escapes may now be needed on some buildings? Is there advice to be given on alarm systems, on the level of safety checks that landlords should be carried out, and of course the advice on whether people should stay put in their flats or flee in the event of a reported fire? What assessment is being made of whether any remedial activity may expose new dangers, for example, in relation to asbestos? And have ministers reminded those who own high-rise buildings of their particular obligations in working with asbestos safely? And can we have absolute clarity, because I'm not clear, and I know that landlords are not clear in my constituency, about the precise nature of the responsibility of the fire service and of the landlords. Are the fire service giving advice, which landlords then have to weigh up to make a decision on how to interpret or act upon, or is the fire service advice mandatory? I'm not clear, landlords aren't clear. I hope the Minister may be able to give us clarity. May I also say that the assurances we've been getting from ministers on who will meet the costs is pretty opaque, frankly. To say, well, that if landlords or councils are not able to meet the costs, then ministers and the government will, of course, work with them, really tells us nothing. We cannot have tenants bearing these costs. We cannot expect leaseholders to bear them. They can't afford to. Social landlords and councils are going to run out of money as they put these different rectification measures in place. Ministers need to say really clearly now that they will underwrite costs as a minimum, that the last resort for funding, not working with landlords, but funding these measures, will be met by central government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to mention a couple of other aspects of the risks that have been identified and the questions that landlords in particular are asking me. First of all, in relation to the removal of cladding, that is beginning to happen across Greater Manchester and across the country, and it's happening, of course, now during summer months when the warmth and protective effects of that cladding on the standards of decency in those homes is perhaps not a major issue. But come the winter, if we have not replaced that cladding with new means of keeping those homes warm and dry, then we are likely to see a rise in cold homes, damp homes, respiratory illness and all the associated problems that we see in our constituency surgeries all the time, and of course extra costs for those householders who are going to spend this winter turning up their heating. Now, as we know, many of those householders are on relatively low incomes. It would be helpful if ministers could indicate now that where it has not been possible to make those homes warm and dry again in time for winter, there will be help for tenants to meet heating bills, because they will need that assurance. Otherwise, as we know, the poorest tenants, elderly tenants, will simply turn off their heating at great risk to their health and well-being. And that brings me to my final point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the position of vulnerable tenants in these buildings, and particularly in sheltered accommodation. We know that there are, thankfully not in my constituency, but in some parts of Greater Manchester, sheltered blocks which are high-rise blocks. We also know that even low-rise sheltered housing is, as one of my social landlords put it to me, basically a tower block turned on its side. There are many, many vulnerable tenants in large sheltered housing accommodation. We do need government to be working with landlords on strategies, particularly to protect vulnerable tenants, whether in dedicated sheltered accommodation or not. And may I just ask ministers to give particular consideration to one, I admit, very contentious issue, and that is the issue of data sharing. One of the things that I was told in the immediate aftermath of the Grenfell Tower fire, as my social landlords began to try to take action to make the premises safe and offer assurances to tenants, was that they didn't know not only necessarily who was in every flat, but what particular vulnerabilities those tenants might have. So far as has been possible, information is being shared across social services, with schools, with NHS commissioners and others. But there are obviously real difficulties and sensitivities in doing that. Could I say to ministers, because I know the government envisages bringing forward a data protection bill in the course of this Parliament, that this is an opportunity to think carefully and constructively about getting a balance that respects individual privacy and data, but allows for appropriate access when that is important for health, safety and the preservation of life. And I hope that that will be fed in as ministers begin to develop that legislation. This appalling atrocity has got the potential to bring some good out of it, but only if ministers maintain the determination and resolve that we saw in the immediate aftermath of the tragedy. I ask them, for the sake of those who have died and those who have lost family members, and for those living today in tower blocks and those who will in future, you must take on that responsibility.
Ellen Pace.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to congratulate honourable members who have made such powerful maiden speeches today, including in particular my South London constituency neighbours, the honourable members for Lewisham West and Penge and Croydon Central, with whom I look forward to working on the issues that affect all of our constituents in South London. The Grenfell Tower fire was an unspeakable horror which became an unimaginable tragedy for hundreds of people who lost parents, sisters, brothers, children, friends, and the fabric of their lives, the basis of their security and community. My thoughts are with everyone affected by such devastating loss, and indeed, over the past month, it has often been hard to think about anything else. The fire has had a profound impact on all who were directly affected, but also on the wider community in Kensington and in London, and on the country as a whole. The first priority must, of course, be help and support for survivors of the fire to access new homes within their existing community, which meet their needs and which are genuinely affordable, and the support that they need to rebuild their lives. The government must also, however, recognise that the consequence of the Grenfell Tower fire for residents across the country has been a colossal loss of confidence and trust, because somewhere along the line, the systems, regulations, standards, inspections and emergency procedures which were put there to keep people safe have failed to do so. There have been 2 fires in tower blocks in my constituency since the Grenfell Tower fire, and I was on site on one of those occasions as the fire broke out. And the level of anxiety and fear that residents in tower blocks fear just at the moment cannot be overstated. In working to ensure that such a tragedy can never happen again, the government must focus on how confidence and trust can be rebuilt so that residents of tower blocks across the country can rest easy again without any shadow of a doubt that the framework of governance, regulation and inspection, which is supposed to keep them safe, can do so. I was elected as a councillor in the London Borough of Southwark in 2010, the year after the Lakanal House fire, as part of a new administration of the council, picking up the pieces after that devastating tragedy in which 6 people lost their lives. Fire safety was the council's top priority. Every block was subject to rigorous fire risk assessment, starting with the tallest blocks and working down, and the council spent more than £60 million on fire safety works. Fire safety is an ongoing responsibility and must be monitored and assessed constantly, so I'm not suggesting that there is any room for complacency in Southwark or that there isn't more to do, but the level of commitment to ensure that Lakanal couldn't happen again was crystal clear. Lakanal House should have been the wake-up call not just for a single borough, but for the country as a whole. The fact that it was not lies in a lack of political will and commitment from a government ideologically committed to deregulation at all costs and to reducing public expenditure, and in 7 years of deep cuts to local and central government and to our emergency services. The obsession with deregulation is illustrated in the words of the Housing Minister in 2013, who said, following advice from the Lakanal House coroner, that the government should consider progressing the installation of sprinkler systems in all tower blocks. We believe that it is the responsibility of the fire industry, rather than the government, to market fire sprinkler systems effectively and to encourage their wider installation. What utter nonsense! It is the responsibility of government to keep people safe. And this requires a framework of regulation and funding, not a private marketing campaign for sprinklers. It is the same ideologically driven approach to deregulation which has resulted in the review of building regulations, also called for by the Lakanal House coroner, to be left in the long grass for 4 years. There are multiple problems with the regulatory framework which need to be addressed. Fire risk assessments can be undertaken by anyone. There is no requirement for any minimum level of qualifications, expertise or registration, and no requirement for independence. There is no minimum requirement for the number of building control inspections which have to be undertaken during construction works, allowing defects to be built in and covered up in between inspections. The APPG for Excellence in the Built Environment, of which I'm Vice Chair, published a report a year ago which highlighted this issue. It said, "We are concerned that competition in building control might be fuelling a race to the bottom, and we are therefore recommending there should be a defined minimum number of inspections." There has been no action from the government on this issue. Building control inspections can be self-procured from private providers, setting up a contractual relationship between construction contractors and building control inspectors, which lacks independence and can therefore be compromised. And the government cannot pretend that austerity is not a part of the problem. There has been a huge loss of local authority capacity due to cuts to council budgets. Planning and building control is the second most severely cut area of expenditure across local authority services, and there has been a huge loss of capacity in DCLG and within our emergency services too. So it is clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, even without the conclusions of a public inquiry, that there are actions the government can and must take now to rebuild the trust of residents living in tower blocks, acting on advice which has already been received and information which is already known. There must be a complete overhaul of the fire safety inspection regime. Responsibility must be restored to the fire service on a completely independent and statutory footing, and cuts to the fire service must be reversed to enable them to fulfil this role. There must be a complete overhaul of building regulations as called for by the Lakanal House coroner 4 years ago, and its recommendations must apply to existing buildings as well as new builds. Residents must be given a voice in this process. The government must provide urgent clarity on the safety of cladding products of all types, not just aluminium composite cladding, and insulation, including advice on safe replacements for panels that need to be removed and specifications for new buildings. And importantly, there must be new rights for residents in high-rise blocks who have concerns about fire safety to trigger an independent inspection, the outcome of which has statutory weight. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, the government must stop playing semantic games around the funding for fire safety works arising as a consequence of the Grenfell Tower fire. In response to a written question I submitted last week on this matter, the Minister wrote, "Where work is necessary to ensure the fire safety of social housing, we will ensure that lack of financial resources will not prevent it going ahead." What does this mean? Does this mean that government will decide whether it believes that councils have resources or not? What will be the process and who will make the decision? The Grenfell Tower fire came out of the blue, and the steps to put it right cannot be at the expense of planned maintenance or major works or the delivery of urgently needed new homes. The government must make a firm commitment to fund fire safety works, sprinkler systems and the replacement of cladding required in response to Grenfell Tower, and it must make this commitment as a matter of urgency. So I call on the government to begin the process of addressing the fears that communities across the country have because of Grenfell Tower and restoring trust and confidence in the systems that are there to protect people. The memory of those who lost their lives must be respected and honoured by making absolutely certain that such a tragedy can never happen again.
Jim Fitzpatrick.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm very pleased to be following my honourable friend from Dulwich in West Norwood and her typically thoughtful contribution in this important debate. I'm also pleased to have had the chance to listen to maiden speeches from colleagues from Leeds North West, Croydon Central, Barnsley East and Lewisham West and Penge. I was trying to think what the collective noun must be for a gaggle of maiden speeches. I've decided it's a feast in this occasion. We've had a feast of maiden speeches, Mr Deputy Speaker. Their constituents must be proud of them already, and I know that they'll work very hard to repay the confidence that they showed in my honourable friends in the months and the years ahead. Mr Deputy Speaker, the First Secretary in his contribution opening the debate referred to the fire guidance and approved document B, which is an essential element of the building regulations. He said the expert panel will be advising the Secretary of State, and it's this issue that I wish to ask about. My right honourable friend, speaking for Her Majesty's opposition, also made comment on this aspect of matters relevant to Grenfell. He said government can start with the overhaul of building regulations now and feed into the public inquiry recommendations afterwards, which in my view is the right approach. I raised the terms of reference for the public inquiry in my adjournment debate 2 weeks ago, recorded at column 430 in Hansard, where I said it would be very helpful if the Minister gave the House any details on when might be known more about the inquiry, which will face many questions and many issues. They include the source of the fire, the rapidity of the spread, the catastrophic failure of all the fire protection features that the building should have contained, the building's refurbishment, including the original specifications and the materials actually used, as well as the quality of work and the finish, the monitoring of building control, the inspection of the completed job by the Council, the designated responsible person and the fire services role. I went on to raise the question of the outstanding review of the building regulations guidance on fire as contained in approved document B and the recommendation of an urgent review by the Lakenhall House coroner in 2013. There is no statutory timetable laid down for a periodic review of the guidance, and as I said at the time, and as I mentioned in my earlier question to the First Secretary when he was opening the debate. In my debate, I asked about the building regulations, and in response, in column 436, the Minister said, after Lakenhall House, and I quote, "The government took action in a number of areas following that fire. In particular, DCLG provided funding to enable local government association, in partnership with the housing sector and enforcement authorities, to publish new fire safety guidance for purpose-built flats blocks in 2011. That guidance is still current." So that raises the key question, Mr Deputy Speaker. If the guidance is current and failed at Grenfell, then one of two things must be true. Either the guidance isn't up to the job and needs reviewing, or alternatively, the guidance is adequate but was ignored. I would suggest that this is the fundamental question that should be addressed by the independent expert advisory panel, as announced by the Secretary of State, which contains a number of distinguished members, and I understand can second additional members for specific tasks. May I ask the Minister, when he responds, whether the panel has identified the guidance and approved document B of the fire regulations as a priority piece of work that needs addressing, as its review is overdue, as we all know, as has been mentioned a number of times today, last published and revised in 2006. If the government awaits the outcome of the public inquiry and then starts the review, given that it will then take time for any working party to do its job properly, the gap between the last revision and an updated approved document B will be at least 14 years and probably a lot longer. Historically, the reviews in the UK are usually about 10 years apart. In some other countries, it's less. Does the Minister agree that this is too long a gap, and does he also agree that there should be a statutory responsibility to review the guidelines in a set period of time, rather than just having it as a periodic review? Can I ask him again whether the expert panel has commented on this, and if they haven't, whether he will ask them the question? On July the 3rd, in response to the above questions, the Secretary of State said to me, "The honourable gentleman makes an important point about building regulations and the guidance on them. It's very clear to us that there will need to be changes and that we need to look carefully at the causes and at the fact so many buildings are failing the guidance test. The expert panel has a wide remit, which is broadly to recommend to the government immediately any action it thinks we should take that will improve public safety, which validates my questions whether the expert panel has recommended an immediate urgent review, and if the answer is no, whether the Minister will ask them why they've arrived at this conclusion. And Mr Deputy Speaker, it's not just me raising these questions. The Fire and Rescue Service All-Party Parliamentary Group has been pressing them for some time. The Royal Institute of British Architects wrote to colleagues yesterday reinforcing their view. They say, ahead of any inquiry conclusions, the RIBA has called on government to carry out the following. Commence immediately the delayed formal review of approved document B, which was first proposed by the Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government in 2013 in response to the Coroner's Rule 43 letter following the inquest into the deaths resulting from the 2009 fire in Lacanau House. RIBA believes that the review of approved document B must be comprehensive, transparent and fundamental reappraisal rather than amendment or clarification, and should begin without delay to remove uncertainty, provide clarity and provide public safety. They also go on to raise building Bulletin 100 and school sprinkler systems, which I also raised in my debate, and that's been mentioned by several colleagues today. The Fire Sector Federation President, former London Fire Commissioner Mr Brian Robinson, writes a more qualified view on approved document B, which nonetheless supports a review when he writes that we also recommend and suggest increased provisions for protections, including sprinklers, in line with the latest thinking on fire safety. But an update of approved document B is only one part of the greater whole. That isn't by any means a complete solution of the weaknesses exposed by Grenfell. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, in support of this key point, the Association of British Insurers write more directly. Approved document B. A comprehensive review is urgently needed of approved document B. The regulations in England covering fire safety matters within and around buildings. The ABI has been calling for a comprehensive review of this document since 2009 and most recently in 2017 May in response to the government's white paper. And my final source, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the London Fire Brigade itself. In the briefing for this debate supplied by Helen Newton on behalf of the London Fire and Emergency Planning Authority, it says, approved document B. This document has not been reviewed for some time, which means that it has not kept up with British standards and new and innovative methods of construction or allowed debate of the sprinklers and other suppression systems, especially around specialised housing. We have been calling for approved document B to be reviewed and renew that call now as a matter of urgency. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Lacanau Coroner, the Royal Institute of British Architects, the Association of British Insurers, the Fire Sector Federation, fire authorities, the All-Party Group and others, including the Fire Protection Association, that I've not had time to quote, all agree on the urgency of reviewing approved document B. It's not the full solution, but it needs to be done, and it needs to be done now, not in 3 years' time or in 5 years' time. And if the work doesn't start until after the public inquiry, it could be as long as 5 years before approved document B is actually renewed. The government document in response to a parliamentary question, as mentioned by the First Secretary earlier on, entitled Government Building Safety Programme Explanatory Note, says, we have set up an expert panel to advise us on other urgent steps we should take to improve fire safety. So I will be grateful if the Minister would address the specific points I've raised on the review of approved document B. And for the avoidance of doubt, there are 3 questions. Has the expert panel advised on an immediate review of approved document B? If not, will the Secretary of State ask them if they consider it appropriate to have an immediate review of approved document B? And will the Secretary of State deposit the answer to those 2 questions in the library? It's been said many times today, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the majority of people who die in fires are the poor, the old, the young, the sick, people with substance abuses and the rest of it. Lacanau, the Grenfell Tower Fire demonstrated that writ large. We need regulations to protect people in our buildings. Approved document B is the foundation stone upon which all building safety is constructed. If we don't have that operating as it should be, we're exposing people to more danger. Thank you, sir.
Andy Swatter.
Thank you Very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to follow my honourable friend for Popular and Limehouse. I don't pretend to his expertise, but I hope the Minister will have listened to the points he makes. They're absolutely vital, and the passion with which he puts them to ensure the key element of safety here. I am the member for the neighbouring constituency, as well as strong community and family ties of many of my constituents to the victims of Grenfell Tower. We are host now to between 50 and 100 of those victims in hotel accommodation in the borough. Just yesterday I found out that the Kensington Academy, which is at the foot of Grenfell Tower, will now be housed for about a year in porter cabins built on wormwood scrubs. I use that as an example of the ramifications of this terrible natural disaster, which are going to affect many, many people across not just Kensington but across and London but across the country, and are going to last for a very long time. And I have a number of questions I wish to put and issues to raise with the Minister. And the first of those is, who is in charge here? We've heard statements from at least 5 ministers. 4 of them were present at the beginning of this debate, but only for the opening speeches. And while I value the Prime Minister and others' contribution to this and the ordering at an early date of a full public inquiry, I'm afraid that since that happened, we have seen confusion and a degree of inaction. And I don't say that with any pleasure. And I'd ask the Minister, in responding, who is the Minister at central government level who takes overall responsibility here? Is there perhaps a role for a Minister specifically designated to deal with this tragedy? After all, we often have ministers appointed to deal with natural disasters. This is a man-made disaster, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with just as many, if not more, ramifications and over more time. And if the position is confusing at national level, it's even more confusing in Kensington and Chelsea. And I'm afraid what has happened in that benighted borough has been just appalling, almost tragicomic since these terrible events happened. First, we had a chief executive who clearly not up to the job, who was thrown under a bus to protect his political masters, and then, but reluctantly went. We then had a leader who should have gone as soon as it was clear that the disaster effort was a disaster relief was a disaster in itself, but who again said purported failures is the reason that I'm going from here. And we then had a new leader installed, who I'm afraid, I just don't think of what I've seen of her is up to the job either. And I found it just highly embarrassing to hear her on the radio this morning saying, I haven't been into the high-rise council blocks before. She's been a cabinet member for at least 5 years. She's been a councillor for the borough for at least 11 years. I can't think of the hundreds, if not thousands of times that I've visited for all sorts of reasons and all sorts of accommodation around the borough. How can you not, in all honesty, in an inner London borough, not have visited, been into the flats? I think she later clarified and said, oh, I might have been canvassing there, but I've never been into a flat in there. I mean, this is not, I don't want to personalise, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but this is clearly somebody who is simply out of touch with the people they're trying to represent, and honestly can't represent the people of North Kensington in particular. And that's why a ready solution was available in the form of commissioners. Now, none of us, particularly those of us who've got a local government background, want to see commissioners go in, but they have been put in cases, I would say less extreme cases before, and there is a suspicion here that it is politics that is preventing that happening. There's an obvious course of action. You put commissioners in to manage the situation. We're going to have all London elections next May. What's the problem there? Instead, we've got this hybrid solution whereby a task force, which it was clarified by the First Secretary of State earlier on, a task force which is advisory but doesn't report to the people who are in charge, which is still the same old bosses in Kensington and Chelsea. How in any way is that a recipe for clarity and for firm judgment and decision-making in Kensington and Chelsea? Who are these task force? It was announced by the Secretary of State for DCLG a week ago, I think exactly a week ago, But we don't know who they are, we don't know what their terms of reference are, we don't know if any of them have been appointed or have visited the borough over that period of time, and this all smacks, I'm afraid, of this continuing delay and prevarication, which is what has become the hallmark of dealing with the aftermath of Grenfell. So I ask the Minister, insofar as he is able to do, at least to clarify those points today. And if he is the Minister who is going to take responsibility, I'm sure we will all give him support. But let's have that clarity. It is true, too late, it took about a week before it was realised what a disaster the Kensington management team were, to put in the new gold team under John Barradell, and things did start to improve because there were a lot of more competent people there. But they only started to improve, and we're still not entirely there. I remember my own chief executive in Hammersmith was on the phone at 6 a.m. in the morning offering help, and I know that was true of many other London boroughs. Accommodation was offered, officers were offered, assistance was offered, and calls simply weren't returned. It wasn't that the offers were rejected or accepted, calls simply weren't returned. There was no coordination of services. Even when the new gold team came in, what appeared to be a better resolution of the situation was not quite all it seemed. And let me give an example of that, which I referred to in an earlier intervention. When I went down to speak to a group of Grenfell survivors who are now in a hotel in Fulham, they told me very differing stories. Not surprising, because every single family has a different story and different needs. But some hadn't been made housing offers, some had. Some had initially been told, because they were lodgers, because they weren't the tenants, they wouldn't get a housing offer at all, and then that was revised. Some had been given key workers, albeit somewhat belatedly, but some had only had key workers in the sense that people would occasionally ring them from numbers that were hidden, and they could not get back in touch with that person, and that person would not answer many of the questions that were there. Some people said they had a good relationship with the key workers. Some had been given money, some hadn't. It seemed some had gone down one day and been given money, and then another family member had gone down the next day and was refused money. It seemed an entirely arbitrary system, and it was extraordinarily confusing to people who were already living, let's not forget this, without any of their possessions, having suffered at best the severe trauma of the evacuation, and often were in a state of bereavement because they'd lost family members, neighbours, friends in the fire. And they've now been stuck in hotels for 4 weeks or more. And certainly the hotel I visited, I was very proud of what the hotel staff had done, and indeed the hotel management had done, in making people welcome and looking after them. But the truth is, you cannot live, particularly in a small room in a budget hotel, and many of these people, when they first were sent to hotels, had no change of clothes, they had no money, the whole family was put in one room, and Kensington had no further contact with them. In several cases, they were picked up by local residents in Hammersmith, who then got them food, put them in touch, got local businesses to give them food and cleaning and clothes for free, until Hammersmith Council intervened and gave money and vouchers and things of that kind. But this was all on an ad hoc basis. How on earth can this be happening in our capital city in the 21st century? And yes, things are getting better, but they're only getting better slowly. And let me put to bed this myth of the offers of accommodation. Offers of accommodation that included people being asked to go to places that were substantial travelling distances from their children's school or their place of work. Offers of accommodation, as we've heard earlier from our friend the member for Kensington, for disabled people which didn't have disabled access. In one case, an elderly lady I spoke to, she couldn't get into the toilet at the place that she was offered. Now, is that reasonable to refuse an offer of accommodation like that? I think it probably is. But it goes further than that. I'd ask the Minister to put himself in the position, imagine that his house burnt down, even without all the trauma associated with Grenfell Tower. I think what he'd expect is an insurance company, would put him up in a like-for-like accommodation in a similar area, would ensure that he could continue his life as best as he could, and then would restore that property and move him back in, or give him an equivalent alternative property. I don't see why the residents of Grenfell Tower should get any less, even if that assistance has to come from the state rather than from an insurance company. So let's not pretend that we're doing people favours by offering them permanent accommodation, offering them like-for-like accommodation. Some of the accommodation around Grenfell was excellent quality social housing, which we should be proud of the fact that that was built in the 1960s and 1970s. Good space standards, light, airy, plenty of room. Why should those people be given anything less than that as an alternative when they've suffered so much already? Which brings me on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, specifically to this wider issue of housing. There was an interesting piece on the Today programme last week looking at what are the options for long-term rehousing for the people from Grenfell Tower. And they went through half a dozen of them, and they were these. And it's quite revealing, I think. Well, first of all, they could be given, they could be put at the top of the housing waiting list in Kensington. And the problem with that, apparently, is that there's only about 8 units coming up per week, and most of those are small flats, one-bedroom flats. Nobody mentioned the fact that in doing so, you'd be displacing everybody else who's on the housing waiting list for years and years and years. But because of the small number, that was ruled out. What about the private rented sector? Well, the Residential Landlords Association said, well, quite rightly, actually this private rented accommodation in this country is a completely different form of tenure with no real security, and often there are mortgage lenders attach conditions which mean that tenants on benefits or tenants who want longer tenancies are not eligible to take that accommodation. So that goes out as well. What about redeveloping? What about estate regeneration, which actually is often used by councils such as Kensington to reduce the quantum of social housing? Well, again, it was said actually that most estates in London are already at high density, and there's only a limited amount of additional units you can put in there. One novel suggestion was to use the big development sites in my constituency at White City and Old Oak to temporarily house people. Now, this is an interesting development. I would absolutely welcome new social housing being built on the big development sites in my constituency, and I'm sure we would absolutely welcome, as part of that, people displaced from Grenfell as well as our own residents. But this is not what was being offered. What was being suggested is temporary housing accommodation on a building site for 3 to 5 years till they could be moved on and luxury housing could be built in its place as originally planned. The 68 units in Kensington Row have been mentioned a number of times. And initially, there was a rather inflammatory article in The Guardian where the other residents of this large luxury development, Kensington High Street, said they didn't want people like the Grenfell tenants living cheek by jowl with them. But of course, whatever misinformation had led to that story, the Kensington Row flats on offer are not luxury flats. They're not the £1 million one-bedroom flat which characterises the rest of that development. They're existing affordable housing units which would have been used for people who can't afford market rates. So it draws attention actually to the fact that in most cases Grenfell tenants are going to be offered existing social housing. So it is social housing tenants generally, people in existing council and housing association accommodation, people on the waiting list, which is a very long waiting list in West London, who will be subsidising the relief effort for Grenfell. And I don't think anything. So we came to the sixth option. The sixth option, why not buy some units of accommodation? Now that was ruled out because units of accommodation, 2-bedroom flat in Kensington, costs about £600,000. Well, Kensington and Chelsea, an honourable friend who represents Kensington, has nearly £300 million in its balances that it's been stashing away. And if anybody thinks that it's controversial to change units between the social housing and market housing sector, Hammersmith Council, when the Conservatives were running it, was selling off its social housing on the open market as it became empty for nearly £500,000 per unit. So what's sauce for the goose, Mr Deputy Speaker? If you can sell it off, you can buy it. So why not, when the Minister gets up, give a clear instruction to Kensington Council? And I suggest he goes away and listens to the interview that the leader of Kensington gave on the superb piece of interviewing skill, I may say, which after the fourth or fifth time of asking, after trying to dodge the question on every possible occasion, eventually the leader of Kensington Chelsea Council said, yes, they would buy some units. I hope he listens to that, and I hope he holds her to that promise, and that we start getting permanent, decent, adequate housing for the people who suffered at Grenfell, and sooner rather than later. And Mr Deputy Speaker, what this shines a light on as well is the wider crisis in social housing in this country. If we can't find social housing units for the 200 to 300 families who've been displaced from Grenfell Tower and the blocks around it, how are we going to come near to resolving the housing crisis, particularly in high-value areas? Because the other story that that has been doing the rounds in Inland London at the moment is what's happening at Battersea Power Station, where in a development of 4,200 properties, the developer has successfully persuaded Wandsworth Council to reduce the affordable homes from 686 to 386, by 40%, in other words. So they now represent 9% of the development. That is the truth of Conservative policy on affordable housing in London. And this, again, is an opportunity for the Minister to say that in the case of Grenfell, in the wider case, that is no longer going to be the case. As a final issue, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I won't go on this because others, including my old friend from Poplar and Limehouse, with more expertise, have dealt with this. But the issue of safety, in the widest sense, it has to be resolved, and it cannot be resolved over the timescale of the public inquiry. Earlier action has to be taken. The Chair and indeed Secretary of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Fire Safety have spoken already in this debate. They've mentioned the expert advisor and secretary to that, Ronnie King, former Chief Fire Officer, and he has made a number of very clear points which he wishes us to put to the Minister, and which we're happy to do so. The first is in relation to approved document B, which has been dealt with extensively, and the fact that that needs to be revised, and that we need clarity in relation to the whole issue of construction and external cladding. We're not only talking about the type of cladding that's been tested, we're talking about all forms of cladding. We're talking, as other members have said, about insulation. We're talking about how that is fitted, but in particular we're talking about what is the effect of fire, not as done on a desktop computer or done on a small piece of cladding, but what happens when a real building burns, when it has cladding of that kind or some other external modification of that kind. And the London Building Acts used to say, which were repealed, I believe, in 1986 and replaced with a much weaker form of legislation, that you needed to have an hour's retardation of fire on external structures. Why can we not go back to those standards? Why can we not have that clarity? Because there is a huge amount of testing that needs to be done. It's not just the minor areas of testing of a minority of a particular type of cladding the Minister has spoken about so far. That is only one issue. The issue of sprinklers, and I wish the Minister and his colleagues would stop saying that they did exactly what the Lakenhall coroner said. The Lakenhall coroner put forward a recommendation that this matter should be looked at, and all that the government did was it passed on that to local authorities. It didn't have of course I'll give away.
Thank you, my honourable friend. Does he agree with me that this government should seek to introduce the legislation we already have in Labour-run Wales on sprinklers and the installation of sprinklers?
Absolutely.
I absolutely do, and we can learn from the devolved administrations in relation to this. I think it's weasel words for the Minister to say, well, the coroner didn't insist we did that. The coroner can't insist on these matters. The coroner gave a clear indication, and the government dodged the issue. And I think that should be revisited, as should be the issue of who does inspections of tower blocks. Because it's not just about cladding, it's also about fire alarms, it's also about means of escape, it's also about maintenance, it's also about access for emergency vehicles. And we may well find out in the course of the public inquiry that all of these were factors at Grenfell. But what we need to do is not wait for that, because my constituents who live in tower blocks cannot sleep easily in their beds at night until they know they are living as they always thought they were, in entirely safe buildings, and also that they knew what they were supposed to do in cases of fire. So the Minister does have quite a long agenda to tackle. Let me correct one final point, which I know is a matter for base rather than for his department, but I know it's one that he is taking an interest in. The cause of this fire was once again a white good manufactured by one of the Whirlpool companies, which caused an electrical fire in a fridge freezer, just as in my constituency last year, one of the known fire risk white goods, an Indesit tumble dryer, caught fire, causing a substantial tower block fire there. When is the government going to start tackling these issues of registration of white goods, of collecting data on which are safe and which are unsafe, of recalling products when they're shown to be dangerous, and releasing the risk assessments that currently scandalously are not revealed on grounds of commercial confidentiality for the companies who manufacture the goods? It's another whole area of investigation, but one which is long overdue. And although much of the attention around Grenfell concentrates around the external spread of the fire, that fire would never have got outside had it not started in a fridge freezer, which we still do not know, because the government has not said whether the tests are complete, whether it is a design fault, and whether it's the construction of that particular model of freezer which allowed that fire to take hold. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope that the points I made are relevant. I hope that they are all matters for the public inquiry to consider. I say that a number of them cannot wait until that time, and certainly the relief and the rehousing of the people who've been displaced by the Grenfell fire cannot wait any longer. We're about to enter the summer period. I hope we do not come back here in September and October and find that nothing has changed. I know my honourable friend, the member for Kensington, and I pay absolute tribute to her, because she was thrown into the deep end here in no uncertain fashion, and she's risen absolutely to that challenge. She is a strong and powerful advocate for her community. She cannot do it on her own. This is a job both locally and nationally for government to take hold of, and we must not forget this terrible tragedy which has blighted our country, and which, if we do not learn the lessons of, it will recur again.
Chris Williamson.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I say what an honour and a pleasure it is to be back on the green benches speaking on behalf of my constituents in Derby North after a 2-year enforced sabbatical. And before I speak about the debate that we are considering today, I should say just a few words about my predecessor, who actually took my seat off me by 41 votes in 2015, Amanda Soloway. She was in some ways an unusual and unlikely Conservative Party candidate, coming from fairly humble origins, and had herself experienced homelessness in an earlier part of her life. And she made it her business to highlight the plight of homeless people and sought to draw attention to that really important issue that does scar our country, the 5th richest nation on the planet. And another big issue that she fought very hard on was the issue of mental health, and to make that more of a priority for government, and to ensure that resources were made available to it. Now, my honourable friend, the member for Poplar and Limehouse, referred to the excellent maiden speeches that have been made today, and he sought to find a collective noun. I think he referred to it as a feast of maiden speeches, and I would share my honourable friend's description of the contributions from my honourable friends from the Lewisham Western Peng, Barnsley East, Croydon Central, Leeds North West and Lee. All of them made excellent contributions today, Mr Speaker, and I'm sure they'll go on to make a big contribution in this place for as long as they are here. Now, the question of the catastrophic fire that occurred at Grenfell, its origins, I think, you can trace back, it has to be said, to the neoliberal doctrine that was inflicted on our country back in 1979, and it has disfigured our public services over the intervening 4 decades. A big feature of this approach has been deregulation, privatisation and cuts. And the deregulation has led to a situation where combustible materials have perfectly legitimately been specified and used on the Grenfell Tower and, as we know, many other tower blocks around the country. How can that possibly be? And when you take into account the fact that, in addition to using combustible materials on a tower block, you then add that into the mix, the move towards compulsory competitive tendering, which was brought in to the public realm almost 40 years ago now, where the cheapest price was what was looked at when any services were being externalised. And that was another feature of it. How could services, how could the maintenance of our public realm be, and our housing stock be, privatised and put out to the private sector? And of course, had the work been done properly, had there been fire stops, as they are supposed to be, at every floor on the Grenfell Tower, then even if there had been a fire, it would have been contained within the block, within the floor where the fire originally started, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And so the combination of the compulsory competitive tendering, the business-friendly inspection regime that was put into place, all these things have culminated to a situation where we've seen this appalling, catastrophic fire which has seen so many people lose their lives. And what has happened when we look at the cuts that have been imposed? You see the number of fire safety inspectors that have been taken out of the system. Depending on which fire authority you're talking about, between 75 to 60% of fire safety inspectors have been removed. So now the fire and rescue authorities are not able to actually undertake the safety checks that they used to be able to do as a matter of course. And so this slapdash, cut corners approach that we've seen over the last few decades has ultimately led to this appalling catastrophic fire. And we had an exchange a little earlier on in the debate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, about the laissez-faire approach as far as students are concerned. And the situation is this, that the legislation requires for new tower blocks over 30 metres, residential tower blocks, to have sprinklers installed in them. But nurses' accommodation and student accommodation is deemed to be other accommodation, and so therefore there is no requirement for sprinklers to be installed. It seems as if nurses and students are expendable. That cannot be right, Mr. Deputy Speaker. When we're talking about cuts, I mentioned the fire safety inspectors that have been taken out of the system. It's also important to remember that fire station after fire station in this capital and right across the country has been closed. 11,000 firefighters have lost their jobs. I think 1 in 5 firefighters since 2010 have been effectively removed from the system. That creates its own problem, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Because I was speaking to FBU representatives, and they were talking about the use of breathing apparatus, for example. And the fact is that by reducing the number of firefighters available to deal with emergencies, it means that when we have such a catastrophic fire like we saw at Grenfell Tower, firefighters were repeatedly going into the building to rescue people. Now, the problem with that is this, that when firefighters are using breathing apparatus, it thickens the blood and it leaves the firefighters at greater risk of a coronary attack. And we know from eyewitness accounts that firefighters were entering Grenfell up to 3 times to rescue people. They should not have been in that situation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And the Prime Minister, when she was interviewed about this, said that the London Fire Brigade had the resources that it needed. And she implied that because they were able to respond to this fire, that was proof of that. But the truth is, the London Fire Brigade didn't have the resources that it needed, because if it had the resources that it needed, firefighters would not have been having to enter that building time after time to rescue people, because there would have been enough firefighters to ensure that firefighters only had to enter the building on 1 occasion. So if we're going to learn any lessons, and we often hear rhetoric about the importance of learning lessons from catastrophic episodes, it's often just for the birds. But seriously, if we are going to learn any lessons, Mr. Deputy Speaker, from this dreadful fire that should never, ever have happened, then surely it must be that we need a different approach to the neoliberal agenda that has influenced and informed the way in which public services have been delivered in our country. We have to surely reverse the deregulation agenda that we have been subjected to. Surely we have to abandon the privatisation of our public services. Surely, and we've heard from other honourable members today about on both sides of the chamber, about the importance of installing sprinklers. It's an unanswerable argument. Had Grenfell Tower been fitted with sprinklers, we may have lost the building, yes, but we wouldn't have lost human life. I don't think there is a building anywhere in the world that has been fitted with sprinklers where people have died in fires. Very, very few, if any, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So surely we must learn that lesson. And I think we should also listen very, very carefully to the survivors, to the community, to the residents who've been so affected by this appalling episode. And I was speaking to somebody from the Justice for Grenfell group just yesterday, and she said 2 of their demands, and there are a number of demands, but 2 of their demands, and I hope when the Minister gets up to respond, he will concur and will accept the demands and ensure that they are delivered. But the 2 demands that she told me about was that she wanted to ensure that, and the survivors want to ensure that, everybody is housed within the borough in decent, good quality accommodation. And my honourable friend, the member for Hammersmith, made the point that there is empty accommodation available in the borough that could be acquired. The Kensington local authority, Kensington, has the resources within its reserves to be able to acquire those properties, but the government is responsible, it seems to me, and they should be making those resources available as well. And the second thing that she said that survivors want is help. Help in the present situation that they're in. Because she said she was speaking to one survivor who'd been put into a hotel, and they were just left, really, to fend for themselves, didn't know where to go to be able to get food and changes of clothes. And so more needs to be done. So there needs to be more immediate help for the survivors. And in it should be the shorter term, we should, and I hope that the Minister will make this clear, make accommodation available. And I want to just conclude, if I may, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I attended a meeting of the Local Government Association Labour Group Fire Services Commission earlier this week, and they showed me a paper that was put to the Fire Services Management Committee, and this made a number of recommendations, and I'll be interested in the Minister's response to them when he gets to his feet. And they said that the government should agree to have sprinkler systems fitted in all high-rise flats in the country. They also asked that any cladding fitted to high-rise flats should be made of high-quality fire-resistant material approved by the Fire Service to a uniformed national standard. They also asked that the Fire Service should have overall responsibility for fire safety for high-rise flats, which includes the flats, corridors, public spaces, fire alarms, safety advice to tenants, and the Fire Service should provide fire safety assurance for residential high-rise flats. All high-rise blocks should be inspected by the Fire Service once every 2 years and inspected after a major refurbishment. They go on to ask that new high-rise flats should be regulated to ensure they are built to include all of the above, and in addition, they should be built with 2 stairwells within the building. They go on to ask the government to urgently review the fire regulation order and fully fund the Fire Service to re-enable planning and building control applications to be reviewed by fire safety issues on a risk-assessed basis. And finally, they ask the government, they say the government will need to recognise that extra government financial resources will be needed to be made available to fire and rescue services to enable them to provide for the necessary workload that this will require. Now, that seems to me, Mr Deputy Speaker, to be a common sense list, a common sense request. It has to be remembered that this group is a cross-party group, so people are saying this from the Conservative Party, from the Labour Party, from the Liberal Democrat and from independents on the Local Government Association. I therefore hope that the Minister will take into account what this cross-party group has said, take into account the very sensible suggestions that have been made from both sides of the House today, and most importantly, listen to the survivors, listen to the community, and respond appropriately, because this is a stain on the very character of Great Britain, and we need to be ensuring that we learn those lessons to make sure that we mean it when we say this will never, ever happen again.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to have been through the whole of this debate and listening to the excellent maiden speeches of colleagues from Leeds North West, Croydon Central, Barnsley East, Lewisham, Lee, and I hope I've got them all. It's also been an excellent debate with very many important points and questions for ministers that have been asked and that the government must address. I'm not going to take members' time repeating many of this. The Grenfell fire was an appalling tragedy, and it is very likely that it was a preventable tragedy. Furthermore, the tragedy was exacerbated by what seemed to me, as somebody who has a bit of experience in this, as a frankly dysfunctional response from Kensington and Chelsea Council in the hours, the days, and even now the weeks following that terrible fire. I share all members' concerns for the families and the relatives of those who've lost their lives and their homes. I share the concerns of the emergency and the frontline service workers who've had to deal with that trauma. And I hope that there will be adequate long-term post-trauma support for them all, such as the government instigated immediately after the 7/7 bombings. And I know somebody well who is benefiting now from the support that he received immediately after that. Many people...
Would she agree with me that the fact that London Fire Brigade have reduced their councillors from over 10 to under 5 in the last 7 years as something that needs to immediately be addressed in terms of offering the support and adequate provision for counselling for our service personnel. Would you agree with me on that point?
I think that is an excellent point my colleague has made, that clearly the fire service workers, the fire officers and others are at the front line of experiencing trauma, as we have heard many reports of the Lakenhall fire. And for a service like that, an essential service like that, that employs people experiencing that trauma, to cut by half the specialist counselling services is just yet another example that we've heard again and again of the impact of public service cuts, the impact of austerity on public services that are there for us all. And that trauma, that post-trauma counselling, whether it is provided by an employer for frontline workers in that service, or whether it's a member of the public who is nearby, or whether it was a charity worker helping out in a rescue station, or somebody who was just passing, or somebody who lives in a similar block, everybody should have a right to that trauma counselling and support. Because, as my friend has told me, it makes a real difference in the long-term ability of you to be able to function in the long term of your life. Like many members here, constituents of mine live in older tower blocks, older council-owned tower blocks, Brentford Towers and on Ivy Bridge Estate in Brentford and Isleworth. Many have contacted me because they are frightened. They cannot sleep at night. Their children cannot sleep. They really don't want to carry on living there. They need reassurance. Some of them, that trauma is so bad, they're asking to be rehoused. So that, this is a major issue. I did have the benefit of being briefed by London Borough of Hounslow officers and members in the week immediately after the Grenfell fire. I've been reassured that in my constituency, none have cladding that fails the government tests. And I was also pleased to hear that in the day after the Grenfell fire, the council's programme to reclad the 6 towers of Brentford Towers that one sees from the elevated section of the M4 as you pass through Brentford. The cladding programme on then has been put on hold until while they review the specifics of that programme. A cladding programme that is urgently needed for reasons of safety of the building, the external existing cladding of the building, and also for thermal insulation. But it is absolutely right, given what's happened, that the specifics of that cladding programme are reviewed. London Borough of Hounslow, the leader, and councillors are meeting all residents of tower blocks to hear their concerns, to listen and to respond. The right thing to do. London Borough of Hounslow is also responding to requests and offering help to Kensington and Chelsea of a range of services. The council is preparing estate fire safety and improvement plans in order to ensure that prevention and tackling fire safety inside and outside all tower blocks is addressed, and is also reviewing all of the existing fire risk assessments in all blocks. Now, as somebody who's been an experienced councillor, I've been a lead member for housing, and also I've had lead responsibility for contingency planning. I've seen firsthand how proper fire safety mechanisms and management by residents and landlord alike can work. Fraser House, there was a fire where sadly the resident died, but the fire didn't spread through the block. The appropriate fire doors were shut. The appropriate venting was open. So the fire was drawn away from other flats and straight out of the vents on that floor. That is why I understand firsthand how you invest, how buildings are designed for fire safety, and how you must be very, very careful when revising the structure and cladding and anything else in buildings, and also why the management and working with residents is so important. The reason those fire doors were shut was because residents and the council worked together after the Lackenhall report was published in order to learn the lessons from Lackenhall and to make sure that fire doors remained closed. And as somebody who is regularly in and out of the tower blocks and Brentford Towers and talking to residents, canvassing in elections, etc., I have seen how on hot summers it is tempting to prop open the fire doors. But after Lackenhall, after the Lackenhall report, that stopped happening. Fire doors were regularly